I don't know. I don't even know how this is gonna go until we start it. Uh, Technically, it is presentation, but it's not like I'm winging this. I have, how many slides do I have? There's not 322 entries, mind you. I believe there's 173 entries, but there are 322 slides that I prepared for this presentation. I also have 87 clip citations for this. So yeah, and when I say slides, like I have notes next to each slide that I'm gonna be reading off of as I go. So hopefully it doesn't sound like I'm just reading the entire time. I'm gonna try and like look at pieces at a time and present it and make it exciting. But I would say just bear with me because I'm terrible at public speaking, which is an ironic thing for a streamer to say, but it's truth. And yeah, I'm just going to try my best to present each fact, and hopefully it's decent. We so want context. Perfect. That's what we're here for. Yes, there's going to be lots of interesting stuff as we go deep into the boards. Deep into the... not boards. Layers. Speaking of, let us start. Layer 1 of the iceberg. You know, I'm going to actually turn the music down a little bit on my end. Just a bit. But it is helping. Okay, here we go. Layer 1 of the iceberg. Okay, AshtonRTA. Our very first entry, which was my third name on Twitch, and currently the longest lasting name I had. It's going to be quite a while before AshtonRTA passes it, actually, but this was a name that I had from May 18th, 2019, to January 13th, 2024, and unfortunately for me, nobody seemed to like it at first. Everyone was attached to the name I had before it, which was this one. It was AshtonM02, which we'll get to in a bit. But, and yeah, a lot of people even had trouble pronouncing it, and a lot of people spelling it as well, and I do hope eventually people did warm up to it, because I don't know, I always liked it. I still have it as my name on Steam because I'm attached to it in a way still, but I spoke on this before. The main reason I ended up changing it, other than the fact that I liked it better when I had my actual like full name in my username, and that was a big thing, is like people started defaulting, including people who had used to call me Ashton before. People started defaulting to just Ash. I mean, it's fine. I don't mind if people call me Ash. It's something a lot of people call me, so I'm cool with it, but I just prefer Ashton, so that was ultimately a deciding factor in me changing it. And I mean, of course, I also wanted one that signified speedrunning more, and so AshtonRTA was just perfect for that. And this is the profile picture that I used. This is a profile picture that I used for most of my time as AshtonRTA. I did have some, I think actually, yeah, I put them in, you'll see them later. I had a couple other ones that I used before I settled on this one, but this was my main one. You knew about me before AshtonRTA. Yeah, I discovered you. Before AshtonRTA even. Remember finding you during a race you did with Look and Toad in 2021. Madman, welcome in. Congrats on first. Okay. Water. This one's very self-explanatory. I love water. I'm obsessed with water. We don't have a hydrate redeem, unlike most, like this one of the most basic common Twitch redeems. I do not have a hydrate redeem because I do not need reminders to be hydrated. I am the one that reminds. I say water is good for you. We have !water as a command in our chat. That's my catchphrase. Yes, water is fantastic. And we also have an emote, which might be, I can't remember, it might be a bit reward emote. But we have an Ashton 70 water emote. Yes, 1,000 bit reward. Okay. Speaking of catchphrases, Comrade has become pretty much a go-to to call anyone new joining in the stream, and of course Diesel as well, who popularized the term comrade within our community and also made a command where you can type whatever you want. Say someone came in named Brian, you can do Comrade Brian. Welcome, Comrade Brian. It's just sort of the name we use for people. And it's awesome. I like it. Finally watched 10 streams. Madman, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Congrats on the 10 stream streak. Finally made it. Screw Big Bird. Okay. So, Big Bird has a bit of a history behind it. Oh, by the way, just so that it doesn't get annoying, I have specific dates for a whole bunch of this, so you're gonna hear me mention specific dates a whole bunch through this thing. That's just me. I like specific dates. So yes, on March 26th, 2024, I was in the midst of a particular... in my head it was Mega Man 1, but looking back on the clips from that day, it was Mega Man 2 I was getting mad at. I was having a particularly frustrating session, and I had actually like tried to play 1 and even 3 as well for a bit, but it just... nothing really seemed to want to click for me that day. I was getting annoyed, and eventually I was just like, you know what? Maybe I should just play games for toddlers then. Like... play something maybe I'll be halfway competent. And I was like racking my brain for a bit. It's like, what NES games are there that exist that are for toddlers? And after a while, I thought of Big Bird's Hide and Speak. I remembered that one. I was like, okay, fine. I'll download Big Bird's Hide and Speak, and I'll try that. And I've actually surprisingly enjoyed it. Like, it was annoying at first because I didn't know what the inputs that Big Bird would send you and send you back to the menu if you pressed something wrong. And so I was like, I remember accusing Big Bird of knowing I was too smart for him and sending me away because he wanted nothing to do with that. And a couple months later, I was still like playing it as a meme game every once in a while. I was like, you know what? I should speedrun it. And fast forward today, I managed to figure out RNG manips and stuff for that game, and I have 4th place on the board, which is cool, although I haven't run it for a while. And it would eventually lead me to playing other Big Bird games as well, and Sesame Street games in general, which we will get to later. Today is the day, it is! Okay. Welcome in, Diesel, I'm glad you're here. Okay. Affiliate. Another running joke during the one of the many but really big running jokes during my 2018 to 2020 streamer era. I refused to get affiliate. And there was a time I thought I was never going to get affiliate because yeah, when I came back from streaming, when I came back to streaming in 2018, I had unlocked the affiliate requirements pretty quickly, and everyone naturally was like, "Well, sign the affiliate agreement, get affiliate, get some emotes, you know." And I was just like, I'll get to it eventually," but I didn't want to at the time, you know. I just wanted to have fun, and there's a lot of peer pressure. There was always like jokes about it, like Ashton refuses to get affiliate, Ashton will not affiliate ever. And then finally, you'll hear a lot about like breaks I took and stuff as we go through this, but I was streaming quite consistently from when I came back on July 9th, 2018, to around June 2020 when I started to fizzle out a bit because, I don't know, it's just like that was when the world was sort of upside down, lockdown had just started, interests were dwindling and stuff, and I had a lot of school stuff to do at the time there too, so I ended up not streaming for a couple months, and then when I came back, I was like, you know what, I think it's finally time to sign the affiliate agreement, and so about 2.5 years after I first unlocked the requirements, I finally signed it. And that was that. But yeah, it was a running joke forever that I would not ever get affiliated because I didn't want to. Okay. The Nerd Cave. This is after many different community names that I've had over the years. This was what I ultimately settled on. Like, I'm telling you, this is probably like the 25th thing I've called my community. A lot of them we're going to talk about here. But yeah. I was never happy. I was never satisfied. This is the first time I felt satisfied in that department. This is the Nerd Cave. We are never changing again. We are the Nerd Cave, and we are proud of it. And it is... The Nerd Cave is supposed to be used to describe the entirety of this community, this stream, etc. But usually when you hear the Nerd Cave, you think of the Nerd Cave server, of course. Our wonderful Discord server. Yes. Again, it's supposed to be the community name, but it's most commonly associated with our server, which, by the way, for those who are not in it, we would love to have you. Okay. Mega Man. Again, should be pretty self-explanatory. Next to... Well, I don't know. I honestly do not know. I genuinely cannot tell you if Mega Man or... if classic Mega Man or Zelda is my favorite game series. I genuinely cannot. Like, my heart says Mega Man, my head says Zelda. And if I could only play one game between either series ever for the rest of my life, it would be Twilight Princess. So I guess maybe that should mean Zelda, but I don't know. Mega Man has that speedrun connection, you know, and as much as I have nostalgia for both, the nostalgia for Mega Man runs even deeper. But yes, Mega Man is very special to me. There's a reason we speedrun Mega Man games. And that's that. We have a Discord. Yes, get in there. Alright, the Duck Pond, another pretty self-explanatory one, because everyone knows about it, but that's sort of what the top of this iceberg is for. The Duck Pond is a community duck pond in the game Placid Plastic Duck Simulator that we actually started on my 8th streamiversary on June 2nd, 2024. In that community duck pond, there are a whole bunch, as you can see, a whole variety of awesome ducks that anyone can come in and redeem the Redeem a Duck channel point redemption and add their name next to one of these awesome ducks, and you can get to watch them swim around and do cool things. Alright, Zipless. Something I have a very rich history with. So I've played Mega Man 1 and 2 Zipless, obviously, but Mega Man 1 Zipless in particular is the main category, my main speed game that I played on and off for 7 years. I played Mega Man 1 Zipless for 7 years. It is absolutely, I really don't think anything is ever going to top Mega Man 1 Zipless for me in terms of favorite speedrun, and just history in general. There's too much history with that game for me. What do I have on the next slide? Oh yeah. I have a slide showing my times in Mega Man 1 and 2 Zipless. And yeah, Mega Man 2 Zipless, second highest thing on my tier list. The only two things I have in the top tier of my speed game tier list. Now I can never make fun of you for never being in your stream. JKL, welcome in. Good to have you. But yeah, Zipless, again, pretty self-explanatory. I have big experience, big history with both Ziplesses, actually, but in particular Mega Man 1 Zipless. And I love it. Okay. All it took was you to be sick. Heck yeah. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, JKL, but I'm very glad to see you in here. It's a pleasure to have you. And I hope you get better as soon as possible. Imagine the people from 2016 randomly pop in. That will not happen. I have not seen... It has been an eternity since I've seen pretty much anyone from 2016. That's pretty much why it's non-canon. We'll get to that. Okay, Ashton_M_02 was my second Twitch name. The one that I changed to Ashtulu from. That I changed to on July 27th, 2018, and I had until May 18th, 2019. And I mean, it's a really basic name. The reason I changed it, like, I didn't actually think of a name that I wanted. I just sort of rushed and put that one together because I wanted to get away from my cringeworthy first username, which we will get to much later in the tier list. And so it's just like, okay, quick, name, last name, initial, birth year, perfect. So I put it down. That was a name, and despite how basic it was a thrown together username, but everyone was super attached to it, and really sad when I changed it, and that made a lot of people hate Ashtulu for the longest time. And I still don't know if anyone ever warmed up to it, honestly, because there's always jokes like, rest in peace, AshtonMO2, we miss you. That's such a boring username. You know, I've actually liked every username I've had in, like, better than the last one. Although I really did like Ashtulu, but AshtonRTA is my favorite name I've ever had. Okay, the Cephalopod Squad was the community name that I had for most of my Ashtulu era. It was suggested here, actually. It was suggested by a VIP in this channel, Channel 3 Gaming, who actually popped in recently. And yeah, it was like the first one of that one that I felt somewhat satisfied with, because I went between a few. Again, we'll get to those later, but I really liked that suggestion, and obviously Ashtulu were like, it made sense, Cephalopod. And so that was their name. And I did like it, but again, as I mentioned, I never felt satisfaction until the Nerd Cave name, and as much as I liked that one, it wasn't ever satisfying, so I was bound to change it. Okay, so Ashton63 Love was my jab at Twitch emote prefixes back when when I didn't want to get affiliated, back when I refused to get affiliated. So obviously, unless you're like a partnered streamer, or you're somehow the first streamer ever to use the first 6 letters of your username and get affiliated, you will have numbers next to your emotes, because there's going to be other Ashtons, obviously, for example. And there's a lot of people that I knew that had those number prefixes, and so I jokingly was like, okay, I'm going to make, in fact, I think I have a slide showing the emote. This is the emote, by the way. I made this, and I decided to call it Ashton63 Love in both Discord and also on Franker Faces. I think it was Franker. It may have been Better TTV or 7TV. It was one of those, like, external emotes websites where you can use them on Twitch if you have the plugin. And I put it on there. I think it's still on there, actually, because I never removed it. But yes, I made up the number 63 just out of my head, because I was like, okay, that sounds like a genuine emote prefix number. And funny enough, by the time I finally did agree to get affiliated, my number is 70, so I was just 7... I decided to affiliate 7 people too late to actually have the number 63, which would have been hilarious. But it's funny, I was within 10. We are Ashton 70 on all our emote prefixes. Okay, Gutsman, also known as this prick. Well, let's just look at this guy for a second. This guy caused so many of my resets in Mega Man 1 Zipless. It is not even funny. This is the first stage you play in Zipless. This clown, this prick, this guy who Mega Man recognized just from his ass in Ruby Spears. Fun fact. He and his stage, of my 6,475 attempts in Mega Man 1 Zipless, he and his stage made me reset 5,110 times. Why? Because his patterns are terrible. Why? Because he likes eating inputs. Why? Because he likes jumping all over you. Only 1,365 of my Mega Man 1 zipless attempts made it past Gutsman stage. That's not a lot. This guy is trouble. Hungry for buffer shots, exactly. AKA Baby Birdman. AKA Square One Man. Exactly. That is Gutsy for you. And we're going to talk more about him later, believe me. Okay. The pause trick, also known as the pause glitch, is a glitch for Mega Man 1 that is heavily used in the zipless, all stages, and buster-only categories, but is not used in the glitchless category. And it can be used for three things. Primarily, the most well-known one to players is the ability to hit enemies or bosses more than once. So basically, you pause and it like kills the iframe, so you can use it again. That's usually used in the Yellow Devil fights, but it can be used in any fight, really. Another use that it has is to negate knockback. So if you pause as you jump into an enemy, you will not get knocked back by the enemy, which is super useful in speedruns. And in some cases, the other use is that you can even avoid damage entirely from those enemies, which is cool. And I have, let me pause the music. I have 3 videos to cite for this. Where is my player? There it is. Okay. Yes, let us watch 3 videos. Where is... There we go. Watch party. Okay. Crap, I forgot to size this again. Was having trouble with this, it wouldn't let me display... I think it's because they don't want you to show movies on Twitch, which makes sense. It wouldn't let me display my media player as a separate thing, so I had to do the display capture. And I forgot to switch it back. Okay, so this is Exhibit A of the pause trick, where you can use it... Hopefully the volume's good. You can use it to hit multiple damage so you can take out the Yellow Devil or any boss, really, in one cycle. Here is Exhibit B, where you use it to negate knockback. There you go. I would have been knocked back if he hit me, but instead... And yeah, like I went back to him after to show what it looks like to be knocked back. But if you pause through him... And you can do it with the pause menu too, not just the pause button. Then you don't take any knockback, and it's cool. Hello, Jack. Yes, and that is Jack. We'll talk more about the blimps later as well. And this is Exhibit C, where you can entirely avoid damage by using the pause trick at the right time. I went right through those bombs coming at my head, and they did not touch me, which is sick. How did the volume sound, by the way, for these? I mean, they're too short and ultimately not, like, super important videos to tell, maybe, but... Volume's good? Awesome. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna be consulting a lot of these videos. Okay. Sesame Street runs. So yeah, as I mentioned, Big Bird's hide and speak would only lead to more Sesame Street misadventures, because I decided to keep the meme going after having so much fun with those Sesame Street Big Bird's hide and speak runs. And yeah, I have since dabbled into dozens of Sesame Street speedruns. In order that I played them, we've got... I played all 3 of these the same day, I think. These ones. I started with sports. I don't know why I put letters to big... Maybe I did start. I don't know. Or no. I did the... Yeah. I did big letters to Big Bird, and then I did sports, Nick of Rhyme, and one I never ended up submitting because I did it wrong. So yes, we had Big Bird's Hide and Speak. We had letters to Big Bird. We had Sesame Street Sports. We had Sesame Street the Nick of Rhyme. Sorry, I should have said Sesame Street Big Bird's Hide and Speak for the NES. Sesame Street Letters to Big Bird for Flash. Sesame Street Sports for the Game Boy Color. Sesame Street the Nick of Rhyme for Flash. Sesame Street Countdown for the NES. Sesame Street Journey to Ernie and Sesame Street Journey to Ernie Clue Hunt for Flash. Sesame Street Cooking with Rosita for Flash. Sesame Street Big Bird's Egg Catch for Atari 2600. Sesame Street 123 for NES, which I'm currently pushing for world record on. And Sesame Street Backyard Bug Hunt, also for Flash. And yeah, there's so many Sesame Street games I still want to tackle. There's still one more NES one I need to do, which is Sesame Street ABC, which I'm going to try and do as soon as possible. But yeah, there's so many on different consoles that I want to play. Like, that's just my extra niche at this point. I just play Sesame Street games, and I love it. Okay, and last one of Layer 1 is AshtonRTA 2. So initially, back in 2024, when I really started getting into speedruns properly, I started doing occasional what I called offline sessions or practice sessions in Discord. And at first it was fine, you know, it was Discord sessions. It was a great way to show people my runs without having to stream them necessarily. But unfortunately, out of nowhere, Discord started hating me and giving me super crappy stream quality, and yeah, it just never looked good, and it was always laggy, even like choppy and laggy, and just terrible visual. And so, you know what, eventually I was just like, screw it, I'm just gonna make an alt. We'll use an alt instead for that type of thing. So on January 26th 2026, I created an alt which I will plug. We're gonna be plugging people today. Not in that way, I should not have worded it that way. But there's going to be a lot of people we're shouting out throughout this Iceberg as well. And yeah, everyone should go check it out. We do not use the mic over there, but that's like sort of additional speedrun sessions, and it's always a good time. And considering I've not done any speedruns this month on this channel, except for yesterday, we went back to Sesame Street, Letters to Big Bird, Alphabet Percent. More on that later in the list. That's where we've been doing most of our speedruns this month, is over there. Okay, Layer 2 of the Iceberg. Oh shoot, where's my music? I need the music back. Although I'm about to turn it off again because I have... I'm pretty sure I have a video for Purple Hell. Maybe I don't. I don't know. Okay. Yes, Layer 2. That was just showing my second account. Okay, Purple Hell. The most infamous stage in all of Mega Man. Wily 4 stage of Mega Man 2. This stage is hated by casual players, speedrunners, everybody. No one likes Purple Hell. It is notorious, and for good reason. Firstly, the Boo Beam Trap boss in this stage is one of the worst video game bosses of all time. Like, I love Mega Man 2, I will defend it to the death, always. It is a magnificent video game, but Boo Beam is just one of the worst things that has ever existed in Mega Man, and yeah, it's disgraceful. And the stage itself is just... stage itself is no better, honestly. It is a true test of your skill and persistence. You have to use all 3 items in the game to advance through the stage in the speedrun. And you have to, like, you're mandated to use them, I think, at some point, too. Well, technically you can use the little things that go through, but it is, it's just better. Like, casually and speedrun, you're gonna have to use all 3 items at some point in this stage. It is a true test. And on the subject of Purple Hell, this is what it looks like, by the way. I don't actually have a video that I linked for about Purple Hell as far as like to go show you guys, but a pal and a fellow speedrunner who I'm going to shout out as well, the Base Space, created a YouTube channel a couple months ago called Mega Man Analysis, where he breaks down various different things about Mega Man. His videos are really cool. They're like mini documentaries. I highly recommend you check out this video I'm going to post here, and check out his Mega Man Analysis channel, because yeah, he's awesome. And he actually featured one of my clips in this Purple Hell explanation lore video, which is awesome. I was super honored to be asked to be part of that, and yeah, it was really cool. Really well done video. Okay. Block dupes. We're just gonna go straight into the video that I have for this, and we'll explain it as we watch it. So, the block dupes are another glitch that is heavily used in the all stages and zipless runs for Mega Man 1, basically involving turning these 4 blocks into 7 or more, so that you don't have to switch off of Gutsman's weapon. So basically, or a safe strat for this fight is just, you know, come and use Buster for the first 3 phases of this bubble, and then switch to Guts for the rest. But you can actually manipulate the game so that these 4 blocks become 7 by waiting until the last of the 4 things, once you throw it, is about right here or right here, like leaving the screen pretty much, and then you press, it's a like couple frame window to get it, but you press B, and if you did it right, it'll act like there's a block next to you still, like an invisible block, and it will give you another full Guts block. And so an ideal fight, you would have to dupe 3 blocks at some point, and this is a video showing how that looks. So there you go, I got a dupe. I didn't get a dupe that time, but I got one that time. I did not get one that time, but I didn't get that one that time either, but I got a clutch one at the end, and look at that, I did not have to switch off of Guts. Yes, honorable mention to that was still one of the craziest things I've ever seen. Your accidental dupe that saved your ass and resulted in a PB. That was sick. Alright, that is the block dupes. We're actually going through this faster than I thought we would, but by the time we get into the deeper tiers, we're going to be taking a lot longer. I do think this will run into 2 streams still. Okay. Lava pillars. So, in Wily 1 stage of Mega Man 1, there are these 3 lava pillars, right before you get into the stage, really. Like, it's in the first area still. You have to pass 3 of the blimp enemies, and then you get to this indoor area where you have to use either a Lek or Guts to throw the blocks out of the way. You'd use a Lek in the speedrun, obviously. And yeah, then there's these 3, like, pretty much pixel-perfect jumps to ascend further into the level that involve lava pillars. And if you miss the jumps, which are really easy to do, then you fall into the lava pillar areas, and you have to just keep trying again. These killed so many of my speedruns, it's not even funny. Eventually, I actually got super consistent with them, but yeah. The lava pillars are interesting, that's for sure. 3rd tier's when it starts to get crazy. Oh yeah. And especially when we get down to the 6th tier. As like the levels are like 1 and 2, 3, 4, and 5. 4 and 5 maybe a little more than 3, but like they're mostly all the same type of stuff. And then 6, and then the one after 6 are extra interesting. Okay, I have 2 videos to show for lava pillars as well, so we're going to switch back to our watch party here. Okay, so this is what good lava pillars look like. Perfect lava pillars. Look at that. Nice and easy. Those are super precise jumps, so like, do not underestimate them. You slow it down, like you have such a small window to actually make those jumps. And if you don't, you're just doomed. And speaking of doomed, this is normally what it would look like when I'd have to reset my run. Something like this. I actually got lucky with that first one, but like, I fell down there, and then I keep getting hit because I'm trying to go too fast. And that's not even the most disastrous I've ever had. That was just a disaster example that I recorded quickly to show, but it looks worse than that even sometimes. Welcome to your doom, jerkheads. And yeah, lava pillars suck. Way too many resets there. Okay, where is my iceberg window? Do not lose it. Alright, put the music back. Now we get into the tree. The tree is a Discord bot called Grow a Tree that you can throw into your Discord server that adds a tree basically, and there's buttons to water it. You get to take turns watering this Discord tree, watching it grow. The more you water it, the longer you have to wait before you can water it again. And yeah, it's just a fun little community thing to do. Watch our tree grow. We planted ours on March 28th, 2025, the Nerd Cave tree, which this is a photo from last week. We've since passed 15,000 feet, but it's just showing how tall we got our tree. We got it so tall, in fact, that we have to now wait 35 minutes between. It says 26 here because we have an efficiency leveler that sometimes makes it 26 instead, but currently our intervals are at 35 minutes apart, which is crazy. We've watered this thing so much, and we love it. Water's good for you and also good for the tree. That is true. Speaking of water being good for you. Water's good for you. Okay. Dimp. As this guy right here, this blimp in Cutman stage. I always say blimp. You know, I don't know why I call them blimps. I've always called them blimps. They're called big eyes or stompers. But I like blimp. I don't know. It looks like a blimp to me. I've always called them blimps. Anyway, this guy all of them actually, all of them behave 50% of the time and don't behave 50% of the time. Basically, behaving means if they jump high so that you can walk under them, and not behaving means they jump low so that you're forced to take damage or try and avoid them. This guy, much like his other blimp friends, which by the way, actually, we don't have individual entries here for at least one of them that should have an entry. But this guy in particular, Bruno said was not actually all too bad. He's a nice guy that if he stomps you, it's because he knows you can do better, and if he lets you through, it's because he knows you're on a good pace. And you know, at first it was like, no, screw him, he's a blimp, he sucks. But eventually I warmed up to him. And this is our comrade Dimp, as Bruno named him. Not to be confused with his cousin Bastard, an Elecman stage, who is a total prick 100% of the time. Even if he's nice, he still just sucks because he's Bastard. Elecman is a very health bar heavy stage where you're going to lose a lot of health for optimal strats. And by the time you get to the end, like, you do not have a lot of health left. In some cases, you may even not have enough to be stomped once, which was the case for many resets. So this guy sucks. We also have one in Iceman's. I don't have a picture, but the one you guys saw a couple minutes ago for the pause trick explanation. The one in Iceman stage we named Jack. Our friend Leanne Pinkporo, actually. Another valued community VIP named Jack. Like Jack Frost, I guess you can say, in Iceman stage. And Jack is fine. I like me some Jack. Jack is a cool guy too. Bastard sucks. Like, Bastard's the worst of the family. He is the bastard child of the family, truly. And there's also 3 of them in Wily 1. And that's all of them. You'd marry him if you could. Yeah, Dimp's a cool guy. We love Dimp. Okay. Oh boy. So, oh boy, which, by the way, we have an emote for. I was gonna post in chat, but I actually have it in a slide here. So, oh boy is Big Bird's catchphrase, which he's said in currently every game that he's been in so far that I've speedran. But it is a separate list item here from the Big Bird in Tier 1 because it's also Mickey Mouse's catchphrase. We got Big Bird, oh boy, and we got Mickey Mouse, oh boy. The reason Mickey Mouse is relevant is because a couple months ago, I did the speedrun for Mickey's Safari in Letterland, which was a really cool game, by the way. Like, it's only a couple minutes, it's pretty damn easy, but it's a really fun speedrun. I enjoyed it. And shout out to JKL, by the way, who was in chat earlier, who made the tutorial for this game. And I believe might have record as well. I think he does. Yes. I actually made a meme about this, about the oh boy thing. Referencing, is it gonna go? Am I in the tab or no? Are we freezing? Okay, there we go. I made a meme, you know, this legendary meme, of Mickey Mouse and Big Bird both liking to say oh boy as a catchphrase. Yes, not to be confused with oh hi! Or attaboy, that's right. Two other catchphrases. Attaboy being Kid Nicky's, and oh hi being another one of Big Bird's. Okay. Metallica. The defining childhood band for me. The band I was primarily raised on above any other band, and to this day, still one of my absolute favorites. I unfortunately don't call them my absolute #1 favorite anymore, but they will always be near and dear to me, and I love them to death. Unfortunately, two of my mods, Martin, aka Tramway Worker, who we'll be referring to as Martin throughout this Iceberg, and Sonic, aka Sonic Rain, both hate Metallica. They despise Metallica, and they have taken every opportunity, constantly, to remind me of the fact that they hate Metallica and think Metallica sucks. And they still do it to this day, although not as much as they used to. Here are two semi-recent examples of both of them, primarily Sonic, but both of them hating on Metallica. June 27th, 2025. In our quotes room in Discord. We have no idea why Ashton likes us. We are terrible. Someone from Metallica, present day. Martin laughed. Sonic has shitty opinions. I responded with Lars Ulrich, drummer Metallica, 2025. And then a month, or like not a month, like a couple weeks later in the quote room, Metallica sucks by Martin Daly, also by Sonic. Hey, welcome in, Higsby. Now, right now we're in the beginner-friendly part of the iceberg. We're gonna get deeper later, but for now it's still basic stuff that's not too much to process all at once. Yeah, unfortunately the movie hasn't hit cinemas yet. Okay, and on the subject of these comments, back in the day... Hey, thank you, Higsby, I appreciate you. I don't know why the sound effects aren't working lately. It's unfortunate. Hold on, actually. Let me... I may have just, for this, in this case, I may have just not had, Let me try that again. I'll redeem it. Oh, well, it's on cooldown. I'll redeem it in 30 seconds and see if it works. I think I had it toggled off. And yeah. Back in the 2019-2020 days, I would even ban the, fake ban or fake timeout Sonic and Martin for these opinions. That was funny. That'd be a lot of, remodding to do. And here's a picture of the amount of times that I warned I guess I warned Sonic once. That was more recent though. But I timed out Martin 13 times and banned Martin 42 times, and pretty much all of those were about Metallica opinions. And I banned Sonic 24 times, and pretty much all those were about Metallica opinions. And that was fun. Good times. Okay, glitchless. So after my long Mega Man 1 zipless journey finally came to an end, I naturally followed it up with a glitchless, which I knew I was going to try and do for quite a while towards the end there. I was like, okay, well, I'm definitely going to do glitchless after I do zipless. And this grind actually ended up being really short. It was a couple streams, and I got a time that I was super happy with. But basically, it's pretty much just zipless, but without the pause trick. Like, you can't use the pause trick anywhere. You can't use it against bosses, you can't use it to negate knockback, and you can't use it to avoid taking damage. It is strictly prohibited and glitchless. It's actually the only main Mega Man 1 category where it is prohibited. And, here's just a screenshot of my glitchless time. I got 5th place super quick, so I was like more than happy to walk away. Heck yeah, even better placement than I got in zipless. But it's also a less ran category. Okay, the Health of Shame is a health drop and Cutman stage that I used to go for in my earlier Mega Man 1 zipless runs, to make sure that I survived the stage no matter what Dimp chose to do to me, basically. And so here's a picture of the Health of Shame, right here. You have to take a walk down this like corridor to get it, so it's a couple second time loss there and back. And so that's why I called it the Health of Shame, because it's like, I'm gonna survive, but I'm gonna lose time, so is it worth it, pretty much? Let me try and redeem the happy anniversary thing again. Okay, there it worked, but can you guys hear it on stream today? I'm assuming you probably will be able to again, and that it was just the truck sim stream where that wasn't working because I had to mess with my audio settings. Okay, perfect. So yes, this is the Health of Shame. Dr. Wowie is up next. Dr. Wowie being probably the most famous and infamous example of Mega Man 8's terrible voice acting. Which is actually the only decent thing about Mega Man 8 is its meme-worthy voice acting. Everything else about that game sucks absolute balls, and you will hear a lot about that, don't worry. The voice actor for Dr. Light sounds exactly like Elmer Fudd, and so he calls him Wowie, and at one point almost calls Mega Man Wily even. He says, "Wa Mega Man." And I even have, I dedicated the last split to every single Mega Man I've ran so far to Wowie. In Mega Man 1, I called the Wily Machine and Wily 4 Dr. Wowie Mark 1. I think it was Mark 1. Maybe it was just Dr. Wowie. In Mega Man 2, I called it Wowie's in Space because he's an alien. In Mega Man 3, I called it Dr. Wowie Mark 3, and then in Mega Man 4, I called it Dr. Wowie Mark 4. And yes, we have a clip to show of Dr. Wowie, of Dr. Light saying Dr. Wowie, and a whole bunch of other ridiculous stuff. So let us watch that.
What do you make?
Okay, here we go.
What do you make of these?
These? Seems to be energy resources.
Resources.
But I've never seen this type on Earth. I don't know where this energy came from, but you cannot let it fall into Dr. Wowie's hands. You must recover all the energy immediately, Mega Man.
Immediately, by the way. Not immediately, immediately. And he said, "Well, Mega Man." Listen.
You must recover all the energy immediately, Mega Man.
Mega Man?
Energy immediately, Mega Man.
But where is Dr. Wily?
That's a good question.
That's a good question.
We may be able to locate another energy emission from the radar room. When we find that meteor, we'll find Dr. Wowie.
We'll find Dr. Wowie. Oh my gosh, what a riot. Okay. Let's get back to the Iceberg. Okay. The Dangerous Ladder is my name for another very precise jump, even more precise than the lava pillars somehow. In a Lekman stage, where you have to wrap around, never mind, I'm stupid. A Lek wraparounds 2 away. That is wrong. Disregard that. The Dangerous Ladder is in Cutman stage, and it is not harder than the lava pillars, but it is still a pretty tight jump. But basically there's a ladder in Cutman where you can save 2 seconds if you jump around instead of going around the long way. If you jump around the screen and pretty much make it to a higher ladder that's a platform above you. And I do have a video for that one as well. Let me go back to the watch party. The God wraparounds. Oh my gosh, I've already made a mistake. Okay, so this is showing what the Dangerous Ladder looks like right here. That's the jump. That is the Dangerous Ladder right here. You have to avoid all the enemy bullets and jump from this platform here. Like tiptoe your way off of it pretty much, and then try and jump in the air over to get up to here. And that saves 2 full seconds if you do it. Or, we'll watch that again one more time. And this is what it looks like if you just skip it. You just go around. It doesn't look like it loses that much time, but it's actually a 2-second difference. So it's definitely worth going for if you're confident enough in it. Alright. Where is my music? Okay. Fisher-Price runs. Or wait, no, sorry. We have to jump ahead for more context. I do that a couple times in this. Like, this isn't a specific order that I chose to do it in. It's just kind of the order where everything fit. So sometimes I'm going to have to jump ahead to another entry to make other ones make more sense. And, yes, you also need the dangerous ladder in any percent in all stages. Okay, so yes, we're jumping ahead to NES Prolifics, which is called PP, by the way. Prolific Points, PP. This was created by Aaron2u2, who we're going to shout out because he's super cool. It's basically a ranking and measurement of all the officially released US and PAL NES games based on a number of factors, primarily how good your time is, but also how many people play the game as well. The more players, the more potential points you can get. It's just, in a way, it's also just sort of a way to encourage people to play lesser played NES games. And it's super cool, and I'm addicted to it. It's a ranking about who has the biggest PP, precisely. There is, if you guys who don't know about PP want to check out the latest, okay, am I freezing or what? Okay, we're good. Want to check out the latest update video, I'll throw that in the chat, as well as the latest spreadsheet with all the super nerdy stats in it. I have done a couple really big push months for this. Oopsie, why did this... I have done a couple super big PP push months, particularly February, April, and May of this year. And I was fortunate enough last month to finally, I've been trying for a while, to finally make the #1 PP runner, monthly PP runner last month. I earned the most points out of anybody, which was awesome. And yeah, that feels super good to have done, because now I don't ever have to push for that again. Nor can I, because I used up all the games that were super easy PP. And after last month, I'm sitting comfortably now at 48th most prolific on the list. Although I'm definitely going to drop down a couple spots this month because I have done nothing for PP yet. Like absolutely 0 for PP this month. And unless I get lucky on Sesame Street 1, 2, 3, I probably won't. And one of the categories is changing for one of the games I did, so that's like guaranteed 200 something PP loss, plus I've been getting bopped in a crap ton of stuff. So I'm definitely going down a couple spots next month, but I'll catch up eventually. And with PP explained, we will now talk about Head of the Contra Legend Angry Legs. Damn. Let's go. That's sick. A lot of legends up there in the top. I definitely feel out of place. Okay, Fisher-Price runs. There are 3 Fisher-Price games, each of which I did specifically for PP purposes, and I really enjoyed all of them, actually. I'll show you guys what they look like. Or rather, what they look like on SRC. So, there's 3 games, and this is the order that I did them in. There's Perfect Fit, there's I Can Remember, and there's Firehouse Rescue. And all of them have pretty damn good times into it. I'm super happy with all those times. Firehouse Rescue of the 3 is easily the best of the bunch. It's the most fun, it's the most like an actual game. And it was the most fun to grind. I'm probably going to go back and grind that one soon, actually, because I want to get a better time, even though I really like my time. So basically, Perfect Fit is a game that involves dragging things into like shapes that match them pretty much. I Can Remember is a memory game where you have to remember where everything was. Like, it's like one of those memory games, like with the cards. You flip them over, you see what cards are there. Ooh, let me match those, basically. find all the matches. And then Firehouse Rescue is a completely different type of game that involves driving around a map and saving people from their houses burning, pretty much. But it's like with Fisher-Price little people. So it's super childish still, but it's a really fun game. And I actually liked Firehouse Rescue so much that I opted to try out the DOS version of it as well, which I actually had to make the leaderboard for because no one else had tried it until me, so I got a free record out of that. And that one was cool too. It was actually more different than I thought it would be. But yeah, it was super cool. Hey, welcome in, Zernus. Yes, we're finally breaking down all the juicy lore today. Oh my gosh, no, do not go for it. Okay. We're getting into the interesting stuff pretty quick here. We're almost out of the 2, like, beginner level tiers. Okay, hold on, did I just... Wait. Did we never go back? Oh my gosh, we never had a slide for Elec Wraparound. That's hilarious. I guess I just completely forgot to do that. Well, anyway, the Elec Wraparound, I think I did make a video for it, I just didn't make a slide, unless I skipped it. Oh, I did, never mind, okay. No, I do have one. I was like, there's no way I forgot one. I was so thorough with this. So it's very similar to the Dangerous Ladder, but it is harder and more precise, and also more precise than the lava pillar jumps as well. There's also a safer strat you can do with it where you like sort of tiptoe towards the edge, which loses time but guarantees a more consistent jump. Honestly, like, I feel like there's something I'm missing with the wraparound, because I'm 6,000 attempts in. I see so many people get it first try every time like it's nothing, and for me, I've lost so many runs there. It's nuts. Technically, it's not more precise? Okay. It does feel more precise to me, I don't know why. I'm super consistent with the lava pillars, but this is... I struggle with. And yeah, if you fall and I think it's 13 seconds of time loss if you fall and you miss the jump, which is like 100%, you just have to reset at that point. That is what it is. I have a couple videos to show for this one. So I will swap over to our watch party again. So this is how it looks. That's a perfect Elec wraparound. So basically you have to make this really tight jump, same as the Dangerous Ladder. But it feels way more difficult to actually pull off, but you do that. And this is what it looks like to tiptoe. So that's the other way, like the less fast but still somewhat efficient way of doing it. This is what it looks like to fail it, losing 13 seconds because you have to wait for the blocks again. And then go all the way back up just to get another chance to try. It's like at that point just reset. Or you can take the alternate path, which is slower, but not slower than failing this one. Where instead of taking that side, you actually, yeah, you can, like, a lot of people wait for this other Yoku block to come, but you can actually just jump from this one over to here. And then that's a really slow strat. You just wait for each block here, like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you can jump over. And that's that. So yes, very interesting. Okay, back to the iceberg. So, Fire Shield Duplication is similar to the dupes, but much easier to pull off. It's super consistent. It's not something that's like... It's a similar idea as the dupes, but it's very consistent. 100% consistent, pretty much, if you know what you're doing. And I'll show a video for that, too. Because it's easier to explain it as it's happening than try and explain it without the visual support. Okay. So, basically the idea here is that when you fire your first shot against... You can use it against any enemy again, too, pretty much. Any boss, rather. But it's mainly used... The primary example is against the clone in Wily 2. where basically you jump your first shot. I don't know if you, yeah, you have to jump over the guy, but basically you fire out your first shot, and then as the fire is like leaving the screen, same as the dupes, you want to hold B, and if you did it right, or press B. It's been a while since I did it, but and if you do it right, it'll pretty much make it so your firestorm shield doesn't disappear, which greatly saves you on ammo. And then you can just, like, I have it now, so he'll just walk into me. You get 4 free hits out of him. And then most runners, I think, only do the 1 cycle, and then they go back to just firing regularly, because I think it's faster. But for me, I do it for all 3 cycles. Well, maybe sometimes just 2, but in this instance, I do it for all 3. And yeah, he just keeps walking into you. It's a free fight, basically. And it's super easy to learn and super easy to pull off, even though it looks much more difficult. Okay, back to the iceberg once again. Alright, Home Alone. This is a free world record that pretty much anyone in the world can get just by doing a quick and simple setup, and then waiting down the clock for 20 minutes. So I was like, okay, I found out about this run, and I was like, sweet, well I want a free world record on the NES, and so I learned it. This was May 30th, 2024, I think. For some reason I didn't write the specific date for my first attempts, but yes. So, I did 2 of these. I completed 2 of these the first day that I tried it. And, yeah, unfortunately, for some reason, which I later found out was related to the emulator I was using, despite doing everything perfectly correct, it did not come in at the 19 minutes and 58 seconds it was supposed to. It came out at 20 flat both times. Milius later suggested switching emulators, and that's when I found out, basically, that my former emulator, Nestopia, which I switched off of permanently after this to Messen, had like a slightly slower running, it ran slightly slower somehow, and that was enough to make a 2-second difference in the times. So as long as you don't use Nestopia pretty much, this is a free record, although unfortunately, because of that disaster that happened the first day, and because the next day I was just getting bad RNG spawn at the start after bad RNG spawn at the start, it took me almost 100 attempts to get the run, to get the record run, and by that point I was just so sick of it. I hated everything about it. I hated the process. It sucks. It's terrible. It is a horrible video game. It really is a terrible game either. That's not just me saying it. It sucks. But, yeah, I was like, okay, well, I am never doing that again for the rest of my life. And I would later add, it's currently disabled because I don't want anything to mess with the itinerary of the Streamiversary month. But I have a 60,000 channel point redeemed to force me to play Home Alone again. Although, because I'm stupid, I didn't even know. Firstly, no one's even redeemed it yet, even though a lot of people have said they want to. And some have threatened to, even in some points. I have not redeemed it. And yet, I have played the Home Alone record another 3 times. I've done it a total 4 times. 3 times since the one I did, which, by the way, I was the 273rd person to do it at the time that I did it. Yeah, but I've done it 4 times. Why have I done it 4 times? You're actually going to hear more about it later, I think. But basically, the second time I did it was for the NES Odyssey, which was something that I think they did another one actually, but a couple years ago there was this event that was like encouraging anyone in the retro or NES community to submit runs of them finishing an NES game pretty much, and it was like a community effort to finish as many NES games as possible in a certain time frame, and so I was like, you know what, I'll do the Home Alone thing for it again. The second 2 times, I talked myself into a hole by, again, you're going to hear about it later, so I'm not going to go too deep into it right now, but I talked myself into a hole that involved me having to honor a deal in which I did the run another 2 different times. Those being June 1st, 2025 and September 22nd, 2025. And yes, I do have a video. We're not going to be showing off a world record run, but I do have a video to show of the last few seconds of the first time I actually got it properly, so that you guys can get a taste of it. Yes, the frame perfect ties, which are much deeper in the tier list, Iceberg. So we will be talking more about this, do not worry. What the heck? Oh, this is... Right. I wanted to show off the tricks, too, that you have to do to... So basically, you grab some items, you want to trip the first...
This is apparently a very hated game.
Yeah, it is a very hated game, for good reason, former Ashton. You agree now. Yeah, look at this, 91 attempts, like almost 100 is insane. So you trip the first robber. I can't remember which one's Harry and which one's Marv, because the graphics suck. So you trip him, and then there's pretty much a glitch where if you trip him at that precise moment, then you climb up above him, he gets permanently stuck here. So now the goal is to get the other one, pretty much. Trip the other one. So to do that, you want to come over to this room, drop this chandelier, because that's going to be important for later. Basically, the different items that you can drop have different time intervals for how long they'll stay knocked over if you hit them with them. So then you come down here, I grab the chandelier for later. In the meantime, I want to trip, I think that one's actually, I think that's Marv is this one, and Harry's the one I got stuck at the beginning. So you trip him with that, just so you get a couple seconds to run away. That gives you time to grab the chandelier and go back to where you tripped. Oh crap, but yeah, I got super unlucky. He was like right behind me. So I had to do everything really quick. Usually he takes like 3 minutes or something stupid to actually come find you, but I was really scared because he came super quick.
Oh my gosh, no.
So I had to quickly switch items. Like, I barely made it. Look, that's how close it was. I barely got it in time. But I was able to place the chandelier, trip him up, and you need this, again, the chandelier, because it's the longest interval in which he'll stay down. So that gives you plenty of time to run all the way over to the other side of the house here. Go up the stairs, and then basically just climb down the same thing you climbed up to escape Harry at the start. And then just hang there, and then when he gets up, he'll be stuck in the same place, and then all you have to do is wait the 18 minutes left down. And you can either just stay there, or you can walk around and do stuff around the house. And yeah, you just have to wait out the time, pretty much. And so this is when I finally got the 1958. Here's the last, the countdown here.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yes!
And I was really nervous I wasn't going to get it, but I got it thanks to Messin and thanks to Milius for his
oh my gosh.
suggestion.
Milius Pyros, you are a lifesaver.
Yes, you are. Milius, thank you. And yes, that's that. The Home Alone record. One of the worst games. It is only third, by the way. I should mention, this was at one point the worst speed game I ever played, but unfortunately, there are two that I actually hated more, both of which we'll be talking about later in the tier list, that are both below it, like in the same tier, but worse than it and lower than it on my tier list. It is creepy. I don't know what they were thinking with anything in that game. Okay. Oh, I need the music back. Hold on. And this is... Oh, yeah, I was supposed to mention as well, if I can get the music back anytime today. There we go. Supposed to mention as well that I also found out there's a couple different Home Alone games on different consoles that also have the same idea, basically, where you have to wait out the clock after glitching them so that they can't get you. Two of those, actually. There's a Genesis one and there's a Game Gear one. I think there may even be another one where you do that. But yes, I tried both of those on the same day. I don't have the day written down for some reason. I got more specific about dates as I went on, but it was quite a while after. I think it was a couple days before I did Letters to Big Bird, so like June 2025-ish. But I tried both the Game Gear and the Genesis ones, both of which, unfortunately, ended up being complete failures, even though I did it right. Same thing happened, pretty much. My emulator was too slow. I submitted the Game Gear one, though, still, because at least they did it, you know. It gave me 5th, which is unfortunate, but what can you do? Maybe I'll try it again someday. And the Genesis one I couldn't even submit because I accidentally pressed something I wasn't supposed to right after the end of the run, like 3 seconds before the run officially ends. And it deemed it invalid, and I never wanted to do it again, so I was like, well, I guess we'll just take the Game Gear one then. Okay, marble races. There's a game called Marbles on Stream, which is an RNG-based game that anyone can play through Twitch chat just by typing !play. And it's basically just, it throws a marble with your name on it into a race where you get to watch what happens to your marbles as they roll and race each other. You may be wondering why this is so high, because some of you may not have ever even seen the marble race streams, but back in the 2018 to 2020 era of streams, I did marble races very often. And I've recently tried to start bringing them back on a few occasions as well. We played them, I think, 3 times in recent years, so it was enough to warrant being in the second tier, because there's not really much to it. It's marbles, and I'm going to try and have a redeem at some point to do marble races as well. Great Waldo search. Oh boy, we'll be getting to that, don't you worry. Okay, next tier list, or next tier, why do I keep saying tier list? The next entry of the Iceberg. Fire ducks. So, in our community duck pond, there are 2 ducks which can set fire to flammable. There's a lot of flammable ducks too. There's like ducks made out of wood, ducks made out of paper. Don't ask me how the paper ones can go in the water. But yeah, there were 2 fire ducks that happened to be owned by Diesel and Milius respectively, that are menaces to society and like setting other ducks on fire. I found a bad quality. I could have just gone into my duck pond, but I was lazy, so I found a bad quality image online of these ducks. This is Milius' duck, the lava duck. This is Diesel's, the dragon duck. And here are 2 examples of flammable ducks, the wood and the plaid. And they're both on fire because these ducks are menaces to duck society. This is them committing their heinous crimes right in action in this picture. Okay, Giller prizes. You're going to hear more about the backstory about this later. I do mention it slightly. But yeah, there's entirely different, all the way down here, this one, hidden numbers and splits, that we're going to come to way later. That gives more backstory to the day that we ultimately came across Giller prizes. A lot of you have probably heard me say that don't know about the Giller prizes, that's a Giller, and had no idea what the hell I was talking about. Basically, on July 26th, 2025, we were renaming some of my Mega Man 1 splits, and Deck in particular was throwing out some really incredible potential names with awesome puns. And there was something I was so impressed by. I was like, you know what? You deserve an award. So I was like, what sort of award? Like some sort of literary award for your brilliant puns. And so I decided to search up Canadian Literary Awards. And I looked through a few of them, and then I learned about, ultimately, the one that caught my eye was the Giller Prize. Which basically, yeah, is a literary award in Canada for writers. That they have like a yearly ceremony every year, and someone wins a big prize. I decided to hijack the Giller Prize for my own use, and though it very well could have just been a one-time joke, it ultimately became a big thing that we still joke about now, almost a year later. But basically, Giller Prizes, we have a running list, we have a spreadsheet, actually. I'll throw it in if anyone wants to check it out. You may even recognize your names on there. But I have like a leaderboard spreadsheet, pretty much, that keeps track of all the Gillers that we've earned over the year. Diesel easily has the most. 150 Gillers, in fact. But yeah, so every time someone makes a pun that's interesting, that I like, or even just says something that I think is cool and deserves recognition, I'm like, you know what, that's a Giller, and I add a Giller to our Giller list. And I date it, and I have a list of what has exactly earned Gillers for everyone. But yes, we now own the Giller Prize. It does not belong to the Giller Prize themselves. it now belongs to me. I am giving out Gillers left and right like they're going out of style. Okay. Oh wait, sorry. No. We gotta go back. I wasn't done with the Gillers because it says I have. Oh yeah, I have a clip of the moment I learned about Gillers to show you guys. So let me get us back to the watch party.
Pulitzer Prize. Well, that's sort of more general. Nobel Prize in Literature. Oh boy, what a fancy name. Oh, okay, here we go. Giller Prize, a Canadian literary award for the best Canadian novel or short story collection published in English. My whole life is a bunch of short reset stories. Come on, give me a Giller Prize. I need a Giller Prize, you guys. That's what we got the eyes on. We got the eyes on the Giller Prize.
And who would have known that the Giller Prize would become such a prized part of our community? Nice pun. A Giller-worthy pun, in fact. I'm going to mull that one over for a bit. But yeah, that is exactly the moment we found out about Gillers. And I'm ashamed to say as a Canadian that I did not know about the Giller Prize until that day, but I guess better late than never. Okay. The Pacific, which is short for the Pacific Ocean, was the initial community name that I came up with after I switched my name from AshtonMO2 to AshTulu, and I used it for a couple months. I was like, okay, it's fine, it's decent. I used it, I think, not too long, like maybe 3 or 4 months, maybe a bit longer than that, before, like I said, Channel 3 Gaming came in and suggested I use the Cephalopod Squad instead, which I did for many years. And yeah, I figured, I mentioned earlier I had some other, before that other picture I showed, which I'll give you guys a reminder of, this was the profile picture I used for the majority of my AshTulu era, but I thought it was a fun bonus to be cool to show you guys 3 other early drafts that I used for a very short amount of time that were all terrible. Terribly edited pictures. With gill power. Nice. So yes, these were all very early drafts. I didn't use them for very long, but yeah. And these were all used during the Pacific era before I changed it to the Cephalopod Squad. Okay, Waldo. This, I don't know why I don't have a picture of Waldo, but everyone knows what Waldo looks like because he's, yeah, he likes to be found. But this is one of the meme NES speedruns that a lot of PP people play. Yes, aka Wally, in many places in Europe, primarily UK, and a whole bunch of other names in a whole bunch of other countries. Yeah, this is a run that relies super heavily on good RNG as you attempt to find Waldo through a variety of different locations. And I am embarrassed to say that I put over 15,000, oh my gosh, please no, 1,500 attempts into this game. But those attempts were well worth it because there are 172 people on the board, and I'm sitting comfortably at number 19. There's also another NES Waldo game called The Great Waldo Search, which to me is even worse. I think it's worse. It is so bad. I hate it. They're both terrible though, but at least Where's Waldo is kind of a guilty pleasure. Here's I actually got bopped, I think, recently in Waldo Search after this screenshot. Maybe not. I've been bopped in a lot of stuff this month. I can't even keep up with it. But that's a picture showing my recent PBs in both of them. There's one Waldo in this iceberg. See if you can find him. Congrats on your Giller, Diesel. I'm gonna copy that over for you for later. I don't like Unfair Ground, and I don't like Shitty either. Waldo sucks, although it's a guilty pleasure. It made it into my guilty pleasure tier on my tier list. Although Great Waldo Search, terrible. I hate it. It's awful. Okay, here we go. We're finally getting into the more interesting stuff now. We're entering layer 3 of the iceberg. Starting off with 17 moments. This refers to my unintentional recurring fixation on the number 17 whenever I'm trying to use big numbers to exaggerate the frequency of something happening. And for some reason, I don't know why, it's still to this day, but like especially in the 2018 to 2020 stream era, this was very recurring. But yeah, so for an example, I'd say like, I'm getting sick of this. I swear I've failed this no less than 17 times. My mind and my mouth and everything always just gravitates to the number 17. And eventually after a while, myself and others started to take notice of that. And so we started dubbing those 17 moments because it happens so often. And we have a command, I think? Yeah, we have a command. It's just if you say the number 17. Sometimes out of context, someone will say 17 in Discord and it will respond with this. But yeah, we have a command where anytime 17 is said, it says, Ashton, get your numbers right. And the funny thing about this actually, about the 17 moments, is that they most frequently occurred during the 2019 and 2020 streams, throughout most of which I was 17 years old. So who knows, maybe I was just fixating on my age, but it started before I was 17, so I don't know if that's true. Would love to smack Waldo in the head 17 times, as would I. Okay, Hump Day is what sad, divorced, middle-aged fathers who have nothing to look forward to call Wednesday to help themselves get through a slow week. I think this is one of the stupidest expressions in the English language, and I have expressed many a time how much I think Hump Day is just a stupid, lazy, horrible expression that should be permanently eradicated from the English vocabulary. And because of this hatred, Martin likes to use it to annoy me, and he doesn't do it quite as much anymore, but he used to ping me every Wednesday with a Discord spoiler, and I'd click in it, and I'd always fall for it until eventually I got used to it. I was like, and it would always say Happy Hump Day. It was like, screw you. Ultimate troll, I love it. But yeah, I actually have a clip from May 7th, 2019 of me talking about my disdain for said term, and we're gonna play it. Thought it was Honk Day. I'm very sad the Honks didn't make the tier list, or I said tier list again, didn't make the Iceberg in time. But they will definitely be on the update. Okay, so yes, here's me expressing my hatred for Hump Day. And I'm pretty sure the audio might be super loud in this one.
I prefer
So,
Tuesday
okay, no,
over
never
Wednesday
mind.
because people don't go around all day saying, "Oh my God, today is Hump Day. We're halfway through the week." Because you're not. I mean, if you think about it, technically, yes, you are halfway through the work week, but it does not feel like it. Because Wednesdays drag and drag and drag and drag and drag, and you know what makes them drag even more? When people call them Hump Day and they're like, "Oh my God, it's Hump Day."
And yes, that's that. Hump Day is a terrible term, and I hate it. Okay, Ruby Spears is the most common nickname for the Mega Man cartoon that aired between 1994 and 1995, which was named after Joe Ruby and Ken Spears, who are the founders of the Ruby Spears Entertainment company behind the cartoon. To celebrate Mega Man May in 2024, I was like, you know what, we gotta do a Mega May this year. And so I was like, what should we do? And eventually the idea struck me. I had fond memories of watching this cartoon as a kid, and I was like, you know what? What if we watch Ruby Spears on stream? It's available for free on YouTube, so obviously there's no copyright. There's no fear of copyright or anything. So it's like, why don't we just do watch parties throughout Mega May? And so in 2024, In May 2024, that's exactly what we did. We would, sometimes before runs, sometimes in the middle of runs if they were too frustrating, or sometimes at the end of stream, we watched and reacted to every single episode, of which there are 27, of the Ruby Spears Mega Man cartoon. And you guys are going to get a taste of the show in some of these other entries, don't you worry. We don't have anything particularly right now to show off, but you guys will see plenty of this in other entries. What am I going to do, a watch party of Inazuma 11? Well, it makes sense for me to play the game first, right? Okay. Zapper runs. This used to be Barker Bill before I did more Zapper runs, and then I had to change the entry to just say Zapper runs. But this refers to the NES speedruns that I've done that use the NES Zapper, aka the light gun accessory. Which I do, like, I played a lot of these, quite a few of these as a kid. I played Hogan's Alley, I played Duck Hunt, Wild Gun Man, a couple of them I played as a kid. But though I do have a Zapper on hand, I do not have an NES setup at the moment. So I just did all my runs using emulator and mouse. And I've actually, most of which I've gotten amazing times on, I'm super happy with. But yeah, the Zapper runs are another recurring thing. Of which I've done 8 currently. I did Barker Bill's Trick Shooting was the first I did. Then I did Duck Hunt, then I did Hogan's Alley, then I did Shooting Range, then I did Wild Gunman, then I did Gotcha the Sport, which you guys will hear more about again later. Then I did Freedom Force, which is a really difficult game. And then just the other day I did Crime Busters. This is my latest speedrun, which is unlicensed, so it doesn't count for PP, but... And yeah, Duck Hunt also doesn't count for PP because the emulator board is separate from the main one. But 6 of these were all worth PP, which is awesome. But I didn't do them for PP. Genuinely, like, Barker Bill I did because it looked fun. I don't think, I'm like, maybe I'd tried this one as a kid, I don't remember. I did it because it looked fun. Hogan's Alley and Duck Hunt I played both as a kid and loved. Shooting Range I don't think I'd played before. Wild Gunman I had. And then Freedom Force I definitely hadn't. Gotcha I definitely hadn't. And Crime Busters, obviously I hadn't. Yeah. I didn't even start out doing them for PP. Like, Shooting Range onward I sort of did for PP minus Crime Busters, but I literally just did them because they were fun or looked fun. And this is a Zapper, by the way. AshtonRTA. I like it. Okay. Here we go. Really interesting stuff now. Scottish Ashton. Also known as I've called him both Angus and Willie before. Angus is sort of usually the name I consider first when I think of it. And Trial of Knowledge, who we miss dearly, called him Ashton. Like Ashden as well. Ashton McAshton. He is a loud, haggis-eating, bagpipe-obsessed Scottish caricature and persona that comes out on occasion, particularly during the old Euro Truck Simulator 2 streams that I did with Mighty Benno 1, who you guys are going to be hearing a lot about on this tier list as well. The character, like the voice and the impression and all of that, is heavily inspired by Fat Bastard from the Austin Powers movies. And you can very much tell with the sort of phrases and stuff I use. And I think we're going to let a couple clips do the talking here. Give you guys a taste of the very loud Scottish Ashton persona. These are circa September 2019. Back when I was actually not super quiet. Remember those days, guys? Get in my belly! Otherwise you'd have Ashton. A ton of ash. Okay, here we go. 2 examples.
Delete the VOD! There's gonna be trouble!
Delete the vodka or I will stick it in your egg.
It's unnegotiable. You delete that VOD and their things are gonna get really bloody messy and really bloody quick.
Oh yes, I like that answer.
In the meantime, I'm gonna stuff my face with haggis.
With peanuts.
I will whip off my kilt and feed you me I will whip off my kilt and feed you me milk.
Oh Jesus.
If you best get
No,
me
where
way.
are you going, Ashton? You're supposed to go here.
Hey, listen, unless you want me to stuff a bagpipe up your ass, you better not delete the VOD, sonny. I will whip off my kilt and I will stick a bagpipe up your ass if you delete this VOD, sir.
Whip.
As a Scotsman, I have the integrity and the right to do that.
Whip your dick out to this.
And I'll stuck some haggis up there too.
Back when I was actually loud on stream. Oh my gosh, yes, Scottish. So that's that. You recognize the driving, and I was even worse back then. You guys are getting to see a lot of truck sim related things on this tier list. On this, I said tier list again. Stop saying tier list. So yes, that is Scottish Ashton, aka Angus, aka Willie, aka Ashton McAshton. Melius, welcome in. I apologize you joined the wrong stream. Imagine if that's someone's first taste of the stream. Okay, the Retro Gaming League, or RGL. Yeah, I've got this is the logo. This was a 17-week-long casual competitive gaming league that was created by Classic and Current Gaming that aims to highlight retro gems from an abundance of different consoles, one game per week, as I wrote in my description. That was the description I made for the command that and the timer that was being sent out during those playthroughs. But yeah, basically, it was a competitive, like, semi-speed run, but not really casual gaming league where every week you'd learn a different game and the players had different matchups. Like, you'd be matched up with a different opponent every week, and you pretty much just had to get to a certain point in the game or get a certain amount of points and hope that you won your matchup. Basically, just try and play this game the best you can after spending a week learning it. And it was a 17-week-long thing, and at the end of it, the top 8 players headed into the championship bracket. I was not in the top 8, I was number 9. And the bottom 4, including myself, headed into the consolation bracket. Smiling Pluvius was the one that invited me to join this. I was participated. They've been doing this a long time. It's really cool, actually, the history that they have this. But I was invited to participate in Season 9 of the Retro Gaming League, and that started my first official stream related to the Retro Gaming League was September 17th, 2025. And my last official stream for the Retro Gaming League was February 15th, 2026, where I was eliminated 19 weeks in, the second week of the finals, the second week of the post-season games. I was in the consolation bracket. I was eliminated during the finals of the consolation bracket, where I lost my what was it, Wario? What was the Wario Virtual Boy game called? I think it was just called Virtual Boy Wario Land or something like that. I lost my matchup in that and ultimately was eliminated from competition. But hey, I finished 9th out of 12 people who participated, which is more than I would have expected for myself. So I'm super happy about that. And this was the standings at the end of the main season before we went into the brackets. And yeah, number 9, AshtonRTA, 24 points. Okay. On the subject of the Retro Gaming League, the game we played for week 2 of the Retro Gaming League was Bonk's Adventure for the TurboGrafx 16. I have a picture of that. Which I did my playthrough of on September 26, 2025. And along the way, during the journey of this game, there were a bunch of pals in chat. Diesel was there, Rep was there, Dekar was there. Obviously, I was there because I'm a streamer. And we're making a whole bunch of puns with the word bonk in them. For example, a bonker Holyfield, which was hilarious. And yeah, there's a lot of gillers that were given out for this, for the variety of puns in this stream. It was super fun. And even Scottish Ashton joined in for a bit. Scottish Ashton came out for the first time in a while during the Bonk's Adventure stream. And yeah, ever since we've still used bonk on regular occasions, either say bonkers or just try and throw bonk into stuff. Okay. What the heck? What? Okay, hold on, give me a sec. I have the wrong words here. Okay. There we go. This iceberg is bonkers. It really is. Okay, duchies. This... Hold on. Can I get back to my other window now? Thank you. Okay. So, this is a reference to the sheer amount of regular community members I've had over the years that are from the Netherlands, including 2 mods, by the way. Jimmy67, who you guys always see in here. The Gym Man. And Martin, who, like I said, tramway worker, who we're referring to as Martin, are both from the Netherlands. A former mod that I haven't seen in ages, named Dito22, is also from the Netherlands, and another valued community member, Leanne Pinkporo, who we've mentioned, is also from the Netherlands. They're all duchies, and I know for a fact there's been other duchies that have come through this community as well over the years. There's another pal I had way back when named Lone Star 24, who I also think was Dutch. I don't know for sure, but I think he was. But yeah, basically clearly there's some sort of gravitation between myself and duchies. I love my duchies, and clearly they love me as well. And for the record, can I just say, to Nigel Powers' opinion from Austin Powers 3 Gold member, boo! There are only 2 things he can't stand in this world: people who are intolerant of other people's cultures and the Dutch. Terrible opinion. You have terrible taste, Nigel Powers. Boo! Spot. This little bastard. This absolute prickwad. Let's just look at him. Let's just look at him. This guy's a douchebag. Look at him. He thinks he's so cool. His name is actually Cool Spot, by the way. I found that out when I was making this. I thought his name was Spot. It's Cool Spot. Clearly he put the cool on the end of it himself. He is not cool. He sucks. Spot the video game is what is supposed to be a free PP speedrun, whose ideal RNG and strategy requires sitting through 3 minutes of demos. 3 minutes for a 7-second speedrun in order to maybe manipulate to get the best RNG. Most people are able to get it within 5 attempts, but for me, I sat through the 3 demos over 100 times. I am not even kidding. And I did not get it once. And this is somehow only the second worst rated game on my speed game tier list. There is one that is worse even than this, and we're going to talk about that in a bit. I didn't think there was worse than Spot, but there is. But still, Spot is absolutely garbage. This is the leaderboard. I was lucky enough to I think I actually may have been bopped again recently. This is from last week, the screenshot. But eventually, with Flecke's help, I was able to get a time that was like somewhat decent with the second most viable strategy. Speaking of Flecke, he is the only other person I know that sat through the demos almost as much as I did and never got it. I think he actually did end up getting it towards the end, the ideal pattern, yet somehow still I beat his time. I don't know how. But he sat through it probably 50 plus times too until he got it. So at least there is someone else besides me that sat through the demos as much as I did and just wasn't getting lucky. Well, yeah, like you look at Alicon or Yoka, both of them got it within 2 attempts, I think. Like, insane. I would say Sweet Buff in this instance, but Flecky didn't get so lucky, so unless Flecky was just immune or something that day from the Sweet Buff, then I don't know. Also, on the subject, it's funny you mentioned that, Diesel, because I threw your meme into the... There's a hilarious meme that Diesel made that earned him a Giller, by the way, that I just have to throw in this presentation because yes, anything that involves harming Spot in any way makes me super happy. So this is X marks the spot, in which Mega Man X marks Spot for death. Thank you, X, by the way, and thank you, Diesel, for that meme. Alright, carrots. There's nothing really specific to say. I just hate carrots. And I mean, I love vegetables. Like, I'm not some, like, ew, vegetables. I am a big vegetable enjoyer. I just hate carrots. I absolutely loathe carrots. I think they are horrible. And I do not understand why anyone would ever actively choose to gorge on these demonic orange filth sticks. They're just nasty. They're terrible. They're hard to swallow. They taste terrible, both cooked and raw. Like, there's nothing good about carrots. Carrot cake is good, though. I will say that. But I despise carrots otherwise. And we have a command for this, even. I like talking about, specifically back in the older stream days, but I've talked about for years how much I hate carrots, and eventually I think Martin made that command because he thought it was funny. And he also hates carrots, which is cool. He can relate. Carrots are by far the worst vegetable. I will not take any other answer. Okay, Jimmy's nicknames. This refers to the many nicknames that I've given Jimmy over the years, and he usually changes his name on Discord to match those. So for a few examples, during a truck sim stream in May 2019, we had a crash counter, which you guys are going to hear more about later. That, yeah, basically just counted the amount of times I crashed. And he was the one that was mostly editing that after crashes, and I ended up calling him Jimmy Crashman that day. And fun fact, that is my Mega Man 2 Crashman split name, Jimmy Crashman, in honor of that name. But yeah, he went and changed his name in Discord after that, and then it just sort of became a joke from there. Like, he's fixed Nightbot a few times. Like, there's been Nightbot commands that have broken, and he's gone in and fixed them when I was too busy with the stream. And I called him Jimmy Fixman. He changed his name. He always comes in the stream with a funny one-liner, so I called him Jimmy One-Liner Man one time. He changed his name to that in Discord. One time I told him to read the fine print about something, and he called himself Jimmy Fine Print Man, actually. I didn't call him that. He named himself that in Discord, which I thought was hilarious. And then, again, he's fixed a lot of bot things before that have gone wrong. So one time I called him Jimmy Problem Solver Man, and same deal, changed his name. It's, ban Bugs Bunny, yeah, screw that carrot eater. But yeah, the Jimmy nicknames just keep coming, and they're never any less funny. I love when he changes his name to match them. Okay, we're gonna dive ahead a bit again from, just a few. We're gonna dive ahead of Dive Man, actually. I didn't even realize, for now, and then go back to Dive Man. Because we need to fill in some context first. But Captain N Mega Man. So there's another cartoon called Captain N the Game Master, which I also want to do watch parties of on stream eventually. This ran from 1989 to 1991. It was about a guy named Kevin who calls himself Captain N. That's hence Captain N. He claims to be a master video gamer, even though he gets a whole bunch of basic facts wrong. Like, he calls Cutman Cutsman, for example. Like, you're not a master video gamer. Get out of here. Yeah, so I highly doubt he's a master video gamer. But anyway, in the show, he is able to teleport into a universe called Videoland by jumping through his TV. And in Videoland, he's able to help out his favorite video game characters take out the bad guys. One such video game character, of course, is Mega Man, though the person who designed Mega Man for Captain N had never played Mega Man before. I think, from what I remember about the story, they gave him a Mega Man cartridge. They're like, go home and play this or whatever. And in one night, he tried a little bit of Mega Man, and in that same night, he designed the Mega Man for the show. And unfortunately, his TV display made Mega Man look green. And yeah, the result was catastrophic, what he looks like, and unfortunately his voice doesn't help matters either. He is a short, green, stubby crime against humanity who sounds like the chocolate woman from SpongeBob, and I have a clip to show you guys of when I was showing stream a couple years ago, what he sounds like and what he looks like.
This is his voice. This is his voice.
This isn't exactly what I was wishing for.
What did you wish for, Mega Manicus? I can't tell you that, kid.
I can't tell you that.
Won't come true.
How about opening your presents, Mega Man?
Oh my gosh.
Oh boy, what's this?
What an abomination.
This is horrible.
Automatically teach you how to exercise.
And Mega Man needs to exercise too. No wonder he's stubby and fat. What the hell did they do to him?
Thanks, Your Highness. I'll grow mega muscles with this.
Chocolate! They're selling chocolate!
Why, thanks, Duke.
Oh my gosh.
This one's for
Yeah,
me.
he does sound like he smoked for 50 years. Bruno, congratulations on Shadow Man. That was quick.
Open mine next.
Anyway, that's basically the clip. There's no one they didn't screw, honestly. They screwed the pooch with absolutely everybody, unfortunately. Horrible. Like, the Robot Masters look even worse than Mega Man does, actually, somehow. Okay, where's my, there's the Iceberg. So, now we move into Dive Man's voice, and this is an absolute travesty. So, Dive Man appeared in Season 1, Episode 7 of the Ruby Spears cartoon, and, there's a lot of really bad voices. Like, I mean, it's not Mega Man 8 level voice acting for the most part, but I mean, there are a few that are as bad as Mega Man 8. But yeah, there's a lot of, unfortunately, really terrible and unfitting voices for the Robot Masters, and Dive Man, I think, is the worst example of one that was just completely screwed over by Ruby Spears, and he sounds pretty much exactly like Captain and Mega Man. And we have a clip to show of that as well. Where is... Oh, there's Watch Party. There we go. There we go.
Yeah, that's strange.
Let me give you another reminder.
Are you kidding me? That's Dive Man's voice? Are you kidding me? That's the voice they chose for Dive Man? What the hell?
Sizzling circuits! I forgot about Let me give you another reminder.
Oh my god, that is just Captain and Mega Man again. That is bad, holy smokes.
What were you saying about a reminder, Dive Man?
Oh my god.
Now for the coup de grace.
Yes, and fun fact, I named my Mega Man Force Split for Dive Man, Reminder Man, after that clip. Let me give you a little reminder. Or another reminder, rather. Such a terrible voice. I don't know what they were thinking with that. Sizzling circuits. And Mega Man used that way too much. Okay. Sun counting. So I don't think I actually provided a video for this one, but I do have a picture we'll go to. We can actually go there now. So sun counting is a speed strat used in the last level of the Big Bird's hide and seek speedrun that involves counting to specific intervals for each time that the sun the sun has like ticks further down to the bottom of the screen pretty much every time he moves down a pixel. Like, if you're playing this level casually, your goal would be to spell as many words as you can before the sun reaches the bottom of the screen, but since we're doing the speed run, that would lose time, because I'm spelling all those words that just take a million years. So instead, you just want the sun to fall to the bottom as quickly as it can, basically. You want to wait out the clock, but unfortunately, you can't just wait out the clock, because if you don't input anything, then Big Bird will start talking to you. The sun will not move at all. And Big Bird will assume that you're AFK, so he's like reminding you what to do. He assumes you're AFK or like you don't know what you're doing, basically, which is a big time loss because the sun stops moving and his voice lines take a million years. So, basically, from the starting position here, or sorry, from this, you start at this window. So at this window, you want to count to 5 sun ticks. Every time the sun moves down a pixel, you count out loud or in your head. So you'll be like 1, 2, 3, and then as soon as it hits 5, you input so that the bird moves over here. By the way, the D-pad only moves one direction in the Sesame Street games, which is annoying. Well, I should say in 3 out of 4 of them. Countdown, it actually does control differently, thankfully. But in the other 3, it only moves one direction, so you can't go back and forth to windows, which explains a much of the time loss in this game. We'll get to that eventually, too. But yeah, so after you've moved after the first 5 ticks, you then count to 5 again, and as soon as, so like that lets Big Bird know that you're in the game, you're not AFK. Afterwards, you count to 5 again, 5 sun ticks down towards the bottom of the screen. Then you input a letter so that Big Bird knows not only are you not AFK, but you're also actively, in his mind, trying to guess words, basically. After that, you only have to count to 7, or you can only, what's the word I'm thinking of? You don't have to do it every 5. The interval gets bigger, and you only have to count every 17 sun ticks instead. So after 17, you count out loud, then you move to the next window, then the next window. I think you end up back in the starting position, or maybe here. After all the ticks, you're just counting out loud, basically, for most of this level, and then after that, after the sun reaches the bottom of the screen and Big Bird says time's up, that's when the run ends, and that's it. And yes, this is what the level looks like. Oh, that's what's different. I don't have my music in the back. Okay. Gee whiz. This is, according to Dakar, gee whiz is what I say and sound like when I lose a run. When I reset a run in a Mega Man game, I say gee whiz and I brush it off like it's nothing, which, while very inaccurate, I think is hilarious, and that's why I have it as a sound effect redeem in this channel. And also, I have a clip of Dakar to show you guys, to show you the origin of this. Uber, welcome in! We are going through 10 years worth of lore in this ridiculous iceberg. Breaking it down one piece at a time. Okay, here's Dakar's clip.
I like the contrast of, like, I keep swearing non-stop, and, like, Ashton is, like, super soft-spoken, and, like, never raises his voice. Like, oh, snap, my run is dead. Let's start a new one. I'm like, you motherfucker! Oh yeah, you let out a, oh, shucks. Or something like that. Oh, gee whiz, guys.
So yes, that's me according to Deck. I wish I was a simple OG whiz, guys. Instead, it's like 5 minutes of crapping on my gameplay and saying how much I suck. Yeah, welcome in, Uber. It's good to see you, man. Okay. Goodness gracious. So at the start of December 2025, right after playing Mega Man 8 for, I should add, it was the same stream, right after playing Mega Man 8 for the Retro Gaming League, I came down with a really bad cold flu hybrid, and I'm blaming Mega Man 8 for that because it sucks ass and it probably got me sick. So yeah, I came down with a really bad, like, I don't even know if it was a cold or a flu. It was sort of had symptoms of both. This is December 2025. And unexpectedly, I had to stop streaming for a couple weeks because it was really bad. I was down with it for quite a while. And when I finally did come back to stream a couple weeks later, me and a whole bunch of other people around in the community noticed that I started saying goodness gracious an awful lot out of nowhere. Like after everything, I would just say goodness gracious. I don't know why that was. It just became a catchphrase. And it has persisted since then, although it has been less frequent. But I was saying goodness gracious left and right for a good while there, and so maybe that lends itself to the gee whiz thing. Like maybe I do sound like that, I don't know. But yeah. Okay. GP, which is short for gold potential. I always used to point out, I try not to do it so much anymore because it always seems to work against me. But, GP, you know what, I actually do Uber, believe it or not. Like, if you hang out enough of my Mega Man 4 runs, I actually do really get pissed. I do let the expletives fly on occasion. Although it's not typically something I do. I'm in that way in real life too. Like, I'm not a big, F-bomb guy. I try to avoid it at any cost, but sometimes a run will get the better of me and I'll let some loose. Okay, yeah, so GP is short for gold potential, and yeah, I always used to point out, I always used to be like halfway through a really good stage and be like, okay, this has gold potential. And pretty much every time I pointed out loud that a run had gold potential, or a stage had gold potential, it would die like immediately after that. And so I was like, okay, fine, I guess I shouldn't say out loud when a run's gonna be gold potential. So I started saying, just out of nowhere, without any context, started saying, this stage has GP. And I was like, if you know what I mean, you know what I mean. If you don't, then you'll see. And ever since I started saying GP instead of gold potential, I'm killing the golds less, so it's working. Okay, why did it not go to the next, there we go. Okay, so Gumball Gamble / Gumball Gambit. I couldn't fit both into the title, but this is the Gumball Gamble or the Gumball Gambit. In January 2026, that's when I started finally doing my first Mega Man 4 speedruns after years of wanting to run the game. And pretty much right away, we instantly came upon a really unfortunate inconsistency. In one of the very first few stages, in one of the very first rooms of Brightman stage, the very first run of the game, just a few rooms in, there's an enemy that looks like a gumball machine, and you're supposed to slide into him and then intentionally take damage, in a way that pretty much freezes Mega Man, and it allows you to, I think I have pictures actually. Yeah, this is the enemy, this is the room. So you slide into it while charging, basically, and it's supposed to freeze Mega Man in place right here because he'll shoot a bullet at the same time that, like, lets you slide through him pretty much and take damage. And yeah, that's how it's supposed to go. But early on, I was having an inconsistency where I must have been sliding into him wrong because I was hitting him instead of the bullet, and it was knocking me back instead of letting me damage boost through him and slide through him. And so basically I'd have to take the extra time to shoot this guy down so I could continue. And it was happening so much in those first few Mega Man 4 Grand streams that I started calling it the Gumball Gamble, because you never knew what was going to happen with it. And a couple times I accidentally called it the Gumball Gambit, which to be fair also does work. And after a while I started referring to it as both, like, back and forth, so you can call it the Gumball Gamble or the Gumball Gambit, but thankfully, it doesn't really happen that much now. I don't know even what was causing it, but eventually it was an inconsistency that corrected itself, and now it rarely happens, like maybe once in every 100 attempts or something. Okay, the nursery. This was the community name that we had throughout most of my time with the Ashton MO2 name in 2018 and 2019. It was intended to give off like sort of a cozy corner feeling atmosphere, and that Ashton 63 love emote that I showed earlier, I'm not going to go back to it now, but you guys remember that one, was edited with that theme in mind. It's basically like obviously a nursery is like where a baby will stay, right? So I was like a cartoon baby that I added like my face to and put a love a heart in its hands, and that was my emo basically. And yeah, so the nursery was the name I used for a while, and here's a couple other pictures, much like the ones I showed for the Ashtulu era. These were two pictures that I used for a very brief time during that era. I think this one I actually used for quite a bit. I think I actually, in this case, I actually used both of these for a while now that I think about it. But terribly edited pictures that were horrible. Okay, paper dolls. So, in addition to the awful voices that the Ruby Spears Robot Masters have, the show is also home to some of the worst, most cringeworthy, un-Giller deserving puns the world has ever heard before. And to make matters worse, pretty much every single character in the show, except for Roll. Roll is like the only one who's actually original and comes up with funny stuff every episode. I swear. Roll and Dr. Wily were carrying Ruby Spears on their backs. Yes, but most of the characters, Mega Man, Dr. Wily, Proto Man, and all the Robot Masters had the same catchphrases that they would repeat every episode or every other episode. And Paper Dolls is a reference to one of Cutman's, his most irritating, in my opinion, catchphrase. His 6 most common catchphrases are, "Let's see how you do against Kung Fu Cutman," "Let's cut to the chase," "I'll slice and dice him," "I'm going to cut you into little pieces," "I'm going to cut you down to size," and of course my personal favorite and also the most annoying, "I'm going to make paper dolls out of you." Of course, I have a clip to show as well of Cutman saying this. Say Dr. Wobbly around these parts. I'm sorry.
I'm going to make paper dolls out of you.
You're right.
I'm going to make paper dolls out of you.
And that's that. That is Cutsy himself. Saying the legendary Paper Dolls line. Okay. Let me get the music back. Okay, PP jokes. Sounds like a bad Italian. That's funny. I can hear that. Okay, so PP jokes refers to the many jokes that we made in relation to Earthbound's PP points, aka psychic points. During our Retro Achievements playthrough that we did last year in May and June of 2025. Yeah, it was mostly Deck actually. Deck, Diesel, and I were the ones making I think Rep actually too. We're making the brunt of these PP jokes, but we were all laughing like children over the word PP, like haha, PP, so funny. And I also think it's funny that PP is regularly used around these parts, not just because of the PP jokes, but because of prolific points as well. And also, fun fact, when we're doing a Jackbox stream a couple weeks ago, some random person that came and joined in the games asked me what PP I had, and at first I was confused. I was like, this rando's not going to be asking me about prolific points, right? Then I was like, wait a second, PP, party pack, Jackbox party packs, which party packs do I have? So that was another instance of PP being used. Like, we have to use all of these at any opportunity to joke about PP. Okay, let's, we've got a clip to show for this. An example of our PP jokes. Oh crap, why did I shut that off? I'm not supposed to do that. Hopefully it comes up. Where is it? There you go.
Alright, that's a level up for Reppy, and I think it's gonna be one for Jimmy too. Nice 10 PP for Reppy. It's a heck of a strap-on.
Oh man, good times, you guys. Okay, let's go back to the Iceberg. Okay, left versus right entrances. This refers to the time difference between characters entering from the left side or the right side of the screen in Big Bird's hide and speak during the speedrun. The right side has a much shorter walk to the door because it's closer to the door. So basically you want the characters to enter from the right as much as possible. But unfortunately, there's always a lot of left entrances, which loses time and sucks. There are 5 characters that you have to find. There's only ever going to be 4 of them in the same level, but in hide and speak there's 5 different characters that will hide in the windows in the various levels. There's Elmo, there's Bert, there's the Count, there's Grover, and there's Ernie. In my experience, and everyone saw this for themselves, Elmo and Bert were usually the ones that behaved well and entered from the right as they should, whereas Grover and Ernie almost always came from the left about 90% of the time and lost me time. I think it's hilarious too that Grover and Ernie are the same 2 that are in Sesame Street 1, 2, 3. They both give you terrible RNG as well, so they're just always consistently mean. They're being true to their characters in the NES games. The sad thing is, Grover and Ernie are actually 2 of my favorite Sesame Street characters aside from the game, so it sucks that they're such assholes to me because I love them. And also the Count is another one, and he, from my experience, usually it was 50-50. It seemed like he didn't really have a preferred side. He was sometimes nice, sometimes he wasn't. Any of them could be nice or mean depending on which run it was, but usually Elmo and Bert were nice. The Count was sort of equal, and Grover and Ernie were usually asshats. This is... yeah. I have 2 pictures here showing exactly that. Elmo coming from the right like a good boy, and Grover coming from the left like an asshat. And you can clearly see the distance here. Is my cursor showing? Or yeah, my cursor showing. Awesome. You can clearly see the distance. If you come from the right, it's like, look how quick the door is. But if you come from here, there's quite a bit of walking you have to do before you get there. So right is better and saves time. 2 sides, haha. Okay, and I have a whole bunch of memes that I just decided I'd do a meme dump. Since we're talking about Big Bird's hide and speak, and show you guys all the memes. You guys have already seen them if you've been in the Discord, but for stream's sake and Iceberg's sake, we're gonna look at some memes that I made for Sesame Street Big Bird's hide and speak run. So firstly, this is the first one I made. Ashton starts up yet another exciting run of Sesame Street Big Bird's hide and speak for the NES. Big Bird, I'm about to end this man's whole career. It has been a full day since Big Bird threatened Grover's family if he didn't give Ashton a left entrance, and he still cannot stop laughing. This is my favorite one of the bunch. This is a Virgin versus Chad meme. The Virgin Ernie enters from the left 90% of the time. The Chad Elmo enters from the right 90% of the time. The Virgin Ernie would be lost without his bunkmate Bert. The Chad Elmo doesn't need anyone but his goldfish. The Virgin Ernie hangs out with Grover, who also enjoys entering from the left. The Chad Elmo stole Ernie Pal's Bert, who also enjoys entering from the right. The Virgin Ernie, dead run fan. The Chad Elmo, gold split enjoyer. Alright, I'm about to give you all left entrances and bad window spawns. Don't be a hero. Will I just leave? Big Bird immediately after Ashton gets a gold split. Look at all those splits, saving time. Big gold on level 4, and then plus 11.1. Completely ruined the run. Thank you, Big Bird. Big Bird making his big escape after making Ashton reset a promising run. Give Ashton 4 left entrances in a row, or give Ashton the least clockwise Muppet pattern, which, as I mentioned, is also a problem since the D-pad can only move in one direction. So you want them to all be next to each other so that you save time, basically. And Big Bird can't make up his mind what he wants to bestow upon me. Okay, Mega Man 8. You guys know all about my hatred for this game, at least you should, but if you don't know about my hatred for this game, then you're about to find out, because there is absolutely, you guys know, I'm a Mega Man guy. Mega Man is my life, Mega Man is my love. It is my favorite game series, along with Zelda, ever. And there's no game series that means more to me than Mega Man, and yet I can confidently say, beyond any shadow of a doubt, Mega Man 8 is one of the top 5 worst video games I've ever played in my life. It is horrible. It is horrendous. I absolutely despise Mega Man 8. It is, you guys know, I talk about it every stream. The funny thing is, I grew up on the NES Mega Mans. I love Mega Man to death. I also loved 9 and 10, which 10 I didn't get to play until much later, but 9 I had on the Wii. And I refused, actually, to play Mega Man 7 or 8 for years because they weren't 8-bit, which is really stupid in looking back on it. I was like, oh, Mega Man 7 and 8 aren't 8-bit? I don't want to play them. Which is really stupid. And when I eventually did play Mega Man 7, you better believe I kicked myself, because holy crap, what a good game. Mega Man 7 was phenomenal. I could talk all day about how awesome Mega Man 7 was even. I've only beaten it once, and I still have that many fond memories of it. Just what a pleasant surprise. It was honestly pretty much a perfect game. Like, there's some things off. There's no perfect Mega Man. Although 9, 4, and 7 I'd say are about as close as we've gone. But yeah, I loved every second of Mega Man 7. It was phenomenal, and I was kicking myself for having that 8-bit restriction on myself. Mega Man 8, however, was the exact opposite. The exact opposite. And yes, like I said, you know what? I'll admit the bad voice acting is so bad that it's good, and I actually kind of like it. But everything else about Mega Man 8, holy crap, what a god-awful pile of steaming garbage of a video game. The music is uninspired, and probably the worst in the series, although there are a couple decent tracks, I'll admit. The stages are the most horrible, gimmicky, terrible over-the-top stages we've ever seen in a Mega Man game. There's a maze stage, there's a labyrinth stage, Astro Man stage, they put a maze in a platformer. It's so stupid, and you have to go through it pressing correct buttons and hope you get the right order of buttons that successfully opens all the doors in a row you need. It's horrible. All the weapons do the exact same damage level as each other, and as the Buster. Like, there's literally no difference in the weapons other than trajectory, pretty much. They all do the same thing, pretty much. There's horrible side-scroller sections in this game, including the infamous jump, slide, which is just the worst thing I've ever experienced in my life. And you have to play through that puzzle, the jump, slide garbage, twice in the game. And it's harder the second time by a long shot. It's like so many deaths until you finally get it. It's so bad, dude. It is horrible. I hate it. And yeah, after I played, this was like 2018. I wasn't streaming it. I was just playing it myself. And I swore after I played Mega Man 8 that I would never ever again in my life touch it. It was that bad. But unfortunately, it was part of the Retro Gaming League roster. Which is very unfortunate, because that meant I had to force myself to play it again. And so a couple days before that, I was like, okay, I'll play through a casual run of it again to get an idea. And so you guys can see how bad it is, get some good content out of it, you know? And, I couldn't even finish it. I made it like 5 or 6 stages in, I think, and I was like, you know what, screw this. And we just watched the rest of the game. And then obviously a couple days later I had to do my Retro Gaming League run of it. And I think I only did 2 stages, and then I just forfeited my thing. I was like, you know what, I'll take the participation point. I want nothing to do with this anymore. And yeah, somehow, I thought maybe revisiting it, I'd come back and be like, you know what, it wasn't as bad as I remembered. But somehow it was actually worse the second time. I actually hate it even more having played it another time than I did when I just played it the one time. That's how bad Mega Man 8 is. It is an absolute disgrace to Mega Man. It's just genuinely one of the worst video games I've ever played in my life, and I will now never, ever, ever, ever again in my life touch a second of this horrible game. Like, if it were a speedrun, it would have its own tier list on the bottom for how terrible it is. Mega Man 8 is absolute garbage, and I despise it. But thankfully, they realized clearly how garbage of a video game they made because they took 12 years off. Mega Man 9 came out 12 years after Mega Man 8 did. They realized, you know what, we made a terrible game, let's think about what we did. And thankfully, they came back in 2008 with Mega Man 9 and redeemed themselves with what I personally believe is the closest to perfection we've ever gotten in a Mega Man game. So thank you, Mega Man 9, for fixing the mistakes that Mega Man 8 made, because holy crap, what a terrible video game. Okay, moving on. Just talking about Mega Man 8 pisses me off, I swear. I'm in a bad mood now just talking about Mega Man 8 being garbage. Okay. If you hate Mega Man 8, clap your hands, clap, clap. If you hate Mega Man 8, clap your hands. If you hate Mega Man 8 and you really want to show it, if you hate Mega Man 8, clap your hands, clap, 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 clap. I would clap for eternity if I could. And shit on Mega Man 3. Yeah, Mega Man 3 deserves a lot of shit too, but compared to Mega Man 8, Mega Man 3 is a masterpiece. An absolute chef's kiss work of art. Okay, the Donkey Kong Jr. Math Flu. This refers to the large influx of NES speedrunners and PP enthusiasts that either began running or returned to running Donkey Kong Jr. Math during the time frame of December 2025 to January 2026. Within that time frame, there were 9 unique runners that submitted runs to the Donkey Kong Jr. Math leaderboard. Like, Donkey Kong Jr., this is a NES math game from 1985, and within this very brief time frame, 9 different people submitted runs to the board. 6 of those runners, myself included, were submitted top 10 times onto the board, and 4 of those runs were all done on the exact same day as each other, December 13th, 2025. Of the 9 unique runners, 5 of which had never played Donkey Kong Jr. Math prior to this time frame. I'm one of those 5. 3 of them returned after a full year of not running the game at all, and 1 other returned after a few months of not doing runs. And this was dubbed the Donkey Kong Jr. Math Flu, or the Donkey Kong Jr. Math Virus, by quite a few people, but most notably Arel, Invert, FNU, and Alicon SR. And for a timeline of this flu, how it spread, Alicon inspired both Flecke and MRockstar20 to run the game. Flecke inspired me to run the game, and in turn I inspired Arel and Diesel to run the game. And so again, it's just a flu, we keep passing it on. And in this time frame, funny enough, there were RNG manips getting discovered during this huge surge of activity. In the first level only, unfortunately. They were discovered by Arel and Alicon, I think, primarily. Arel, I know for a fact, was doing a whole bunch of research on it. I think Alicon contributed some as well. And at the end of January, actually, Aaron 2U2, Mr. PP himself, managed to snag a new world record using these new RNG manips the record is 101.383. 1 minute, 1 second, 383 milliseconds, which is freaking awesome. And it was pretty much around the time that Aaron got that record that the hype started to die down around DK Junior Math. And that's where it rests today, but that was a really fun little period. Okay, Terrible Tingles TM trademark. This refers to a pair of ASMR streams that I did for reaching certain follower goals. First one was for 200. We're going to talk all about it, I'm sure, in my notes here. But yeah, at some point during 2018, we settled on me doing an intentionally terrible ASMR stream as a joke if I hit 200 followers. And I hit that December 1st of 2018, and 22 days later, on December 23rd, I kept to my word, and I did a 2-hour ASMR stream, which I dubbed Terrible Tingles, with the TM, of course, is very important. And, I mean, I expected everyone would hate it, right, because I was trying to be terrible, and, I mean, yeah. But to my absolute surprise, everyone seemed to love it, including Martin, who actually Martin came into the stream for the first time during Terrible Tingles, which I thought was hilarious. And became a regular from there on out. And yeah, everyone liked it somehow, and they liked it so much that they begged me to do another one, which I was very hesitant to do because I was extremely nervous going into the first one. And I also thought I did awful. Like, not just terribly because I wanted to, but I also thought, like, the stream itself, I just thought I was too bad. But, eventually I was like, you know what, screw it. We'll do it if we hit 400 followers. And, like, that was double the goal that I'd set for the first one. So I agreed I'd do it, and in October 2019, we finally hit that 400 milestone. And I honored the sequel that I promised, Terrible Tingles 2, which was largely Halloween themed because it was October, and I broadcast that on October 20th, 2019. Unlike the first time, however, the first time I intended it to be terrible. The second time, I actually tried to make it an enjoyable experience. So yeah, I actually put some effort into it. I was like, you know what, the people want some ASMR, fine, I'll give them some ASMR. So I did it, and just like the first time, everyone loved it, including ASMR darling, the YouTuber herself. And naturally, in the weeks that followed, people wanted more. The people wanted more Terrible Tingles. And was I going to give it to them? We'll find out. And this time I was even more hesitant because I was like, okay, I thought I was nervous the last time, but this time I actually tried. This time I actually tried to make it something that would maybe not be absolutely terrible. So, I was in a bit of a pickle here because I really didn't want to do more. I was like, I was actually late starting that stream because I was hyperventilating going into it. I was like really, really nervous. It's like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I wish I could just cancel it. And then I did it, and it went better than expected, but it was still super nerve-wracking. But I sucked it up. I did it, and it went pretty decently, I would say. And so whenever anyone asked about Terrible Tingles 3, when we were going to get it, I would always say soon. Soon TM. I never really would give a date. I just was like, I'll do it soon. I'll do it one day. And then eventually we got to my big stream hiatus, and I still had not done Terrible Tingles 3. And I came back to streaming in 2023. September 2023, after that super long hiatus, and obviously Terrible Tingles 3 still hadn't happened by that point. And finally, after Martin and Jimmy were still begging me, pressuring me, hounding me. Oh shoot, actually, you guys can probably, no, that's a bad idea. I got this neck fan that I was gonna put on because it's super hot here, but you guys can probably hear the wind, so we're just gonna deal with the heat. But yeah. In early 2024, I finally gave in to Martin and Jimmy's pleas for the next Terrible Tingles. I was like, you know what, fine. If we hit 500 followers, I will do Terrible Tingles 3 officially and close the trilogy so that it can be done. And I did hit 500 followers, obviously, not long after that, but I never did Terrible Tingles 3. And now it's been 2 years. It's been a whole 2 years since I made that promise, and it's never happened. And who knows, maybe it will happen, maybe it won't. But yeah, much like Half-Life 3, this is an incomplete trilogy. And yeah, it's never happened. I'll give you guys both give you guys a taste of both. Did I not? Hold on. Let me look at the next slide for a second. It looks like I forgot to add something. Did I? I did. Hold on. Let me just throw it into a slide quickly. Give me one sec. Okay, we're good. So yes, funny thing, I made this graph right after I did Terrible Tingles 2. This graph is from October 2019, illustrating when precisely people could expect Terrible Tingles 3, since I was very hesitant. So we did it. First one, December 23rd, 2018. Second one, October 20th, 2019. The third one, in 2019, I said it would be August 17th, 2026. Firstly, talk about accurate estimation, seeing as it's currently 2026 and we still have not done Terrible Tingles 3. Wouldn't it be hilarious if I ended up doing it on August 17th, 2026? I don't think it's going to happen. I highly doubt it. But wouldn't it be funny if this turned out to be an actual, truthful graph? Anyway, on the subject of Terrible Tingles, I do have a couple clips I will show you guys to give you a taste of both streams. So yeah, let me go into the watch party again. So this is from Terrible Tingles 1 in 2018.
Well, I'm glad you're happy. You didn't see that just now. That was a figment of your imagination.
I should add some context. Initially, I had this picture of my face, right? I had these moving lips that were over top of it. I flashed them for like a split second. I can't even find a still of them. But yeah, these moving lips here I had over my mouth originally, so it could be like I was talking. But then everyone said it looked creepy, which was supposed to be the point, but I turned it off because people didn't like it, and then I just, in this clip, I flashed it back on screen for a second.
Didn't see that just now. That was a figment of your imagination.
And then a clip from Terrible Tingles 2 in 2019.
Sun is shining in the sky. There ain't a cloud in sight. It stopped raining. Everybody's in the plane. And don't you know it's a beautiful new day? Hey, hey.
That is, of course, me whispering the lyrics to Mr. Blue Sky by Electric Light Orchestra. And yes, that is Terrible Tingles 1 and 2. Okay, the Looney Tunes spot. Yes, I know Looney Tunes is spelled Tunes as in music, but I hate that spelling because it doesn't make any sense. So I spell it Looney Tunes like cartoons because that's how it should be. But anyway, the Looney Tunes spot refers to a strange spot in the Wily 1 stage of Mega Man 3 where Mega Man can fall off of a ladder and for some reason he lands midair. I actually discovered this for the very first time on stream on November 18th, 2018, and I was instantly like, okay, this reminds me of that Looney Tunes gag where the Roadrunner runs off the cliff and then Wile E. Coyote follows him and he keeps running midair, not realizing he ran off the cliff, and just until the precise moment that he looks down and realizes he's in midair, and then only then does he actually fall out of the air. And I thought it was hilarious. Like, it looked exactly like that. So I'll show you guys a clip, and then I'll explain what the actual cause of that is, why it happens. Will I make Terrible Tingles 3 this August? Very doubtful, but it would be funny if I ended up honoring that graph. Okay. So this is me discovering that for the very first time all the way back in 2018.
Better. But besides, oh, okay. What am I standing on? What am I standing on? I'm
You guys will
not
find out in a
standing
sec.
on
I'll
anything.
explain it.
Look at this. It's like that. It's like that typical that typical cartoon moment, you know, where like it's Looney Tunes. Like you're running, and then all of a sudden you run off a cliff, and you're still running, and then you notice that you're running in the air, and then.
So what's actually happening here is that this wall here, this wall that you need to use hard knuckle to break, is actually like the tile for this is actually a pixel or two further to the right than this block here. So it's like it has enough of a platform that you can stand on it basically. So if you fall here, that's what's happening. Is that Mega Man's tiptoe is actually catching the very edge of this wall, and that's what creates the walking in air or standing in air effect basically. It's very interesting, fun little tidbit. You guys want to see another fun little tidbit since we're talking Mega Man? You know, we're going to take a break for a second from the Iceberg because I've got another fun little tidbit that I can show you guys. Which I have actually showed before, but for those who do not know of it, I think it'd be cool to show it off. I am going to have to find where it is, though. Yeah, if we go here for a second, in Mega Man 5, Napalm Man, where is it? There it is, okay. At the start of Napalm Man's stage, in the first area, I'm gonna have to get to it. One little extra tidbit. Oopsie, I loaded a save state. Stupid tigers, I hate those enemies. I think it's here. I think it's here, actually. There's like a little divot you can slide. Yeah, here. There's like a little divot hiding spot that Mega Man can slide into because they forgot to make this block an actual solid block. It was programmed poorly, and so Mega Man can just hide in there. Which is pretty funny. Anyway. Mega Man hide and speak. Okay, I have to give you Giller for that. I will throw that in a tab. And let's start up the music again. I haven't had the music on for a while, actually. I just realized. Okay. Little Tykes Day. This goes back to September 10th, 2024, when Milius posted a meme in Discord, this exact meme. Or, no, sorry, that's what a Little Tykes car looks like, this exact meme. This is a Little Tykes Cozy Coupe car, which is what this is, that's what these look like, everyone's heard of these. And very quickly we were like, after this meme, we got to talking just all about Little Tykes cars, about how great they were pretty much. And I mentioned that in GTA Online I bought a smart car and painted it to look like a Little Tykes car. There you go, there's that picture. And we were all just talking, like gabbing on about how awesome they were and what a great toy they were as kids, and eventually our shared passion for these wonderful vehicles resulted in us dubbing September 10th an annual day to celebrate Little Tykes, which we called Little Tykes Day within our server and our community. But by the end of the day, we were having so much fun with it and the whole concept of it that we were just really sad that it was only going to be an annual thing. So that's when we were like, why don't we make it a biannual thing? So that's exactly what we did. And we decided that every 6 months, so every March 10th, which is also Mario Day and also Chuck Norris's birthday, we would celebrate Little Tykes Day, and then every September 10th, we would celebrate Little Tykes Day. So we have 2 celebrations per year of Little Tykes Day, and we have kept up with these ever since then. And I've got a special little treat for you guys on the Tyke subject. On the most recent Little Tykes Day, on March 10th of this year, Arel put together a hilarious edit of my Ashton Tyke emote, which you saw in chat there, riding around the Where's Waldo map, and I'm gonna play that for you guys because it is comedy gold. Oops, that's wrong clip. There we go. We're gonna skip it ahead. There we go. There we go. Absolute cinema. So you just get to watch my Tyke drive around in a run of Where's Waldo. Oh, he's like driving the wrong way sometimes too, like driving backwards. Where's Waldo Ashton %? Imagine it like actually gets modded into the game. I think this is actually like a task that Arel was working on. That's how I was able to find Waldo so quickly. Like I think this is going to be instant fairground here. Okay, no, it's not. Like, it was a sort of like just a run where he knew where everything was going to be in advance. But anyway, you guys get the picture. We don't have to watch the whole thing, but the little Tyke just drives all around the Waldo map, and it's glorious. Okay. It also should show. It showed me at the end there too, in the slot machine. Okay. Iceberg. Okay. The Kiddo Chain. So, firstly, if you're in the Mega Man speedrun community, you obviously... Oh shoot, I need the music. If you are a Mega Man speedrunner or in the community by any means, you know who Cool Kid is. Everyone should know who Cool Kid is. By the way, I'm gonna give Arel a shout out for that Tyke edit, and also we're gonna give Cool Kid a shout out because he's a legend. But yeah, everybody knows who Cool Kid is. He is an absolute legend, one of the greatest speedrunners of all time. He at one point held a top 10 spot in all 6 NES Megas. He's held multiple records in both main and subcategories for multiple Mega Man games. He is the only person to have a run on the board to do a completed Buster only, no damage, one-hit KO run of Mega Man 1. He's dominated other games, like besides Mega Man games too. Like he's really, really good at Half-Life. He did Half-Life speedruns. He's done Strider. He's done Rocky and Bullwinkle. He's done Super Mario Brothers 2. He is a legend through and through. Cool Kid is one of, like, he's not human, and he's Swedish. He has a Swede buff, which we're gonna talk about more later. Yeah, like the cool thing about him too, other than the fact that too, he's also super calm too. Like he's got the calmest demeanor. Like he doesn't have these big pop-offs after a massive, like, world-changing, world-shattering run. He's just like, oh cool, that was a good run. So humble about it too. Such a cool dude. But anyway, like another cool thing about him is that pretty much most of these times that he's gotten in these games that are super impressive, he's done it such short amount of times. Like his grinds have been so short, and he always gets like just god tier level runs every time. Just an absolute legend. He's a G-Wiz guy, exactly. So anyway, and on that subject, Cool Kid, for very obvious reasons, was also one of my main inspirations for speedrunning. And yeah, he was streaming quite regularly back when I was first getting into speedrunning back in 2018. And he has an emote on his Twitch channel called Cool Kiddo. I can... It will let me switch it over. Or are we frozen? I knew at some point the iceberg was gonna freeze. What the hell? No. Okay, there we go. Like, we got a lot of slides, so I'm surprised it hasn't frozen right. Okay. This is an emote, Cool Kiddo. It's basically just a goofy close-up of his face, and I thought it was hilarious. It was my favorite emote he had on his channel. And I thought it was so funny, in fact, that I actually made a kiddo emote of my own, although it was only in Discord at the time, since I was unaffiliated during those days. But I did the same thing. I called it Ashton Kiddo. Like, I know the kiddo comes from the cool kid, but I called it Ashton Kiddo because I was like, okay, goofy close-up, let's just call those kiddos. So I made an Ashton Kiddo for my server. I was always, obviously, I was talking about Cool Kid often in my streams because I'm a fanboy. I'm still a fanboy. Cool Kid is freaking awesome. And I was just always talking about how cool he was, how great his speedruns were, and I was in Discord always too. I was just raving about Cool Kid all the time, like he's so cool. And eventually I started adding other random close-up pictures of people, like I just think the search of like a random musician or a cartoon character or like some random person from pop culture. Like, to give a couple examples, Freddie Mercury, Skinner and Chalmers from The Simpsons, Bob Ross. I would find pictures of them on Google, get close-ups of their face, and add them as emotes in my server, which I called kiddos. So like Bob Ross kiddo, Freddie kiddo, Chalmers kiddo, Skinner kiddo, etc. And I also mentioned in that same time as well that anyone who wanted to send in a goofy picture of themselves, I would gladly add as a kiddo emote to the server as well. And a couple people did, so I did exactly that. I added them, and after a while we had a whole bunch of these close-up faces kiddo emotes in our server. And I decided that we needed a special place to express ourselves with these. So on March 22nd, 2019, the Kiddo Chain was created in our server, which was an exclusive room specifically for spamming kiddo face emotes. It was a no chat room. It was only kiddo faces allowed, and you could spam as many as you wanted. And it was really, really popular room, actually. Like, everyone was obsessed in the end with just, like, putting kiddo faces in there and just spamming, and like sometimes we'd go back and forth, like second after second someone would put it in and then someone else would match it or do a different one. You'd like make patterns. It was ridiculous, but it was really funny. Although eventually it did run its course, obviously, as do most things, and even became a bit of a nuisance. Like, I think I actually muted the Kiddo Chain after a while. And yeah, on February 9th, 2020, 11 months later after we'd made it, we bid our final farewells to it, and I officially removed all the kiddos from the server except for the Ashton Kiddo. And of course the Kiddo Chain itself was also removed. But we still remember it very fondly, and we've even paid homage to it during our little Tyke Day celebrations with a Tyke Chain that I made that I always open up on the Tyke Days for people to spam Tyke emotes with. But that's the closest we're ever going to get to a return of the Kiddo Chain, because that was just a different time. Okay, one-word stories. So this was inspired by a good pal of mine, Misaback, one of the mods here. We're going to give him a shout-out, because he's an awesome dude. And he had an idea for his server called One Word Stories, which is basically a room where everyone takes turns writing words in this room. And it can be like any words. Like, someone will start a story like once, and then someone will say upon a time, although obviously we don't do once upon a time because that's fairy tale land, right? So we just throw in a random word. Like, you can throw anything. You can throw in aardvark, you can throw in armadillos. Just start off with a word, and then someone else will come in and they'll say like aardvarks are, armadillos are, and we keep going back and forth. Cool and fuzzy because they like to drink iced mustard. And then eventually, when we've had our fun, anyone can choose to put a period in the word, basically. And we have a room also called Completed Stories, where after that we'll throw the full completed story in and we'll date it, and it's just like a fun way to look back on memories, you know. And yeah, and that was that. And eventually I sort of lost my train of thought here, but the point was to say that Misa had that in his server years ago. And I was like, we had fun with it, and eventually I added it super late, but eventually completely inspired by him, I added it to my server on November 17th, 2025, and we're doing the same thing in there now. And obviously throwing in a lot of like Waldo and Spot and that sort of stuff. Super fun. And hilarious. The longest story we just hit recently. Let me see. Let me go to the completed stories. And see. We've had a lot of our recent stories have all been some of our longest. But yeah, our longest... You know what? I'll read out our longest story. Why not? So our longest story was from January 17th, 2026. And came in at a whopping 215 words, which wasted the previous record at the time, which was 138. So yes, let me read this out loud. Randy Bachman of BTO fame, or Guess Who fame. Randy Bachman has many coconuts stored in his trousers because his library card was submerged within poisonous chinchillas and dragging popcorn around the Empire State Building, attempting a kickflip over Manhattan and falling like Wile E. Coyote while tumbling and screeching like Eddie when giving Frank Rizzo a lecture about chameleon skin that glows in the Berlin bunker like lynx Deku nuts from Kokiri Forest that smelled like cicadas defecated on Billy Wilde's prolapsed anus filled with squash balls and cheesecake crocks because it's customary when crab cakes melt into pyros to shit the bed with E.T.'s cartridge, and a whole can of shish kebabs which disintegrated the Eiffel Tower thanks to symbiotes connected around the Alps from Uranus, but Phil Collins glued butterflies underneath his ass neck because L. Ron Hubbard liquidized the upper lips of half the orcs of Mordor that were annihilated by Frank Rizzo, using hundreds of tacos and many more monocles containing loads of whale sperm, mixed with elephant dung containing waffles and maple syrup remnants from a stinky wallaby named Maurice Escargot, who enjoys slurping on nectar deriving from genetically modified Giller starch with a little help from my friends Johnny B. Good, Michigan J. Frog, and George Thorogood, because they required tons of puzzles originally for Zelda 2 and Star Fox. And that's that. That is our longest story. Okay. The 7-year itch. This is a nickname that I chose to give my 6.5-year on and off 6,474 attempt Mega Man 1 zipless grind. Because it took almost 7 years. On and off. But yeah, I submitted my very first run to the Mega Man 1 zipless leaderboard on March 17th, 2019. At the time was a 25:09, 25 minutes and 9 seconds. And my final legendary career-defining accomplishment, 21:48 run, nearly 7 years later on September 20th, 2025. I have a screenshot here of my history. There's actually, this isn't even all the runs either. I have a spreadsheet which you guys have seen. Hold on, PBs. Yeah, if I do PB here, it links the spreadsheet that I keep track of all my speed games with. And in that spreadsheet, I also have individual pages for my history for Mega Man games as well. And there's actually more runs in that than there is here. This is the history for Mega Man leaderboards, but yeah, this is all the ones I submitted. You can see a whole crap ton of stuff. First date, March 17, 2019. Last date, September 20, 2025. And my goodness, seriously, what a grind. I still can't get over it. It's, yeah, there's no words even to say just what the grind meant to me. It was amazing, and it is bittersweet that it's over, but ultimately a wonderful thing, because met a lot of cool people, made a lot of cool memories, and I love it, and deserved a special nickname. Okay, tied world records. This refers to a handful of NES games, the majority of which are common PP titles, in which it's very simple to get pretty much, it's like Home Alone, for example. These are games where it's very simple to get and to tie the world record run with other people who've already done the game. And in almost every case, not always, but in almost every case, the tied record will be like the best run that's humanly possible, and is usually either highly unlikely or completely impossible to be brought down or taken down any further. Like, it's the best you can do, or anyone can do, really. And of these tied world record games, which there's quite a few of, I think over 20, I have done and snagged the record for 3 of them at the moment, 2 of which we've already talked about, one obviously being Home Alone. Which as of today, or as of last week when I wrote this, has 347 people with the tied record of 1958. And the other one I mentioned earlier, but didn't go really into specifics of, is Gotcha the Sport, which is one of the Zapper games. And that, of the 3 that I've done of the tied records, was the one that required the most effort, but I did. It took me about an hour. And I'm proud to call myself one of 11 people with the tied record of 3 minutes, 24 seconds, and 733 milliseconds. And the last of those 3, of the 3 tied record runs, is the most ridiculous of the bunch, and easiest as well. It's called Tiny Toons Adventure Cartoon Workshop, of which there's 18 people who have done the record run for, and it is quite literally the easiest speedrun in the history of speedruns. It's about 4 or 5 inputs. I can't remember exactly, but you guys are going to get to watch the entire run here in a second. It's literally a 4 or 5 input run, and the record is free, and anyone can get it. And it clocks in at 12 seconds and 467 milliseconds. What was the change slide for? I think this is... Oh yeah, this is showing the Tiny Toons Adventures Workshop. These are all the people that have gotten it. And yeah, let us go over to the watch party. Where is it? Wow, shoot, I shut off my thing again. Give me a sec. Okay. It's so short, in fact, that you guys get to watch the entire record as it happens. Also, I need to... this... and to this. There we go. Okay. Here it is. So the timer starts when it actually loads in, and I literally just have to menu to like a scene pretty much that ends the scene, and then that's that. So, okay, where is it? Yep, that's the run. Like 4 inputs and it's over. And I wait for that countdown, and then I wait for this logo to go away, and then as soon as this fades out, that's the run. That is the speed run, and it's a world record. Tied with 17 other people. Which is ridiculous. Okay, moving on. Let me get my music back. No. Okay, stop. Okay, good. Okay, we're good. Next on the list is the Legacy Zipless record. That is the whole run, yes. It is somehow more brain dead than Stack Up, if that's even possible. Okay, Legacy Zipless record refers to the world record that I held very briefly for the Legacy Zipless category of Mega Man 1. After getting my 2148 run, the legendary career-defining Zipless run on September 20th, I knew I wasn't truly going to be able to walk away from Zipless entirely until I improved my Legacy Collection Zipless time. Just one more time, and I figured, you know what, I may as well go for record, right? Because, like, unlike the regular Zipless record, which is 2110 by Cool Kid, and no one is ever going to beat that, honestly. Especially not me. But the Legacy Zipless record, was only 21:57, which is 9 seconds slower than the PB I had just gotten in regular Zipless. So to me, it felt like a realistic expectation that if I put in a bit of effort, I'd be able to beat it. And it turned out to be an even quicker effort than I would have expected, because just 2 days into my Legacy Zipless record grind, I was able to snag the record from the former record holder Maruba Purple. And the funny thing is, I actually managed to get a 21:46 time, which is 2 seconds faster than my regular Zipless PB, and that's still funny to me to this day. So, having set that milestone, and now claiming what I, at the time, considered my first actual record, because Home Alone's not a record. Tiny Toons, which I hadn't even done at the time, is not a record. And yeah, I've done some Flash games where I'm the only person, so obviously I have first, but to me that was the first record that I ever actually earned, And that was the point. I was like, okay, well now I can truly walk away from Zipless. We have done everything we set out to do, and it's amazing. And I was able to rest easy for about 8 days. And on September 30th, 2025, I woke up to see that Working34, who is, by the way, one of the best Mega Man 1 runners ever, and who just recently bopped Cool Kid's All Stages world record by a couple frames, by the way, had picked up Legacy Zipless and bopped my record by 18 seconds with a 21:28 run. Which was just, how am I going to beat a 21:28? My summa best is like a 21:26 or 7, I think, in regular Zipless. I was like, well, yeah, that's just out of my realm. GG Working. Thank you for, I guess, bringing more attention to Legacy Zipless. But yeah, you can have that, because that is not realistic for me to beat, and the record still sits with him today, and no one plays Legacy, so he'll probably have it forever, honestly. Unless Cool Kid decides to come back one day and try Legacy Zipless for whatever reason, which why would he? But yeah. 2 more entries till peak, heck yeah. Unfortunately, Tier 4 is probably going to be the last we can conquer today before the end of stream. We'll have to do the last 3 tiers next stream. Okay, Win, Lose, or Draw. So, Win, Lose, or Draw is a game that I took up during April 2026, just recently, as part of the massive PP grind I was doing during that month. And the goal of the game in a casual playthrough would be to guess drawings, like the same you do in Anticipation or Pictionary, and win as many points as you can. And this run works very similarly, although you don't actually have to guess the drawings, because there's a seed function in the game, where pretty much you just answer, or you just enter in a random string of letters before the game starts, and it like loads in a seed that will always have the same guaranteed drawings, pretty much. And in the game's resources, the one seed that I use is like the one that's just known to be the speedrun seed. Like, it has all the best stuff with the easiest and shortest words possible that you need to spell. So the speedrun isn't even a guessing game, it's just a game of quick inputs, essentially. And another neat thing about the run is that you don't actually have to enter all the letters of the word. Like, you don't have to spell out the word entirely. You just have to spell out like a couple letters of the word, enough for it to be the game to pick it up and like have it be legible, basically. So, like, for example, the word tier is one of the ones that you do. You just type in TR for tier, and that's enough. Flecky! Happy weekend! Thank you so much for the gigantic emote. I hope you're having a wonderful day. How are you, man? And so yeah, another example is BRL is for barrel, so you have to do 3 of the 6 letters, so that's awesome. And so my first... Hey, no, you're good, Flecke. It's a pleasure to see you. And speaking of Mr. Flecke, let's give him a shout out, because he's a legend, and also because Flecke is responsible for this win, lose, or draw game that we're talking about, because he was the one that explained it to me. No, what this is basically, this is pretty much everything. It's speedruns, it's inside jokes, it's memories. This is 10 years worth of lore, basically, of stream lore related to this stream community, and I'm breaking it down one tier at a time, from the super basic stuff at the top all the way to the stuff that like is barely anyone knows about, essentially, or like people had to be there at that time to know about, sort of thing. But yeah, I spent the last, like, pretty much this entire week I've been working on this presentation, and I finally finished it late last night. And yeah, but unfortunately it's gonna have to be broken down into 2 streams since we're running low on time. It's taking a long time as I expected, but yeah, we're just doing as much as we can. We'll pick it up next time after we end today. And yeah, we're about to get into the super juicy stuff, because all this stuff up here is still pretty basic level. But yeah, so I started grinding Win, Lose, or Draw on April 22nd, 2026, and my first completed time was a 347, which was tied with 2 other people at number 20. And, I mean, obviously wasn't satisfied with that yet, so over the next 2 days, along with other PP games that I was playing, I managed to take my time down all the way to 3:43 950. Or I should probably word that as 3 minutes 43 seconds and 950 milliseconds. And that one took me up to 14th place, which was enough for me. I was satisfied by that. I was like, you know what? It was well executed, and it had earned me enough PP. I was happy to walk away, call it quits, and I actually did for a couple days. But then on April 26th, another awesome PP runner named Yoka submitted his first run to Win, Lose, or Draw, which had bopped me and came in at a very, very good 3 minutes 41 seconds, 567 milliseconds, which tied him exactly with Zarkonis for the number 2 spot. And out of sheer curiosity, I watched it. I was like, 3:41 is a really impressive time, right? So I watched his run, and I immediately kicked myself, because I was like, wait a second. He can go from the left side of the keyboard to the right side of the keyboard without going all the way over there? So yeah, pretty much it's possible in the game to input left on the very left of the left side of the in-game keyboard, and it will loop you over to the right side so you can get to the letters on the right side quickly. And so I saw that, I was like, well, I could take a couple more seconds off my time then. Like, I guess I have to go back. And I thought I could just do a couple runs, maybe get a better time, one closer to Yoka's, and that'd be more PP for my grind, which was sick. So I tried the strategy out myself. I was like, holy crap, that actually works like a charm. And so I went back in, and instantly, pretty much right off the bat, I got 4 more PBs, 4 more really good PBs, and in the end, I culminated with an absolutely insane 3 minutes 41 seconds and 300 milliseconds, which bopped Zark and Joka's times down, and brought me to 2nd place, which was just absolutely unbelievable. It's like, what the frick, that was unexpected. And that was a crap ton of PP. I think we were like talking like 500, 600 PP at that point for that run there. But then tragedy struck, very unfortunately, and I opened my recording for the recordings for the runs that I had done that day to cut them down so I could submit them to the boards. And somehow, and I still don't know how it happened, because I don't turn my desktop audio off. It's on all the time. But somehow, to my dismay, my audio was off in OBS, and it wasn't captured for any of the runs. And unfortunately, in pretty much every single case, a speedrun without game sound will not be accepted, because it's considered ineligible. It's missing a key part of the game, which, I mean, it makes sense. So I assumed mine would be the same, right? I was like, well, obviously, it's no different, I guess. I had just lost my 2nd place time, and that's really sucks. And I was devastated about it, but I still posted my splits in the Prolific server, and I was mentioning, like, well, it's probably no good anyway, because I found out my sound wasn't on during it. And a few people were like, you should try and post it just in case, because maybe it'll still be accepted. And eventually I was like, okay, well, you know what? I will do that at the end of the night if I don't get anything better. But lucky, it works as both a blessing and a curse to me. I am a stubborn bastard. And I knew I wasn't going to walk away until I either got a time that was better than that time or tied that time, because that's me. I can't do something and then not have it count, you know? And I was so stubborn, in fact, that I was willing to stay up literally pull an all-nighter to get this. Like, I was not going to let myself sleep until I got something that was equal to or better than that run. And unfortunately, I put in several more hours, and not only was I not getting anything even close to that one, but I was probably getting some of my worst runs of the entire session, back to back to back to back to back, over and over, which was really frustrating because I didn't understand what was happening. My inputs were great, and I remember venting in Prolifics, like, well, I'm not getting anything close. Like, this is, I guess I'm just doomed to not have a run that good again. And then a couple people actually told me that in the game, like, this wasn't a reflection on my gameplay, but there's actually RNG in the game that I didn't know about that involves the celebrations of the two guys on the couch that represent the player. They're celebration animations after you enter a word. Like, every round they'll do one of 4 celebration animations. And there's the worst one, the slowest one of the bunch can lose up to 0.8 seconds. And when I studied them all, I was like, you know what, I was getting that one a lot, so it makes sense. And I sort of got a taste for what each of the celebration animations did. And like how much they, and I could see for myself how much time they lost or didn't lose. And at this point it had passed midnight. It was now April 27th. And I'd taken about an hour off of doing runs, like took a break to brush up on that RNG thing, and I decided, alright, I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna try again now. And this time I booted up a stream on my ult. I was like, okay, now it's time to knock this out of the park again, because I know what I'm doing now. And somehow just the knowledge of the RNG, I don't know how, but instantly my RNG was really, really good again after that, and I was starting to knock out some really good runs again. And suddenly I was on one pace in particular that was just like in otherworldly RNG territory. And I was starting to, like, I'd already gotten a couple that were almost as good as the one I'd got earlier by that point, but they still weren't as good. So then, yeah, I had the just ridiculous RNG. I was on pace going into, why is the music not playing? It is not playing. We don't like that. I need music so I can not hear myself. Okay, so yeah, going into the final round, I was 0.7 seconds. I was 0.7 seconds ahead of my, at the time, I had, like, obviously my splits in there were the ones that were the splits for that run that didn't have sound. So I was 0.7 seconds ahead going into the final round, which is called the speed round. Like, immaculate pace. I couldn't believe it. And the funny thing about the last round is, even though it's called the speed round, it's actually the only part of the run where you don't have to go fast. You can take your time because you're waiting for the timer to run out, basically. So in the last round, you need to enter 4 different words, and so you just enter them, and then just once they're done, you just wait for the time to tick down to the end. And the cool thing about the game is if you make it to this last round and you're ahead, you're pretty much guaranteed a PB, because there's, I mean, yes, there's going to be another celebration animation at the end, but like, you're already past the worst of it all, right? And it's guaranteed because all you're doing is waiting for it to count down. So I waited. You have to wait about 70 seconds for it to tick down fully. And once it ticks down fully and they've done their celebration animation, the speedrun is over. And by this point, I was like, okay, well, I've got my run now. This is probably going to be even better than the one I got before. Which is good. That's what I wanted. I wanted to get the same or better. And so I was like, well, yes, I'm going to get to go to bed after this. But imagine my total surprise when the run closes in as at a 3 minutes, 40 seconds, 717 milliseconds. The world's first 340 win, lose, or draw. And a world record. My very first, not counting Legacy Zipless, which doesn't even stand anymore. My very first solo world record in a game that actually has a board of people that run it. 340, 717, that is an insane time, firstly. Like, I knew the RNG was phenomenal. and is 533 milliseconds ahead of the former world record, which was Zoda Noor's 3 minutes 41 seconds, 250 milliseconds. Like, totally flabbergasted. I could not believe it. This would end up holding a 1072 prolific point value, which is the most PP I have for any game. And remains that way. Like, holy crap, what a run, man. And I don't know why, because my audio was good. Like, the audio, everything was fine this time, but I don't know why I was still, like, panicking about it when I got it. Like, what if it doesn't get accepted somehow? You know? Even though I knew it was going to, because there was nothing wrong with the run. But it was accepted. It was real. It was official. And to add the icing to the cake, Sin, the moderator of the board, there's 2 mods for the board, actually, but one of them is inactive. So, he hasn't been on in, like, years, and so Sin's always talking about, like, the pressure of having to verify runs. Like, he's the Waldo board mod, too, so he's got a lot on his plate. So eventually he was talking about, like, I could use another active moderator for win, lose, or draw, and in the end, he was like... he offered it to me, basically. He was like, hey, you may as well come on and mod for the board since you got a record. So, I got a mod duty out of the record as well. Hey, thank you so much, Fleck. Hopefully that wasn't... that was probably the longest entry you've read so far. Hopefully it wasn't too jambled and hard to follow. But yeah, huge shout out to Flecke, who initially was the one that explained the win, lose, or draw run to me. It is Flecke's, it is thanks to Flecke that record exists. Aw, thanks, man. That really means a lot. I appreciate it. I was nervous going into this just because I'm not a public speaker at all. So I was like, and that's why I have music in the back, because it helps me concentrate more on the talking. But this is going a lot better than I thought it would, because I can't present. You know? It's something I've had to work on a lot over all these years. Nah, well, you're my favorite whistler around, Flecke. I wouldn't have it any other way. That's what makes the Flecke stream so special. Everyone's got like a thing, you know, that... a gimmick, I guess, that makes them stand out from other people, and I love coming in, hearing you whistle along to the music, and just having a great time. I mean, yeah, if we want to talk about you, Flecke, you are, I consider you the glue of the Mega Man community. You're amazing. You organize events, you bring people close together in a tight-knit little Mega Man community. You're just amazing at explaining stuff. You're just an awesome dude, man. I appreciate you. Alright. Unfortunately, we're not going to make it through all of Layer 4 today, but we are going to start Layer 4 because we have to get into the interesting stuff. Alright, Layer 4 of the Iceberg. Frankie Goes to Hollywood. This is one of the 5... This refers to one of the 5 dumbest things I've ever said in my life. This is probably the thing I'm the most embarrassed by on this entire Iceberg, other than maybe my It's Ashton username that we'll get to eventually. But yeah, so this was during a stream on May 5th, 2019, in which I was playing song requests, and Martin had quoted the song Relax by Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Everyone's heard that, you know. Relax, don't do it, that classic line. And Mr. Clueless Young Ashton, having heard the phrase before but not knowing of its exact association other than the fact that I knew that it was related to Frankie Goes to Hollywood, I proceeded to utter the line, "I've heard Frankie Goes to Hollywood is a great movie." And I was dead serious. I thought this was a movie. Martin immediately educated me and informed me that it is not a movie but a band. And he added it to the song request queue right after. Unfortunately, though, I didn't get off scot-free, and you know, it was deserved, because that is flat out one of the most embarrassing things I've ever said in my life, and I'm ashamed of it. But we immortalized it with a command that is still in our command list, much to my dismay, to this day. And yeah, it stands as a permanent reminder of that absurd statement that I made. And eventually, it also led to the creation of, we're going to skip ahead again, within the tier. It led to the creation of the uncultured counter. We're going to skip a little bit ahead here, like, just talk about, yeah, so like, yeah, we're going to go back here, but for now we're jumping here because we need to fill in some context. Since the uncultured counter was actually created 8 months after the Frankie incident, right at the start of 2020. Following it, basically, it was to serve as a tally of every single time I said something that was equally absurd and uncultured. And the Frankie moment was the kicker. That was like, okay, well now I need to be called an uncultured swine because that was horrible. And we had started after the Frankie thing to keep an unofficial tally of all the dumb things I said, but I continued to refuse the idea of a counter, like a counter command, because it was like the idea came up and we're like, we should have a counter. But the idea of having a counter start from a random date really bothered me, and not having a full backlog to go back into. Like, obviously I'm warmed up to those types of ideas since then, since we started the Gillers so late. But not having anything including Frankie that came before adding it, I was bothered by. I was like, no, we can't add that. And that's the reason I never added a watch time counter either, because like a lot of streamers have watch time counters that keep track of the amount of time that their viewers have spent in the stream. But for me, the idea of just randomly adding a watch time counter in the middle of nowhere that wouldn't be accurate at all, that started from some random date, was like, no, I hated that idea, so I never added one. But eventually I compromised on both parts, the uncultured counter and the watch time counter. I eventually retired both of those. Well, the uncultured counter still exists, but we don't add to it anymore, and I retired the watch time eventually. But anyway, on January 1st, 2020, to signify the start of not only a new year, but a new decade, I finally added a watch time counter and an uncultured counter, stating that it would the count started from the start of 2020, pretty much. And yeah, we still actually have exclamation point uncultured as the amount of times I've been an uncultured swine since 2020 started. Okay. Hold on, the presentation froze again, but once it unfreezes, we'll get to the next object on the list. Okay. Blind spot rivalry. This refers to the unintentional back and forth that I started to have with blind_spot_x, amazing streamer by the way. We'll give him a shout out as well. Please go check out Blind Spot, he's an awesome dude. But yeah, Blind Spot or blind_spot_x is another Mega Man 2 zipless speedrunner, and from April 2024 to July 2024, we had sort of an unintentional back and forth with each other. So yeah, it was someday in late April 2024, I was on Mega Man leaderboards, and I noticed I'd been bopped down a spot on the Mega Man 2 zipless board. I was like, huh, okay, who bopped me? And I noticed it was a runner that I'd never seen around before, Blind Spots. My time at the time that I was bopped was a 31:37, and he had put down a 31:19 that was dated April 24th, 2024. So naturally, I was like, well, heck yeah, I'm delighted to see another Mega Man 2 zipless runner that's actively running. So I went and I commented a GG under his run, and I immediately was like, okay, well, I have to follow this guy. So I went and I followed him, and I turned on my notifications, so I was like, I want to be able to pop in a few days' time and wish him GG in person, and so yeah, I did. Caught him live a few days later. I introduced myself, we got to talking, and we were talking about how we both are pretty much runners at the exact same level of gameplay. It was cool. And so yeah, I was like, well, he's cool, so I'm going to start popping at his streams now. And then a few days later, on May 2nd, I got a 31:24 in Mega Man 2 zipless. And then the next day, I put down another PB, which was a 31:19, which tied Blind Spot's PB, which was also 31:19. And then I would eventually snag a 3109 after that as well. But anyway, later that day, I joined in his stream, and I told him that I tied him at 3119. He made some sort of lighthearted joke that was something along the lines of like, "Oh, I guess I've got myself a rival now, like a friendly rivalry." I was like, "Heck yeah!" I loved that idea. So I was said right back. I was like, "You're on. Consider this the start of our friendly rivalry." And over the month of May, we were both working hard at our times, and he was eventually able to catch up to my 3109, tying me. And then he closed in a 3106 himself after that. And for a little bit, I was unable to catch up. He was ahead of me by that 3 seconds, but eventually, on June 11th, I got lucky, and I closed in another PB. Do you know what time I closed in? Another 3106, just like Blindspot had just said. So I tied him back again. During that same week, Arel gave Blindspot a run review where he looked over his PB run, and he explained with him like all the areas he could improve, all the optimizations he could add to make the run a little smoother and all that stuff. And eventually Arel offered me the same thing as well. So both within the same week, myself and Blindspot, who were currently tied, both got tips from Arel. And we both spent a bit labbing them, working on them, so we could come back and get even better times. And, I mean, also, Arel knew about our friendly rivalry, so he was, like, sort of egging us on, like, adding further fuel into the fire, you know, like, okay, well, now I'm curious to see where this goes. And Blindspot actually came back a little while before I did. Quite a bit, actually. He came back by the end of June. He was already back. He'd already done his labbing. He was getting PB after PB, cutting big time off his time, which eventually culminated in a 30:48, which meant I had a lot of catching up to do with my 31:06. And it took me almost 2 months after my previous PB to finally come back to Mega Man 2. But on July 30th, where's the music? Okay, we're gonna skip ahead because, oh, perfect. The track Blind Spots is 2 away. I'm gonna put that on since it's perfectly fitting for this. And so yeah, on July 30th, 2024, almost 2 full months after my 3106, I came back, and instantly, because of all the Arel tips and all the labbing I did, I got my biggest time cuts I had in ages. I went from 3106 all the way down 49 seconds to 3017. And the funny thing about that run that I did, the 49-second time improvement, I hated it. That I still consider it one of the worst speedruns I've ever done in my life. It was littered with mistakes. It was like, yeah, I cut off that much time, but every single stage had some really stupid mistake. I hated the run. I was like, well, this is a big time cut, but it's objectively garbage. So I have to do better, and obviously I was going to. Because cutting that much time away and having a run that was that atrocious said to me, well, 3017 with a terrible run, clearly a 29-minute run is possible for me. And so the road to 29 surely began. And Blindspot eventually got another big PB of his own, too. I didn't write it down for some reason. That's bizarre. But I think it was I think it was... Well, we'll get there. It's part of the... I think it was like a 3044 or something. And so yeah, there's now, it said 31-second gap, so I guess maybe a little, I don't know, but anyway. So I told him about the big PB I'd gotten after I finally came back from my labbing. And right there, he pretty much, like, effectively tipped his hat and called that the end of the rivalry. This was July, like I said. Or, like, August, maybe, but the rivalry was officially declared over by Blindspot, who claimed that I had pretty much bopped him for good. There's no way he'd be able to get me back. And we both actually, at the same time, hit another patch that was where we didn't really get a lot of PBs. We were both sort of stagnant and in place. But on August 26, 2024, I got a 30:05 run, which was a 12-second time cut from my 30:17. And just one more step closer to the sub-30. And then on the next week, September 4th, I officially got my first ever 29 run with a 29:57 on the board, which I then beat by another 2 seconds the next day and got 29:55. And later on that month, I actually ended up tying my 29:55 on the 22nd of September with slightly better milliseconds, so technically it was a PB. And then September 24th, 2 days after that, I got a huge 12-second PB that came in at 29:43. And for that, I was done. I was satisfied with the 29:43. That's where it stood for 11 months. I didn't touch it. On September 30th, just 6 days after that PB I got, Blind Spot got his biggest PB in a while as well. He'd been like getting a little lower, shaving a few seconds off over the months, but he closed in a 30:20, a 24-second PB for him, which was fantastic. Now we fast forward all the way to August 2025. If it will let me go to the next slide. Okay, so by this point, like almost a year later, 11 months since my last PB, Blind Spot had since taken his time down all the way to 30:02, which is where his time still is to this day. He's still pushing for that 29, and I really, really hope to see him get it soon. But yeah, August 29th, 2025, I randomly decided to do a D-Rust run for Mega Man 2 Zipless, just out of nowhere, like why not? I missed the run. And somehow, to my absolute amazement, I had a 1-second D-Rust PB that day out of nowhere, bringing my 29:43 to a 29:42. And seeing that inspired me to start working on new optimizations for Mega Man 2 again. And so I spent a couple months throughout September and October hammering down some stuff, some new strategies and new time saves. And in November 2025, I came back for a very brief Mega Man 2 resurgence. I did 4 streams, and only one of them actually resulted in a PB, but on November 11th, 2025, I took off another 2 seconds, which brought my PB to 29:40. And while I was happy for another PB, I was really ultimately disappointed that it was such a small time cut, because that now made 2 runs in a row that were super small time cuts. I was like, come on, man, give me something better. Give me a 29:39 even, like 3x, you know? Hey, Bun, welcome in. Good to see you, man. I hope you're doing well. And then, but yeah, like that was enough for me. Like I wasn't planning on making it another massive grind. I was just wanted to do another couple streams and just see if I could get better time, which I did, and I left it there at 29:40 after that November. The unfortunate thing was that at some point during that grind, I was actually on a really amazing pace. I was on 29:30x pace going into the alien fight, the very last fight. But somehow in that fight, I died, and I completely killed the run, and that was why that session ultimately rested at a 29:40, and it never improved beyond that. And by then I was done. I was like, okay, November grind is over. I'm stepping away now. But it was around this time that another really, really good Mega Man 2 runner, who we're gonna shout out here, Ancient_Slayer7, who we'll be referring to as Slayer, he was rapidly approaching my PB at this point, coming really close to sub 20 himself, or sub 20, sub 30 himself rather. And there was enough, but at the time there was still enough of a gap where I felt comfortable putting it down, like I'm not going to be bopped, it's fine. So I put it down, and I was not bopped until March 29th, 2026, when Slayer got a 29:37, bopping my 29:40 by 3 seconds, and with that, I was back in the game. Another new friendly rivalry had begun. And I de-rusted for a couple days, and within a few days I was back to business doing Mega Man 2 zipless runs again. And on April 3rd, I had a massive pace. It was 13.2 seconds ahead going into the refights. It even made it past Purple Hell alive. 13.2 seconds. It was on pace for a 29:27 at the best. And could have even, if I had golded refights or tied my gold, could have even been like a 29:20 for all I know. Like, it was amazing pace. It was phenomenal. I was not only on pace to rebop Slayer, but I was also on just again, like massive 2x pace, which would have put me in the top 25. But, much to my absolute dismay, on that run that was 13.2 seconds ahead going into the refights, I proceeded to have probably the worst refight RNG I have ever seen in my life. And to make matters worse, my execution was horrible as well. Everything was falling apart. I was getting the worst patterns, I was missing shots, it was horrible. And I lost 11 seconds to those refights. I closed in a 2:04 refights, which is like, that's 15 seconds slower than my gold, and that's probably the worst refights I had gotten since my PBs were like in the 33-minute range. That's how bad of a refights it was. And the run still ended up PBing, but it was completely destroyed, really. The run was destroyed right in front of my very eyes. It was not a 2x, it was not even a Slayer rebop. It was a 1 second PB, a 29:39. For the third PB in a row, I had gotten a boring micro PB. But this time it hurt, because this time it was on pace to be something actually amazing. It had potential to be huge, but it was destroyed by terrible refights. And I was really, really, really disappointed by that, but I tried my best to keep my cool, and I just hoped the next day would be a chance to redeem myself. And so I came back, I actually streamed, I think the next day exactly. I did 2 streams in a row because I was really determined to get this Slayer bomb back. The one bright side to that run is that, again, it was 15 seconds. That refights was 15 seconds slower than my gold, which meant refights was pretty much a free time save in any run, which that's a big advantage, like to already be ahead and then to have that much time save going into refights. Oh gee whiz, guys. So yes, the next day I'm back on doing runs, and on April 4th I got a PB that satisfied me enough for the time. It wasn't a 2x like I really had hoped for, nor was it my top 25 goal that I was hoping for, but it was a 9-second PB, it was a 29:30, finally not a micro PB, and I was satisfied enough because it bopped Slayer and it was actually a sizable decent PB. And I'd bopped him by 7 seconds too, and that 29:30 also tied 2 other very prominent runners, Alice HK8 and the Mega Man 2 speedrunning pioneer himself, Seth Glass. And yeah, I shared a very satisfying 3-way tie with them for 28th place. And this stood above Slayer's time for about a month and a half, but on May 23rd, 2026, Slayer would put down a remarkable 29:24 time, which is just phenomenal. And he bopped me again by 6 seconds with that one, and he secured himself comfortably in the top 25 at number 24. And I currently, where I'm at right now, I don't plan on going back to Mega Man 2 Zipless for a bit, so for the time being, I tip my hat just as Blind Spot did to me during our friendly rivalry. I tip my... what's the word I'm thinking of? Like, whatever the word is, I tip my hat... metaphorical hat to Slayer on a friendly rivalry well done with him as well. But he earned that 29:24, and he deserves that Ashton bop until I do eventually come back. But yeah, and I of course continue to tip my hat to Blind Spot as well, who started the whole friendly rivalry thing way back in 2024 with me, and was a great motivator, and Slayer was another great motivator. And yeah, as of today, Slayer's sitting at 24th place with his 29:24 time. I am sitting at 29th place with my 29:30, and Blind Spot is sitting at 62nd place with his 30:02. And if you look, I have a slide here with all of our 3 histories. Blind Spot actually only submits about a third of his runs, so like he should have way more, but there's only 6 he ever submitted, and he hasn't even submitted his recent 30:02, like his most recent PB. But anyway, these are our histories on Mega Man leaderboards. My Met hat, exactly, I tipped my Met hat to him. But yeah, and that was that. Okay, we're only going to do a couple more entries. We're going to go till 9 o'clock, so 11 minutes, and then we're going to end stream, and we'll pick up where we left off next stream for the rest of the Iceberg. Hopefully we can make it through the rest. I think we should be able to. We're about half almost. Maybe a little less. Okay. So, Archie's kidnapping. So during the first few months of the existence of our community duck pond, we began to joke about certain ducks that we said had been kidnapped, because there were a few ducks people redeemed that for some reason were nowhere to be seen in our pond whatsoever. And so we just assumed, like, oh, I guess they were kidnapped by someone then. We just joked about it. And we don't usually spend too long on the duck pond when we go there. It's like something we usually do at the end of a stream or in the middle of really frustrating runs. So it's like, we'll go there for 10 minutes or something, just hang out. But there's one day we actually were on for long enough to see the game's night and day cycle make it to nighttime. And once you get to nighttime, there's a whole bunch of different events you can see that don't happen during the day. And yeah, on September 13th, 2024, we had a particularly long visit, and we got to see it switch to night for the first time ever. Which, yeah, meant we got to see some more of those events that we hadn't seen in the daytime. Out of nowhere, a UFO came down and beamed Archie Coffee's duck right in front of our eyes. 20 seconds later, it came back and kidnapped Archie's twin as well, which, by the way, I do have to intercede here and say that I don't know how, but I completely forgot to have an Iceberg entry for twin ducks, so that's unfortunate. But basically, just to explain that, there's a glitch with the duck pond where it keeps adding new ducks past the capacity that it's supposed to, and since by that point there's no other unique ducks for it to pull from, it has spawned in twins, triplets, and even quadruplets of some of our ducks. And so that's how there were two Archies that both got kidnapped. And for the first time in quite a few entries, I've got a video to show on the subject of Archie's kidnapping, so we will do that. This is the moment it happens. Or no. Oh shoot, I was supposed to show you guys the win, lose, or draw record ending, so I guess we'll do that quickly. So watch, it's gonna come in at 340. Bam, record. But anyway, we're past that time. I was supposed to show this and I forgot. But GG's. And then this is when Archie got...
Duck, come back.
When Archie got kidnapped. Look, he just got beamed into thin air.
So in other news, we're not going to see Archie again until the next night cycle. The kidnapped ducks are so funny.
And then the other, if I skip ahead, the UFO comes back again and takes the other Archie. Bye-bye, Archie.
No, that wasn't Zernus. What was that?
So, this was funny for a number of reasons. Firstly, because we had only been joking about the whole kidnapping thing all this time. We joked that that was where our ducks disappeared that we couldn't see. We were like, they must have been kidnapped. Who knew that there was an actual kidnapping feature within Placid Plastic Duck Simulator? But even funnier than that, to me, is the fact that right after we watched Archie get kidnapped, one of the ducks I mentioned earlier that for some reason we'd never seen in the pool was there in the pool for the first time ever. And so I assumed, okay, I guess the UFO comes at night, takes a duck, and leaves another duck behind, and then the next cycle they'll come back and drop off the duck they took, and then take another duck. But that wasn't the case. To this day, there's still no explanation for why that one duck randomly appeared after that. But eventually I realized the reason that Archie was kidnapped, and it has nothing to do with the other ducks that we thought were getting kidnapped that actually weren't all this time. Those ducks not showing up actually was because there's different pools, and there's some pools that they're exclusive to, basically. Although that still doesn't explain why the one showed up after not being there forever. But anyway, the reason Archie's duck got kidnapped, and by the way, Archie continued to get kidnapped every night, and there's a reason for that. It's because Archie's duck is the cow duck. Aliens kidnap cows, you know that old thing. And that's that. So that is why Archie gets kidnapped, is because he's a cow. Okay. The crash counter, which I did mention briefly earlier, but yeah, basically this came into existence during an American Truck Simulator stream I did on May 4th, 2019. And my crashes were getting so frequent that it was ridiculous. Too frequent for comfort, in fact. So we set up a crash counter that Jimmy took care of. And yeah. He was always the one that was... Like, there were other people sometimes that would edit it as well, but usually it was Jimmy. That's why I called him Jimmy Crashman, which led to the name, which led to the split name. And this crash counter started to be used even more once I started playing the truck sims frequently with Mighty Benno1, who I mentioned earlier. You're going to hear a lot about Benno in the last 4 tiers of this iceberg. We'll refer to him as Benno, because that's what I called him. But yeah, unlike the uncultured counter though, which does still have a command on this channel, the crash counter no longer exists because eventually the crashes with Benno got so frequent that there just wasn't a point anymore. Okay, I think we're just gonna do a couple more. We may even just, this is a long one, so we may even end with this one here, and then we'll continue this next time. Okay, 46 Robos refers to the Mega Man 1 through 6 46 Robot Master speedrun, which is basically a kind of category that involves playing through every single Robot Master stage for the NES Mega Man games in a marathon setting. There's 6 robots from Mega Man 1, and there's 8 from 2 through 6, which adds up to 46 robots altogether. And believe it or not, this was my very first speedrun that I ever did. And to give a bit of backstory, the entire reason I made my Twitch account back in 2015 was because I came across a Mega Man 3 speedrun that FastEtCC did. Fasta, the legend, Mega Man 3 record holder. I came across a run he did at GDQ, and that was the day I learned about speedrunning, about what speedrunning is. It just, my little mind was blown just seeing someone just demolish a Mega Man game at such an insane speed. And I pretty much made a Twitch account so I could watch GDQ and I could watch speedrunners, that sort of thing. And of course I didn't end up starting streaming until 10 months after I made my account, and I didn't start speedrunning until another 2 years after that. When in September 2018 I finally doubled down and I decided, you know what? I'm going to do speedruns, because that's something I forgot to mention actually. Not only did I learn about speedrunning through Fasta's GDQ run, I'm going to shout out Fasta. He doesn't really do speedruns anymore, but he's a legendary speedrunner, so he deserves it. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, Fasta in his run mentioned, he was saying things along the lines of like, if you've ever wanted to try speedrunning before but it looks intimidating, trust me, just do it. Just take that leap, because there's a lot of people that are super awesome that'll be willing to help you out and cheer you on, and honestly just do it, because you never know what you're capable of until you do it. And I thought that was amazing. I was like, well, thank you, Fasta. Thank you for that motivation. And along with Cool Kid, I credit Cool Kid and Fasta as being like my major early on inspirations for speedrunning. I also want to say on that subject, early on into my speedrunning, I met Lookin' Toad as well, and Lookin' Toad I also credit like super high up as like being a great motivator for me early on. Really awesome guy. I'm gonna shout him out as well. He also doesn't do as much speedrun stuff these days, but he is one of the best Mega Man 4 speedrunners in the world. The world record holder for the US. Why did I say world record? I should have said the best American Mega Man 4 speedrunner, and an absolute legend. But anyway, people inspired me. Eventually, I decided, you know what, we're gonna do speedruns. September 2018, I doubled down, and since I couldn't decide on which Mega Man I wanted to do first, I ultimately decided 46 Robot Masters would be a great way to start speedrunning. What a good starting point. And so I spent a couple of weeks playing through each Mega Man game on stream, just like de-rusting. I say de-rusting like I speedrun. Like playing them, like getting a feel for how the stages all felt and everything, so I could prepare to do my first big speedrun marathon. And on September 23rd, 2018, I did my first ever 46 Robot Master run, which closed in at 3 hours, 20 minutes, and 43 seconds, which in retrospect is a terrible time. But, I mean, it was my first run, so I should cut myself some slack, right? And I didn't use any speed strats either. Like, the only thing I did was the pause trick, which, like, everyone knows that. That's sort of a casual strat, even. But I completed that run, and it was verified the next day, surprisingly quickly. And so the natural step for me felt like, okay, well, I got that time, but it's not that great, so maybe I should improve it. So I prepared for a few weeks again, but this time I actually learned a few things. Like, not speed strats, but like I learned the crystal skip in Mega Man 5, for example, the Crystal Man stage skip. And so I did it again, I practiced a whole bunch of them, and it actually was going really well that time. Like, obviously not like high level well, because I still wasn't really speedrunning, it was just a casual timed marathon run, you know, but I was saving time left and right on every single stage. And it was going really well, I was prepared for something epic, I was super excited. It was looking super promising all the way until Wave Man stage in Mega Man 5. The last stage of Mega Man 5, by the way, so I had 9 Robot Masters left in the run, where unfortunately I accidentally triggered a soft lock in Wave Man stage. Which is possible with if you place the arrows in I placed arrows in a certain way that somehow I toggled the soft lock. The soft lock that meant you couldn't die and you couldn't reset, so pretty much I had to reset the run, use the password to get back, finish Wave Man, and then play through Mega Man 6, and unfortunately, throughout the rest of that playthrough, I was like, well, this is probably going to get rejected because passwords most likely aren't allowed in speedruns. And unfortunately, I was 100% correct. It was rejected because of the soft lock, and I never did another 46 Robot Masters run again after that one. And eventually later I requested Mega Man leaderboards remove my 46 Robot Masters time from the... Hey Jimmy, welcome in! I removed it, I asked them to remove it from Mega Man leaderboards because I was just completely embarrassed. Like 3 hours, 20 minutes, 43 seconds, that is... it is a bad time. So it's gone, it doesn't exist now. And yeah. The video does exist, so I kept the video because the last thing I'd want to do is wipe out my very first ever piece of speedrunning history. But the video is privated and it will never be seeing the light of day. Because, yeah, well maybe I'll show you guys bits and pieces of it someday. But it was a very embarrassing 46 Robos. Which leads me to say that in the future, like I've sort of mapped out my roadmap for you guys now. You guys know what my next couple runs are looking like. We're going to get our 38 Mega Man 4, then I'm going to learn 1 Zips, and then after that I'm going to learn 5 and 6 speedruns and actually learn them properly. After those I'm going to go back to 3 and try and get an actual good time. And once I have decent times on all 6 Megas, I'm going to try a 46 Robot Masters run again in the future. And redeem those ones from all those years ago. Okay, since Jimmy just got in, and since Zernus is still here, since you guys are still hanging out, we'll go a little longer. We'll go to the end of this row. The end of this top row of the 4th layer of the iceberg, and then we will, resume next stream. Should happen for the 10th anniversary. It may even happen before then. Maybe the 9th anniversary. Or maybe even sooner than that. Who knows? We will definitely do one, though. I want to redeem it and actually get a time I can be proud of and put up on the board and keep on the board. Okay. Yeah, we'll do these last 4 here. Okay. Avocat. Avocat is hilariously the French word for both avocado and lawyer. Or advocate. Yes, avocado and lawyer share the same word in the French language, and that's always been one of my absolute favorite things about the French language. And so one day on November 25th, 2018, I was talking about the avocado thing in Discord because like I need to talk to people about this. I think it's so funny. We were talking about languages or something. I mentioned how avocado and lawyer have the same word in French, which is avocat. Deck confirms, heck yeah. And that was so yeah, we were talking about it with some pals, and there's this guy named Gurno, Lord Gurno, who is still in the server but doesn't talk in it, and obviously haven't seen him in streams in years, but he was really active back in the day, and he ended up creating an emote of avocado for our server, which is still in the server to this day, and maybe we'll add it to Twitch someday when we get more slots. An emote, of course, of an avocado lawyer, an avocado. Which is hilarious. Touches Mega Man 3 in my anniversary stream. Well, yeah, we will eventually touch it again, unfortunately, in the future, to get a good time, and then to do 46. Avocado, that's interesting. I always think it's interesting when so many languages, like, especially like there's Germanic languages, there's Romance languages, there's Slavic languages, all these different language groups will share words that are like so similar, even though they're not really, they don't take much from each other at all. Or even the fact that like ananas is the word for pineapple in most languages. It's funny to me. Okay. Ifior. Ifior is a typo, a hilarious typo, that was made by Diesel not once, but twice in a row on May 5th, 2025 in our Discord practice room. Here is that conversation. And we've since incorporated Ifior into our regular vocabulary, and sometimes we'll still say it instead of idiot. Or as I put here, Ifior is an idiot but on steroids. What an Ifior you. Jimmy, thank you so much for the 65 stream streak. You are awesome. Okay, Bernie Sanders. Do you guys remember in 2019, in June 2019, when Bernie Sanders made a Twitch account? And within 24 hours of Bernie Sanders making that Twitch account, the internet was flooded with memes of Bernie Sanders playing video games on stream. If you don't remember that, here's a refresher of some of the stuff that was flying around at that time. I thought these were hilarious. They have, indeed. We actually hit more of this in the end than I expected to in one stream. I was even worried it may even go into 3, but I think we're on track to finish it next stream. But yes, these memes were circulating. I thought they were hilarious. And I remember talking about them on stream one time and talking just about Bernie Sanders having made a Twitch account, which led to 2 clips about Bernie streaming that I will show on stream. And talking about, there's one I was talking about how it's unfair that Bernie Sanders got partnered on Twitch, but I didn't. But I can't get partnered. Like, he got partnered without even needing to stream, but I could never get partnered without that. I was just saying. And then there's another one where I said I wanted to play Dungeons and Dragons with him. That's this one.
I want to play, I want to co-stream with Bernie Sanders. Would you guys watch it if Bernie Sanders and I streamed Dungeons and Dragons together? Side note, I have never actually played Dungeons and Dragons. So I'm surprised that I allow myself to be called an ultra nerd when I've never even played Dungeons and Dragons.
There's that.
Also, I want to say it's extremely unfair that Bernie Sanders is partnered and I'm not. At Twitch, what the F?
Oh man, so there's that. Okay, this will be our last stop for today, and then next stream. You know what? We'll do one more after this. We'll start the second row. We'll go to Side of Rice Pudding, and then we'll end stream. Okay, so Buffer Buffet. So the Gutsman fight and Mega Man 1 Zipless has two sequences of shots at the start of the fight that use the pause trick. The first sequence is a guarantee. You just walk in the room, you shoot out 3 shots, and then you just pause with enough intervals for all 3 to hit him, basically. Nice and easy. After that initial sequence of shots, you want to jump to the floor, like the other level of floor that he's standing on. And as you're jumping down, you jump up, you jump again, and you fire. Sometimes it'll even come out as 4 shots, but usually it ends up being 3 shots. And you pretty much try and get another cycle of pause trick shots in, and then from there, after those 2 cycles, you just hit him one at a time, trying to match his pattern so that you don't get ground pounded. Unfortunately, the second sequence of pause trick shots can sometimes be stopped, like prevented by Gutsman. You want to time it so that you're in the air when he's on the ground, because if he ground pounds when you're on the ground, it'll freeze you in place for a bit. So you pretty much are just timing it so you're always in the air when he hits his ground pound. But yeah, sometimes he can interfere with your second group of shots. Of pause trick shots, which is like, at that point you may as well just reset, because otherwise you're going to lose 2 or 3 seconds. And on August 27th, 2025, I referred to this as Gutsman confusing the word buffer for buffet, because they're buffer shots, right? So I was saying like, okay, well Gutsman just misheard buffer, and he thinks that's an all-you-can-eat buffet. And that's why he's eating my inputs before they can get to him. And I have 4 different clips to show for this. I can't remember which each one is, but one of them is very absurd. Okay.
You know what's happening?
Oh yeah, this is
okay. Eating my buffer shots every once in a while.
This is the origin.
He's misreading buffer as buffet. So he's like, "Oh, all you can eat, yes."
So that is the origin of me saying that he misread buffet for buffer.
Some Sesame
and then
Street.
here is an example of the buffer buffet.
Sesame Street Atari games I want to check out.
Okay, so yeah, that's the first sequence of pause shots that I said are guaranteed when you enter the room. Just nice 3 shots right off the bat, and then you're supposed to jump down to here and fire the next group of either 3 or 4 shots and do the same thing. And the buffer buffet is when he prevents you from getting the second group of pause shots, which you're about to see.
That's the first time this whole
because he ground pounded me before I could jump down there, so he froze me, and then by that point he's already too close to me, so I can't shoot out those shots anymore. So I missed the opportunity.
That's the first time this whole stream somehow that the buffer buffet has been open for business.
And look at that, I'm like losing too much time. I end up resetting because it's just over by that point.
Come on.
Okay, this is what a proper one looks like. Where I actually get the... This is from my gold, by the way. This is where I actually hit both sequences of shots, and I think I also even get the bonus 4th shot down here. So, first sequence, nice and easy, jump down. Yeah, I got 4 shots out of that one, and now I just match his pattern. Jump at the same time as he tries to ground pound, and that's when I golded.
Oh my god, that's our 140 gold, and it was more than just a small gold.
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to look like. And then lastly, hold on, let me see if I wrote anything in my presentation for this before I show this next one. Okay, no. There is not. Alright. Last one is something very absurd I said about Gutsman's buffer buffet tendencies. I'll just let the clip speak for itself. I'm talking about why Gutsman eats my buffers pretty much.
Like that's the issue here. We got a rebellious bird is what we got here. Because you know how baby birds have to, like their moms have to the mother bird has to like chew up the food and then spit it in their mouth, and that's how baby birds eat. It's like Gutsman's a baby bird, and he's trying to eat the buffer shots before I've had a chance to chew them for him. That's not the best analogy.
No, it is not the best analogy. It's absurd but hilarious. So yes, I compared Gutsman to a baby bird. Like, where out of my ass did I pull that exactly? Crap. Where is... Oopsie, that's the wrong... There we go. Okay, and we're gonna do, like I said, we'll do one more entry, and then we will end the stream, and we'll continue to tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow. I'm gonna try and do it tomorrow so we can get this all done in a quick little window, you know? Okay, and last entry for today. Side of rice pudding. Gutsman's big bird, essentially. A baby big bird. Hey, thank you for hanging out, Zernus. I appreciate you guys. I hope you guys have been enjoying this. There's even more interesting stuff in the second half for tomorrow, believe me. You've heard nothing yet. Okay, so last one, side of rice pudding. There's a website called ratemyteachers.com where students can go and submit reviews basically for their teachers, and they can grade them on a number of criteria. There's like how much homework they give, how easy their lessons are to understand, if they're helpful, how much technology use is in the classroom, etc. And then at the end of that review, you can give them an overall rating, like a 1 through 5 star rating, basically. And I remember learning about this. I think it was during my last year of middle school. I learned about this site, and I naturally, out of curiosity, I was like, I want to look up some of my teachers that I'd had over the last few years. And I came across the page of one teacher in particular that I really liked, and I was astonished to see how many people were giving her terrible reviews because I thought she was great. I liked her lesson. She was kind of like, where is this coming from? What is wrong with her? And yeah, there's one review in particular though that really stood out to me. It rated her 1 out of 5 stars and gave her like the worst possible rating for pretty much everything across the board. And at the end of the review, they said a number of unpleasant things about her, but they ended the review with, and she can go screw herself with a side of rice pudding. Which, firstly, I could not have disagreed more, because again, I thought she was a great teacher, but I couldn't help but burst out laughing about that description. Screw herself with a side of rice pudding. What a sentence. And what a hilarious expression, too. I mean, personally, I'd love to screw myself with a rice pudding, because rice pudding is awesome. But, yeah, I remember that fondly, still to this day. Screw yourself with a side of rice pudding. And I stole that for myself, and I've said that numerous times to Gutsman, Airman, Brightman, and many other annoying robot masters, and will continue to do so for many years. I've gotten a lot of use of it out on stream. So now you know. I did explain that origin once before, but if you never knew why you've heard me say side of rice pudding, if I've said it before in a stream you've been in, that's why. I stole it. I wish I could take credit for it, but yeah. April clip compilation. So yeah, starting a couple months, I mean, okay, yeah, starting around early 2019 I had the idea in my head for like a best of compilation sort of thing, so I basically clip compilations as I call them. And the idea behind that is basically just making monthly videos with my favorite moments that were clipped over the course of the past month's streams, or at that point I had to catch up on a few. So, and yeah, I decided, I was like, okay, well, I'll probably start from October 2018, because that's the first month I started actively using a microphone. And I was like, it wouldn't be interesting to do it before then. And so by this point, I was obviously a couple months behind on those. So I made the first one, and I continued to make them ever so often to try and catch up at a steady rate. And yeah, eventually I'd made 6 different compilations from October 2018 through to March 2019. And that had been, yeah. And then by the time the unfortunate thing is because I was making those already late. Like, it wasn't like I just started making one a month. It was like I already had to make them when I was several months ahead, and so by the time I'd finished those, I already had a couple more months that I needed to catch up on. But by that point, it was like getting around school finals time of that year, so it's like I was slowed down and wasn't able to catch up, and so it rested at March 2019 for a bit. And then, yeah, summer came around, I got busy streaming, and I still wasn't making them, and before you knew it, there was no continuation. There was no April 2019 clip compilation. It just continued to get pushed aside, and then fast forward to 2021, my unexpected 2.5-year hiatus started, and it still never happened. But at some point, I did actually return. Like, when I say hiatus, like that wasn't even just a streaming hiatus. Like, I barely even clicked in our Discord server for that period. But eventually, in July 2022, I came back to Discord. It was quite a bit before I started up streaming again at that point, but I was like, okay, well, we gotta liven the place back up at least, and above all, if I'm not going to be streaming right now, then we're going to have to do clip compilations again, because it only seems right. So that's what we did. And after over 3 years since the last one had been made, I finally put out the April one, the April 2019 clip compilation, the very elusive April 2019 clip compilation. 3 years later, in July 2022, and yeah. The unfortunate thing about that is if I had made the April 2019 clip compilation at the time that I originally wanted to before I got busy, then it unfortunately would have been much better and had many more clips, because unfortunately the DMCA strikes had happened by then, by the point I finally did make it, and a lot of the clips from that month in particular had copyrighted music, and unfortunately had been removed by Twitch. So by the time I was actually able to make it, I could only use the clips that weren't deleted, which unfortunately was not very many. So it just ended up being the shortest one I've ever made still to this day. It's like 5 or 6 clips, and then I found another one on my hard drive when I made a remaster of it last year. So, like, overall, like, maybe 7 at the most, but it really wasn't a lot, and I had to, of course, honor that long-awaited one. Like, if it had been anything but the April clip compilation, the ever-elusive, infamous April clip compilation, then I would have just, like, probably bunched it up with May and called it one video, but so something about the meme about it was like, okay, well, I've got to make the April clip compilation happen. And so it did happen, but it didn't happen in the way that it should have, or the way that I wanted it to. But at least it did kick off again. I finally had started making clip compilations regularly again by that point. But then, again, it got sidetracked, and the clip compilations went dormant again for another 3 years. Or, we'll say 4 years, or 4 years, 2 years this time. But last year I finally slipped back into them. Like I said, I started doing like remasters of them with adding clips and just fixing some stuff. And now I've been making them somewhat consistently again. I was making them quite consistent for a while, actually. I haven't actually made one in a couple months now, but once Streamiversary month is over, I plan on getting back into that. And we've currently caught up to as far as May 2024, so I'd say that's progress. And of course, I'm going to plug myself. If you guys haven't checked out the clip compilations, definitely feel free to. We've got a playlist on YouTube full of all the best moments. Okay. Twitch Sings. Now, Twitch Sings, for those who may have been living under a rock or not on Twitch during those times, was unfortunately a very short-lived free-to-play karaoke game that Twitch themselves came out with, actually, in April 2019. And it had the ability to obviously create an avatar, which was cool, which I didn't even know about until almost the end of its lifespan. And perform a whole bunch of different songs that they had in their library that they were always adding to as well. They were really good about adding new stuff to that. And you could even duet with your pals or with even complete strangers, which was hilarious. I duetted with a couple pals, I think, at one point, but I never did a stranger one. It was mostly just me. But yeah, I saw so many people playing it around the time it came out, and I knew I had to do the same thing. And I actually ended up playing it quite a few times. I would guess at least 8 to 10, if not more. And I mean, it's not like I did a lot of variety in it. I'd usually sing like the same 15 songs-ish over and over. Be like stuff by Boston, stuff by Pink Floyd, stuff by Queen, stuff by Metallica, stuff by the Beatles, and that type of thing. Stuff I liked. And occasionally I'd throw in a different one here or there, but it was usually the same stuff, the same little set list. But yeah, unfortunately, much like the April clip compilation ultimately being a victim of the DMCA strikes, Twitch Sings was as well, and unfortunately they had to shut it down at the start of 2021. And the unfortunate thing about that too is not only did they have to shut it down, but they also had to remove every single Twitch clip that was under the category under any highlight clip, etc. Anything that had Twitch Sings in it, they had to delete from Twitch that was under that category of Twitch Sings. There's some stuff that survived if it happened to not be set under that category, but they just did a full wipe of it. And so unless you'd exported to YouTube or backed stuff up, your Twitch Sings content was gone pretty much. But thankfully, I managed to find just a couple years ago, I was able to find a surviving 32-minute video of one of my Twitch Sings sessions, one from October 18th, 2019, which I actually put on YouTube last year. I'll plug that link there too. And you guys will be hearing about Twitch Sings a couple other more times during this Iceberg breakdown. So we'll get back there. Okay, Brad Delp, on the subject of Twitch Sings. Brad Delp was the original lead singer for the band Boston, who unfortunately died in 2007. And I mean, for years, for me, he's like the top level singer, like the best singer, period. And of course, Boston is one of my absolute favorite bands as well. So naturally, I was going to cover a bunch of Boston stuff during the Twitch Sings streams. And you'll hear more about Boston-related stuff a couple other times as well during this Iceberg. Yeah, during the Boston covers, I'd always, in particular, because it was Brad Delp, I'd always take the time during like intermission periods where it's just instrumental and no vocals to apologize to Brad Delp out loud for butchering his songs. And I was always like, I hope you're proud anyway that I tried. And also Sonic likes to call me Brad Delp from time to time as well. Our wonderful mod Sonic Rain 2 or Sonic Rain 12, he goes by both. Okay. So Memecraft, you guys are gonna see Memecraft actually in the next couple days because when I do that touring old worlds and old saves stream, we're gonna check it out. But basically, Memecraft was a Minecraft SMP server that was created by my friend Meme Farmer, aka Hamish, for all the streamers and community members that were in our little circle at that time. And the server ran from November 2019 to June 2020, and included a bunch of pals, some of which you're gonna hear more about throughout this Iceberg, including Darling, aka Taylor, Coober80 aka Brandon, Monkey Zeus 1 aka Alex, and a bunch of other people. Whole bunch of streamer pals. We're probably going to show clips of the Memecraft server on the day of the world touring. But yeah, it was basically just a fun little SMP that we had a lot of memorable moments and laughs with. That was just prime old days. I miss the classic days. Okay, cherries. We've got a clip to show for this one. And cherries is referring to a nonsensical, a ridiculous nonsensical quote that I came out of, like, must have pulled it out of my ass, I don't know, but I've randomly blurted it out on October 11th, 2019. And yeah, if any of you guys have any wager whatsoever about what the hell I was talking about here, please feel free to let me know. But yeah, I've got a clip to show. I'll throw it over to that. Okay, how was I doing that again yesterday? Should be set up hopefully still. Yes, perfect. Okay. And yeah, here's the chip for Clary. Chip for Clary's. The clip for cherries.
When life gives you cherries, you don't take the cherries. And when cherries give you life, you don't take the life. What the hell am I even saying? I don't know.
You know, 6.5 years later, I still don't know what I was saying. I'm sorry to disappoint 2019 Ashton. Okay, moving on. Let's get back to the iceberg. Let's get back to the music. Okay. Blake. Blake is the name that was given to the black duck card you can see right in front of you in Placid Plastic Deck, which is basically a card game based on and by the same developers as the Duck Pond Placid Plastic Duck Simulator. It's like a Magic the Gathering type of card fighting game. It's really cool, actually. I liked it a lot more than I expected to. And Blake was initially very weak. He's initially our weakling card, and I was always taking every opportunity to either complain about how underpowered he was or just call him useless flat out. But then later in the game, we unlocked the ability to modify our cards and like buff them pretty much. And I decided, you know what, I'm going to use my first modification and I'm going to buff up Blake because we can give him an underdog story. And then it was cool because after that I started calling on him quite regularly and he became one of our better cards, one of our better fighters. And he shall forever be our underdog, although unfortunately we never did actually finish the game because I gave up on the last battle after failing it like 20 times. And so in the end we took more of a Rocky 1 approach, and we did have a great underdog story, but the underdog did not win the championship for us. Okay, frame ties. Now this refers to the multiple instances in which my PBs all in Mega Man 1. I think I have frame tied somewhere else as well. I can't remember where, but these are all, this particular iceberg entry is related to all Mega Man 1 zipless PBs. Several instances in which I've tied them down, not only tied my PBs, but tied them down to the exact frame. And yeah, so the first time that happened, I remember, or no, sorry, I have something else to say before that. So I remember initially complaining when I was trying to break into the sub-23 territory in early 2024, when I had only a couple months after I'd finally come back. I kept getting 2305 runs over and over, and I kept calling the 2305 curse. It was like, can I please get something that's not a 2305? But I mean, at least with those, they were always coming in at different milliseconds, and I think one of those even PB'd as well by a few milliseconds. But yeah, getting 3 of those in a row as completed runs that could have PB'd was really annoying. And 2 of them were even, yeah, on pace for 22 or better. But yeah, I would have taken those 2305s over and over, any time over the frame ties that we had. Because, yeah, I did not know the feeling of dismay that comes with an exact frame tie at the time. But, yeah, I was soon going to find out. And then on May 11th, 2025, quite a while after those 2305s, I got a 2-second 2217 PB. which had been my first Mega Man 1 PB actually of 2025. And then 2 weeks later, on May 28th, I was on a remarkable 22.0x pace. And it was 12.3 seconds ahead out of Wily 2, which is sick. And Diesel and Jimmy were both teasing me for celebrating too early, because by this point I was already like, well, we got another PB, heck yeah, 22.0x. And one of them said, or maybe both of them said, it'd be hilarious if I ended up tying my run again, which was like hinting at my 23.05s I was getting over and over. And then that was the point where I confidently stated that if I tied the run, then I would do a Home Alone world record run again, which, as I mentioned earlier, I ended up having to do twice after I wanted to, because I talked myself into a hole. These are the holes I talked myself into. And yeah, unfortunately, I lost pretty much all my time save right away. I think it was you, because I was trying to think, like, yeah. Because you were clearly talking about when I was getting those 23.05s like a year ago, and that was just before Bruno had come in for the first time. But yeah, so I lost all my time, my 12.3 seconds ahead pretty much. I had barely anything, and then in the end, much to my dismay and horror, I got another 22.17. So that meant that, I mean, regardless, I had lost the bet, and I talked myself into a hole. And because I was too overconfident on my 12.3 seconds that I was ahead at the time, I had to do another Home Alone run, which sucked. But I was still like, okay, well maybe this 22.17 was faster than the other 22.17. So I timed it for the milliseconds so I could see if it would maybe count as a PB, but lo and behold, both of them came in at exactly 22 minutes, 17 seconds, and 130 milliseconds, which Aurel also double timed for me. He checked them for me as well, just in case I'd timed them wrong, but they were correct. They were exactly that. So yeah, not only did it tie to the second, but it tied to the exact frame. The exact freaking frame. So like, yeah, there was no way I could squirm out of the Home Alone thing. And I did it. On June 1st, a couple days later, I honored my promise, and I did my third of 4 Home Alone record runs that I've currently done as of today. And then eventually, fast forward to August 27th of 2025, I got my very first Sub-22, which was a 2159. And then my ultimate goal, obviously, was 21.4x. That was really what I wanted to get to, so I wasn't done yet. I knew I had to keep pushing. And so a week later, September 4th, I was on another really promising pace, which was 7.1 seconds ahead, going into Wily 4. So we were beyond the dupes already. I can't remember if I'd gotten all the dupes or not. But anyway, the stage itself was mostly fine, Wily 4. Like, it went pretty well. But then I really, all the refights just sucked. It was like one after another. My pauses sucked, my timing sucked, and they were just giving me terrible RNG as well. And in the end, that ended up losing me, can you guess how much time? All 7.1 seconds that I had saved. It came out as another 21.59. And right after I even said, I was like, watch this be another frame tie. And what do you freaking know? I timed it against the other 21.59, and they both came in at 21 minutes, 59 seconds, and 540 milliseconds. Another frame tie. And if that wasn't bad enough, later during the month, after I'd finally gotten my dream 21.48 time and I was moving on, the one thing I knew that I had to do before I could truly move on from Zipless was beat my legacy Zipless time, because I was unsatisfied with it. And even more than that, I knew I had to... I mentioned it earlier, we talked about it earlier, but because it was also actually achievable for me, I was like, well, I may as well try and get records, you know? So, yeah, my first recorded time during this brief legacy Zipless record grind on September 21st came in at 22.01, which was awesome. Like, we were almost at the 21 area already. And then the next day I came back, was doing more attempts, and I was on another absolutely insane pace, which was 17.6 seconds ahead, leaving Wily 2, going into Wily 3. But unfortunately for me, despite that massive 17.6 advantage that absolutely should have PB'd, barring any deaths, both Wily 3 and 4 were just completely catastrophic. And the run closed in at another 22:01, and you already know the rest at this point. Timed it against the other one. They were both exactly 22 minutes, 1 second, and 120 milliseconds. And that was just one more final frame tie to send me off before I officially left Mega Man 1 Zipless. But then eventually we got the record that same stream, and we were done with Legacy Zipless, and we were done with regular Zipless. Okay, interruption counter. So back in the 2018 to 2020 stream days, when I usually streamed during normal person hours, aka afternoon and evening, as opposed to my current schedule, it was quite often for me to be interrupted by family members throughout the day. And I mean, some streams would only happen once or twice, but there were some other streams where it happened so often that it started to become a running joke. And that eventually led to the creation that I mentioned earlier of the interruption counter. On January 1st, 2020, that was like every time I've been interrupted since 2020, basically. And it was, alongside like the watch timer we finally started up that day, and the uncultured one as well. And 20 in one stream sounds about right. Like, if we had started that command earlier, it probably would have had hundreds of entries. But we do have it still in chat, although again, it only started counting from 2020. 69, nice. All you know is you see Don Tor and Jerky Boys coming up. Oh yeah, we're getting into the good stuff now. And Chuck Norris, indeed, so close to greatness. Okay, fax no printer. So this is a phrase that means facts, basically. It's just another way of saying facts, a cooler way. And it was heavily popularized within our community by Lord Gurno, who we mentioned yesterday. We'll just call him Gurno. During the 2018 to 2020 stream era, like I mentioned. And he initially started using it, and it rubbed off on a lot of people, and from there most of us were using that instead of saying facts. And eventually, in July 2019, Martin created an emote for fax no printer for the server, which I slightly modified to add in peppermints over the O's and no in Gurno, because Gurno was always talking about peppermints. He clearly had a infatuation with peppermints. It was like, well, we gotta add the special touch, right? And this emote is also still on our server to this day. And we also have a command, FNP, unless it got removed. I don't know why it would, or maybe it was fax, I don't know. No, it wasn't FNP, it was fax, okay. I think it was FNP at one point, then we changed it to fax because we realized it could just easily work that well the same way. A facsimile just to be an ass. I love it, Reppy, that's fantastic. Okay. The Great Gig in the Sky. So The Great Gig in the Sky is a classic Pink Floyd song from the Dark Side of the Moon album, the infamous Dark Side of the Moon album. And the song is basically about fear of death, but it's interesting because they recruited a guest vocalist named Claire Torrey to sing the song. But there's no actual lyrics in the song. Instead, she scream sings through the entire thing. But I mean, it's truly a work of art. Like, the emotion that is conveyed in that song, you can tell what she's singing about without saying any words. It's brilliant. It's just prime example of what Pink Floyd is all about. And yeah, at one point, October 18th, 2019, Martin and Sonic and I were all talking about Great Gig in the Sky in particular. Just Pink Floyd, I think, but then it eventually went into that song in particular. And they both were like, well, I'd love to hear you do a cover of that song. So we got a clip based on that. prepare your eardrums.
Oh my god, great gig in the... There you go. There's a great gig in the sky for you.
Glorious.
Oh, that's so great. Oh.
That's funny. What a classic moment. And then, so yeah, I honored their request, and eventually, funny enough, right after that, we ended up switching to Twitch Sings. That put me in the mood to play Twitch Sings, so we switched over. And funny enough, that was the very session that I found on my hard drive last year. So, that means that there exists a full version of me singing the entirety of Great Gig in the Sky and losing pretty much every ounce of my breath in the process. And I'll link that there for anyone who wants to check it out later on. Okay. Bob Ross, everyone's favorite wholesome painter with a calming voice. But Bob Ross needs no introduction. He is a legend. One of the very most legendary people that has lived in the last 100 years. A legend who also, in fact, happens to have a Twitch channel that plays all of his Joy of Painting episodes, which is awesome. We're going to give Bob Ross a shout out because we love Bob Ross. And yes, I like I said, I love me some Bob Ross, so I'm at some points known to break out, mostly in the older streams, but I still do it sometimes, break out into the Bob Ross voice. Sometimes the most random moments. And by far the most memorable of said moments was when Bob Ross took up a segment of Terrible Tingles 2 to paint a happy little painting, which I will show. So enjoy. You guys get to hear more Terrible Tingles 2, which is what everyone wanted. So yeah, let me switch over to that. Actually, I should mute the music again until I have to remember that's what we were doing yesterday. So, this is our part of our Bob Ross segment of Terrible Tangles 2. And then afterwards, I signed the painting as well. But
we're gonna take blue color, just give a little bit more of a push. That's all we're gonna need. Just make a few more highlights on our canvas right here, on the trees here. There we go. There we go. Maybe. Awesome. Okay. That's looking good. Yeah, we got mix a little bit of our light blue there with some titanium white.
Titanium white.
Okay, now we're gonna wanna start trying the sky. So let's go here. Just start trying nice sky here. In retrospect, I probably should have done the sky first, but that's alright. Bob's got all the time in the world.
Aw. Good old Bob Ross. Hey, welcome in, comrade. Good to see you. Okay, let's get back to the Iceberg. Let's do this, and... Okay, we are back to the Iceberg already. Cool. So that's that. Okay, Dawn Tour. Bruno's here just in time. Diesel has come in just in time for Dawn Tour. So this was another hilarious typo by Diesel. On October 2nd, 2025, during our first Pursuit Force playthrough, and being instructed by Diesel, multiple world record holder for Pursuit Force, by the way, we're going to get a shout out for Diesel because he's awesome. He accidentally typed "Don't worry" as Dawn Tour while he was instructing me. Here's the screenshot of that. And that immediately resulted in new inside jokes like, who's Dawn Tour? But funny enough, one of the bosses in Pursuit Force is called Don Capelli, and so we started referring to him as Dawn Tour. And eventually we even named a duck in our duck pond Don Tour as well, to commemorate this epic moment. And we have got a clip, of course, to show for this. The moment that Don Tour came into existence. Yeah, the Don Tour duck, a legendary duck.
You can pause buffer to remove iframes. Yeah, just use Mega Man strats. Don't worry. Okay. Okay. Well, you tell me when I've healed enough. I feel like I'm cutting it so close. He's not even healing. Okay, is that enough health? Don Tour. Who is Don Tour? sounds like a Jerky Boy character.
It does, actually. I think we said that we ended up saying that he was Brett Weir's cousin. I'm looking for Brett Weir. Yeah, well, there you go. See, we're thinking the same thing still. Oh, sorry, did I have anything? Okay, no, that was it. Okay, Chuck Norris and Jackie Chan regrouping together because they both originated for the same thing and around the same time, although Chuck Norris in particular is one that we mentioned, we reference a lot here. I mean, Chuck Norris, the man, the myth, the legend. We just lost him recently. Rest in peace, legend. But yes, so everyone should know who Chuck Norris and Jackie Chan are. Just two of the most well-known, iconic martial artists ever. Alongside Bruce Lee, of course. The Holy Trinity. Oh wait, sorry, I have a picture. For people living under a rock, this is what they look like. So there's a game called What Beats Rock that was somewhat popular during 2024, and basically the gist of the game is you can enter in anything. And it's like a game of rock, paper, scissors, but you can throw in anything you want, and then it will calculate and tell you if it beats the last thing that was thrown in. And yeah, it will determine whether it beat it. And so on September 12th, 2024, Milius and I were both messing with it. And he suggested I throw Chuck Norris into my equation, and so I did. Chuck Norris beats Little Tyke's cars, unfortunately, but also fortunately because Chuck is a legend. Of course, it makes sense, he'll roundhouse kick it out of existence. But then, of course, that presented a dilemma. What could be Chuck Norris, the unbeatable? We've all heard the memes. Chuck Norris doesn't turn the shower on. He stares at it until it cries. Or when Chuck Norris was a child at school, the teachers would raise their hands to talk to him. Those sorts of things. Hilarious memes. We've all heard them. So what could be Chuck Norris? Very few things could take down the man, the myth, the legend, Chuck Norris. Unless, of course, another legend, Jackie Chan, could help us out. And thankfully, Jackie was more than willing to lend a helping hand. And so, yes, with the help of Jackie, I was finally able to best Chuck Norris in my equation. So thank you, Jackie. And Proto Man with Elect Beams. For beating Chuck Norris, giving Mega Man a piggyback ride. But then, of course, that also presents another issue. What could beat Jackie Chan? Because also another legend. Like, you don't just beat Jackie Chan without trouble. I think I probably put Bruce Lee in after that. I don't remember, unfortunately. But Jackie Chan and Chuck Norris both became staples in the What Beats Rock, and then Chuck Norris in particular became a meme staple for us afterwards. And a duck as well, much like Don Tour. Okay, so that was that. Okay, what kind of chest? They were fun, rep. Good old times. And yeah, that Pursuit Force stream, holy crap, that was, for me, one of the most memorable streams, period. Might honestly be my favorite stream of the last few years, honestly. That was so fun and so funny. Okay, so what kind of chest? during a belated 3-year streamiversary stream that took place on June 8th, 2019. Quite similar to what I've been doing this month, actually. Where, like, this month I've been trying to play things that I used to play back in the 2018 to 2020 days. I wanted to do that same thing during that stream, but in that stream, instead, obviously, because that was during that period, instead I was like, let's play games I used to play during the 2016 era streams. And so my initial plan for that stream was to play 1 game per hour for a total of 6 hours. And Minecraft was part of that lineup. And so another good pal and mod, Lieutenant Hunter 240, who we'll just be calling Hunter, who we will refer to a couple more times throughout this Iceberg, he popped into the chat and asked if he could join me. I was like, how can I resist that, right? So, and we ended up having so much fun that I axed a few of the games that I'd originally planned for my schedule, just so we could spend longer playing. And so we played a few rounds of a build battle minigame that was on the Hypixel server. And basically we were a team. We were tasked with building a specified prompt before the time limit ran out. And in one such match, our prompt was chest. The chest master. Sizzle chest, I love it. And yeah, neither of us were actually interested in building a chest, so we both presented each other our ideas instead. Hunter's idea involved placing a single chest on just one single chest block on the ground and calling it a day. And mine involved building a human chest, of course. You know, the one at the top of a torso. So in the end, we compromised and we just spammed our build with nothing but chest blocks. So it was sort of his idea because he wanted to just do the one chest block, but I compromised. I was like, what if we just spam chest blocks all over? And the hilarious thing about that, by some miracle, we actually got voted 3rd place, which was funny. But anyway, here's a clip, which is the 2nd most viewed clip on this channel, fun fact, of when we first suggested our ideas to each other.
Alright, I'll build the upper torso.
Obviously, all we need. Obviously, all we need. We won.
No, not that kind of chest. I'll build the torso, you build the nipples. Ready? Go.
No, Ashton, you're gonna get us banned. No. Ashton. Not that kind of chest.
Yes, that
No.
kind of chest.
What an unhinged guy.
You can't build that kind of...
Yes, that kind of chest. Oh my gosh. Good times. Also giving you a giller for Chestmaster Diesel. I was certainly the Chestmaster that day. Okay. Buttspot. Should have built that out of actual chests. I should have. Or chest nipples, at least, you know? Okay, so Buttspot is a Twitch bot that, if added to your channel, he randomly replaces 1 or 2 words of someone's random chat message every 40 messages or so with the word butt. And we had this bot during 2018 and 2019 on our channel, and personally, I thought it was hilarious. It chimed in just the right amount to me where it wasn't annoying, and Sonic also thought it was funny. But overall, there was a pretty mixed reception about Buttspot. And eventually a few mods had expressed their absolute hatred of Buttspot. And so after having him for a while, I was eventually like, you know what? We'll put it to a vote between mods to decide whether Buttspot stays or whether we remove him from the channel permanently and ban him. And myself and Sonic both voted in favor of keeping Buttspot because I thought he was funny, and so did Sonic because taste. But and there's some mods that didn't even say what they wanted to do, but the majority ruled in favor of banning Buttspot. Like pretty much everyone that voted against Buttspot. And so in the end, I gave in to the majority, I banned him, and he's been briefly unbanned a few times as a joke, but he's been ultimately banned for many years at this point, and he remains so to this day. We miss you, buddy. Tanahace Metallica. Okay, you're right. I shouldn't have said he has good taste. He does not have good taste, but he does have good taste in bots. Alright. We already did Uncultured Counter earlier. We skipped ahead for it. So now we're gonna do Solitaire. Oh yeah, you can customize the words. Absolutely. And yeah, you could also make it more frequent. There's definitely channels that overdo it. But yeah, I thought like the default 40 was not too much to the point that it became super annoying. Okay, Solitaire. So, during January 2nd, 2020, Hamish, who I mentioned earlier, Meme Farmer, who we'll be referring to as Hamish throughout this, and Martin and I were all having a conversation in Discord, and at one point that conversation made its way over to Windows XP, the greatest operating system of all time, by the way. And eventually, of course, naturally, the conversation went over to Windows XP Solitaire. And I loved Windows XP Solitaire as a kid. I had so many fond memories of playing that game. Just phenomenal. And to my absolute amazement, Hamish was actually able to find a way to install Windows XP Solitaire, and he shared it in the server so we could play it as well. And then immediately I installed it and I started playing it again. And throughout the 2020 streams, I actually pulled out Solitaire on stream pretty frequently, and people liked it too. It was just Solitaire, but it was always a good time. And I'd usually put it during my nighttime Mega Man grind streams as like a bridge, a respite between bad runs, but I even pull it out during the day streams sometimes. And yeah, I think it'd be cool to eventually do some Solitaire as like a break between Mega Man runs again. Alright, the Jerky Boys. Welcome in, Milius. Good to see you, comrade. The Jerky Boys are, or I should say were, a prank call duo based in NYC that was made up of pranksters Johnny Brennan and Kamal Ahmed. This is Johnny, this is Kamal. They were an absolute staple, of course, of 90s pop culture. Over the course of that career span, they released 6 prank call albums from 1993 to 2001. And they even had a feature film in 1995, which most people hated, but Reppy and I both thought it was fantastic. And unfortunately, eventually these two did have a falling out, and to this day, unfortunately, they still don't speak. Kamal actually released a solo Jerky Boys album in 2000, and Johnny has since, in the decades since, released just some bonus calls here and there, and just like, yeah, unreleased stuff and new stuff that he did. And he even released a brand new Jerky Boys album under the Jerky Boys name in 2020. So the prank calls feature a handful of ridiculous recurring characters, and even a few one-off characters that absolutely should have had more calls. But the best of the bunch, without a doubt, are firstly Johnny's Saul Rosenberg, a Jewish guy in his 50s who's pretty much scared of everything. Scared of his own shadow, scared of absolutely everything. He's just a timid guy, but we love him for it. And if you're familiar with the character Mort Goldman on Family Guy, he is essentially the continuation of Saul Rosenberg, post-Jerky Boys, who is even voiced by Johnny himself. And, I mean, he took on most of Saul's mannerisms, he took on his voice, obviously, although there's like a slight change to, like, the pitch of it. And he's even quoted a few Saul Rosenberg lines within Family Guy episodes as well. Particularly Scared of Stairs, that's true. And yeah, Johnny's other best character is Frank Rizzo, who is a foul-mouthed, hard-ass mechanic who does not have time for anyone's bullshit, is basically the best way to describe him. Saul Rosenberg. Saul, damn you. I fell down the stairs, my shoes fell off. And then, of course, Frank Rizzo. Frank Rizzo, R-I-Z-Z-O. Open your ears, you wacky asses. When Moore mentions shoes and glasses, right? And he mentions his ass neck and assy nipples in one episode. Like, I love that. Seth MacFarlane was a big Jerky Boys fan. I love that he was like, well, let's continue the Saul Rosenberg character within Family Guy. And then, of course, Kamal's two best characters are Kissel, who's a World War II veteran who aspires to be a singer, and he's always at odds with his wife, who Johnny does the voice for in the background on occasion. And also Tarbosh, who is sometimes also called Ali Kamal. I think they're actually supposed to be two different characters, but I sort of see them as the same one. And he is a cab driver by day and a magician by night, who's known for his eccentric and ridiculous magic tricks. Of course, we got Frank Gessel. I wanna learn how to sing. And then we got the Tarbosh, whose sick mountain cat did maul people on stage. And so yeah, my parents from a very early age raised me on the Jerky Boys prank calls, and my love for their jokes and my ability to quote their many, many ridiculous calls out of completely nowhere have only grown as I've gotten older. And not long after I first met Reppy, our wonderful Rep 2369, during the summer of 2024, we'd already bonded over just about everything there was to bond over. We were both staunch Zelda 2 defenders that loved the game to death. We both loved Mega Man. We even have a whole bunch of the same music taste. But imagine my surprise when on September 27th, 2024, out of nowhere, Reppy brought up the Jerky Boys, and I immediately responded with a reference. Did we just become best friends? Yep, is pretty much how I felt in that moment. And just like that, we were bouncing Jerky Boys references off of each other back and forth like we were long-lost brothers. I mean, if there wasn't already a budding friendship at that point, then that just about sealed the deal right there. And from there on, I ramped up my personal Jerky Boy references like never before, both in Discord and on stream. Fast forward to October 2nd, 2025, during my Pursuit Force playthrough, I was struggling immensely with one level in particular, which we're going to mention later. And though Diesel was trying his best to explain what to do through the chat, but I just couldn't make sense of it. It was frustrating me, and it was just too much. And so eventually, we just decided, you know what, maybe it's better if he hops in voice chat with me so he could guide me in real time as I played. Although I don't think we ever did that. I think he just explained it still before. But something about hearing it in person made it make more sense. I don't know. But anyway, a few minutes into that call, Rep joins in out of nowhere and just comes out swinging with the Saul Rosenberg voice right away. And holy crap, I just lost it right there. That was just gold. And I mean, shortly after that, after I'd laughed myself near to death and Diesel had explained some strats to me, I asked Rep as well if Saul had any advice to add to Diesel's, so he did. And afterwards, after I progressed through the level and I finally made it past, I asked Rep to come back so I could hear Saul's thoughts on my execution of the suggestions that both he and Diesel had made. And Frank Rizzo even popped in during that as well, and that was absolute cinema, and we do have a couple clips to show off of that stream, of Rep's legendary cameo. Just in a mood that day, Rep. Seriously, that's one of my favorite things that has ever happened on all 10 years of this Twitch channel. No, they were so funny, man. They were good. I don't know what you're talking about. Even got the authentic East Coast accent just to tie it all together perfectly.
Alright, Saul Rosenberg from the Jerky Boys, what are we doing? What's our strat here?
Okay, you go to Barbara, the bad guy, the bad guy Barbara, and you shoot her right in the assy nipples. And then you rub sand all over her ass neck. And then you win the mission.
So there's
your shoes and glasses.
So there's no tying her to the... Thank you, Saul. There's no tying her to the pier for high tide?
Well, if you feel a little froggy, you might want to do that.
Okay. Alright, thank you, sir.
Just don't leave her too long, because then she'll be laying in a puddle of her blood and piss, and it'll be awful.
That sounds awful. It sounds like what happens when you eat too many fava beans.
They get you fucking awful sick there, Charlie. It's like when I went to the Empire State Building and I couldn't see so good. Hey, Burger Bob's, give me a fucking order there, tough guy.
Oh my gosh, it's Frank Rizzo.
Frank Rizzo, open your fucking ears, jackass.
Frank, you're probably gonna
Rizzo,
say no, but
R-I-Z-Z-O.
you're probably gonna say no, Frank. But I've got some fava beans for you if you would like to try some.
They'll get you fucking awful sick there, Charlie.
Are you sure? They're very tasty.
Yeah, them silly little fava beans. Even Sparky the Clown tried them. He was really doing some silly little backflips, let me tell you.
I understand. Okay, I'll find someone else, some other poor sap, to take these off my hands.
Just bring them to the Empire State Building.
Will do.
As long as you could see good from there. I couldn't see so good.
I'll bring it over there along with all my shoes and glasses.
So I have them. Oh man, what a moment. That was just iconic, instantly memorable. Spicy hot lammy nipple chops with minty pickle sour sauce. Oh my gosh, we're already an hour into this stream, that's crazy. Couldn't see so good from the Empire State Building. Yeah, the fact that Otis not only came in at that, like, perfect time, the fact he also knew about the references and the Jerky Boys are just too good to be true. Just icing to the cake. Okay. I think is how you say it. Is a Danish pudding delicacy that translates to red groats and is notoriously difficult for non-Danish people to pronounce. And back in the day, I had a regular who was from Denmark, who I'd always try and have fun with by trying my best to pronounce it properly and failing horribly, struggling every single time, until one day I finally nailed it with his approval. And I believe the way I pronounced it is correct. This is the correct way, because I feel like it's like riding a bike. Once you know how, you don't forget. But is how you say it. I can't remember here. What are those? It's on the tip of my tongue. What those O's with the lines are called, I can't remember. But they make that weird little sound. Okay, moving on. They put fava beans in it. Imagine. Fava bean mefleu. Okay. Fishing for gillers. This is a term that essentially means trying too hard to earn gillers. Many of the top giller earners often make a pun that seems to be on the verge of maybe trying a little too hard, and sometimes they'll cave and award them a giller, but most of the time I tell them to stop fishing for gillers and bring their A-game material. Okay, and Giller Lite is a play on the beer, of course, Miller Lite. On December 18, 2025, Dakar came up with the idea of Giller Lite, which in turn led to me editing a can of Miller Lites and awarding a deck of Giller for that, because that was hilarious. And there's the conversation there. Honking for Gillers. I'll give you a Giller for that. Maybe you're fishing a bit there, but you used a honk pun, so that's all I need to see. Okay, Swede Buff. We've mentioned Swede Buff a couple times earlier in the Iceberg, but we did not actually get to the Iceberg thing yet. So, Swede Buff refers to the huge abundance of Swedish speedrunners within the Mega Man community, particularly dominating the Mega Man 1 speedrun boards. And their God-given Swedish gamer blood just gives them a direct advantage over the non-Swede plebeians like us. And I mean, the legendary Cool Kid himself is a Swede. So are our pals Flecke, and Alicon, and Corv, and Cherry Point, and Yoka. They're all Swedes. And another commonality between all those runners I just mentioned, every single one of them has a kick-ass speedrun time across the Mega Man 1 all stages boards. And if you don't believe it, you know what? Let's count. Let's count them all out. And I didn't even show the whole board here. Let's look how many Swedes are on this board together, shall we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's just the top 10. Has half of the top 10 is sweets. You go down here, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All in the top 25. That is 10 sweets in the top 25 for Mega Man 1. We got Yoka right here, number 11. 12, 13, 14, 15, and the top 55. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There are 20 within the top 100. That is a fifth of the top 100. You got, I only showed up to 113 here. You got 21, just one more. It is beyond real. The Swede buff is a thing. And they are dominating. Like, it's Sweden. Like, Sweden's not the biggest country, you know? There's something like 6 million people in Sweden, I think. Which, I mean, to me personally, I would bet money on the fact that Sweden probably has more Mega Man and just NES speedrunners in general per capita than any other country in the world. It's ridiculous. And if you look closely, there's evidence too that the Swede genes rub off on the other Scandinavian countries, because primarily Norway. There's other Scandinavian flags in this list as well. In Zipless, let me see. We'll go for how many are in the first, or in the top, or no, there's only 100, so we'll just look at the full Zipless thing, because there's less players. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... Only 7. That's weird. But that should show that no one plays Zipless because everyone thinks it's a joke. Which is sad. Okay. Tragic Sharts. My not-so-friendly name for the game Magic Darts, which is a terrible game that I did for PP on March 5th, 2026. It took me 269 attempts to get anything even remotely decent in this dog water video game. And by the time I got that run, I hated the game so much that it officially topped Home Alone and Spot as the worst speedrun I've ever done in my life. And it sits very comfortably and easily dead last in the bottom tier of my tier list. And I don't think it's going to be surpassed anytime soon. So the game itself is basically just like a standard 301 darts game, but the inputs were so frustrating to figure out, and I mean so much that I ended up having to ask some people in the PP Discord for their advice because I was struggling. But then even after I knew what I was doing, the run didn't get any better. It was still just as miserable, in fact, because 9 times out of 10, my inputs which pretty much just require holding inputs as opposed to just pressing them, just would drop for no reason in the middle of maneuvering. Again, I was not pressing them, I was holding them, so they shouldn't be dropped, but they were dropping in the middle of my maneuvering, and they were making the darts land at places they weren't supposed to, and I was already by this point way at my wit's end. But every dropped input round just made everything worse, and yeah, truly I would not wish this absolute pile of turd on anybody, not even on my worst enemy. And please enjoy a series of screenshots that I sent during my alts chat, during my grind on my alt in chat, to show it's a very clear window into the insanity that this game was pushing me towards. Waterboard me, please. Preferable option. Yummy, delectable game, so good. It'd be more worthwhile to drop the soap in a bullpen, honestly. Yup, yummy, delicious. More dropped inputs. Dropped input buffet is open for business. Get them while they're hot. Oh my gosh. People have shit taste, it's true. Zipless is the best. Okay. Closest I got to being broccoli, that's true. I did get awful close there. But I didn't put any monkeys see no evil in heart eyes next to each other, so I'm in the clear. Okay, and we have a clip to show. of my Tragic Shards run when everything finally cooperated and then I didn't have to play this garbage anymore. The time I got was pretty unfortunate, like I wasn't happy with it, but I didn't care, I was just done with this game. So this is finally cooperating, like all these maneuvers over to this slot were being dropped for no reason. It was making me so mad. Yeah, I got lucky, I got the 560s in a row, and I closed it off with the one there, and I got a 24-second time, which I mean is whatever. But this game sucked. The time was bad, very boppable, but I don't think I will ever go back to this abomination of a video game. It is truly just awful. Ugh, horrible. Okay, these two also make the most sense to do at the same time. Worst Mega Man by far. Because at least Mega Man 3 I know I'm going to go back to eventually. Okay, so I have a redeem on my channel that is currently disabled again, same as the Home Alone one, because I don't want to mess with the itinerary of this month or mess with anything that's supposed to be happening, because it's all important. So basically, in that redeem, I'm not allowed to say a specific word specified by the viewer who redeemed it for 10 minutes, and if I say that word, I have to start the timer over. And when I initially made the redeem, it didn't occur to me for some reason that people may try and stack the words and redeem it multiple times and just keep adding a whole bunch of words I couldn't say all at the same time. And eliminating more than one word, and I've since adjusted it with cooldowns because that was just too much, but before I did that we had some very interesting situations. On 2 separate occasions, someone chose to eliminate the word I, which resulted in my natural alternate word choice to be me. So, but unfortunately you can't just sub I out for me without sounding like a caveman. So I just, in the end I just embraced that fact altogether, and that was eventually dubbed Caveman %. I think Diesel's the one that came up with that. And one of these occasions, partway through the I ban, someone else banned the word me, which resulted in me using Ashton as well for a very short time before that got banned as well. So then I started using Mr. RTA, which thankfully no one did ban. I guess because it was funny to just call myself Mr. RTA. And since then, Diesel has called me Mr. RTA many, many times. So I got a cool nickname out of all that ridiculousness. And I've got a clip from November 26, 2025, which I believe was the second occurrence of the I ban, that will give you a taste of Caveman %.
So much for the good luck.
Nah, you called me Mr. RTA enough, though. Feels like it's been a lot, and I like that. It's a nice nickname.
So much for the good luck. Me appreciate you. Me can't say the word that's a letter that comes after H because someone put a ban on it. But me appreciate you. Me died. Me no good at game.
Me no good at game. I could have just said like me am not good at game, but instead I just fully went into the caveman mode. I was just like, yeah, me no good at game. Mr. RTA2, yeah, I like that. Okay. J-Fred's Almanac. This refers to the Retro Speedrunner Almanac, which is a web page created by JFred99, who is a fellow PP runner. Basically, it tracks the progress of hundreds of different retro speedrunners, and it shows pie charts of all the unique consoles that they've played games on, and it offers like additional insights on each user's specific entry. It's really cool. And I was added to the almanac a few months ago, although my pie chart hasn't been updated since April, so it's really, really behind because I've done so much PP stuff since then. But yeah, I'll link that for anyone who wants to check it out, because it's pretty cool. Okay, the Aaliyah feud. Aaliyah is Mega Man X's sidekick in the latter half of the X series games, who was first introduced in X5. And anyone in this world, if you have ever hated on Navi in Ocarina of Time, I want you right now to go and apologize to Navi. In fact, get on your knees, beg her for forgiveness, because Navi has got nothing on Aaliyah, absolutely nothing. And I mean, for me personally, I never even hated Navi. Like, I don't even think she's the most annoying character within Ocarina of Time. That would be the owl, Hipura Gebora. He is way worse. And Aaliyah is pretty much the worst elements of Kepura Gebora, mixed with Fi from Skyward Sword, who, unlike Navi, is actually the worst Zelda companion. Anyway, yeah, but Aaliyah's super annoying. She never stops talking. Never. And she tells you the most basic things in the world. It's like, did you know you get a boss's weapon when you defeat them? Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Do you really think I've never played a Mega Man game before? Seriously. Or she'll tell you something that's like right in front of your eyes as if you can't see it for yourself, or if you wouldn't see it 2 seconds later. It's like, yeah, I've been playing through the X games for the first time on stream for the last few months, and of the Aaliyah entries, I've only played X5 and most of X6 to this point. So I haven't even made it to X7 or X8 yet, and I've already said shut up Aaliyah, or Aaliyah shut up, or some other variation of telling Aaliyah to stop talking. Probably about 1,000 times. I wish that was an exaggeration. I really do. And of course, I will show a couple examples of my feud with Aaliyah, but holy, what a terrible companion.
Watch out for the track. It isn't moving on the right course. If you sense any danger, jump to the nearest place soon. Like I already... Do you see me? You're clearly watching me, Aaliyah? Do you see where I'm standing right now? Do you see what I did? Do you see? Do you see that I have in fact jumped off of the platform and figured that out and jumped onto a different platform, waiting for it to resume course? Goodness gracious. Remember, you're our only hope. Roger. X, shut up. What is it, Aaliyah? Nothing, just be careful. Shut up. No. You're not getting a piece of this. You think you are? That's fine. You know what? You hopium yourself until the end of time. You're not getting a piece of this. No. Nuh-uh. No. Oh boy. I'm not looking forward to the Aaliyah shenanigans that still await us in the rest of the X games. Okay. Hotel California. If you don't know what Hotel California is, then you absolutely are living under a rock. But it is arguably one of the most well-known radio bangers of all time. Released in 1976 by the Eagles, who like to just call themselves Eagles, on the Hotel California album. You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. You know how it goes. And Sonic notoriously despises this song. He does admit to liking the Eagles, just not this song. He thinks it's too overplayed. And much like he likes to tell me every opportunity how much he hates Metallica, I like to take every opportunity in return to tease him for not liking Hotel California. And in response to one of his more recent Metallica jokes, I said this. The Eagles' Hotel California is a musical masterpiece, and I'm proud to call it one of my absolute favorite songs of all time. Just incredible. By Sonic Rain, always in the quotes room.
Okay. Omega Whatface. This is the title that was given to the most popular clip on my channel. By far has the most views. It was on, October 2nd, 2018, which was Mega Man 11's release date, marked the very first stream in which I used a microphone, and ultimately, I mean, became a defining stream for me because I started using a microphone from that point on. And I'd made pretty good progress on my first Mega Man 11 day. I think I'd made it through all the Robot Masters, if not most of them. But I hadn't finished the game, so a couple days later I came back to finish it. And October 5th, 2018, I came back, I did the Wily stage, or I went into the Wily stages, but unfortunately, Wily 1 would end up being absolute nightmare fuel. And even on my second playthrough, way later, I struggled a lot with Wily 1. It was just a ridiculously difficult stage. But there's a legendary clip, which a dear old friend who hasn't been around in ages, unfortunately, named Lone Star 24, aka Flying Fox, clipped Omega Whatface, as he titled it, which shows me at my wit's end with Wily 1 in Mega Man 11, to the point that I pretty much ate my microphone. So headphone users, you've been warned for what you're about to listen to.
Oh my god, no. I swear I almost died to that same thing in this same place. Last time. Thank God for the brick dropper, man. Oh my god. I just...
So basically what happened is I put my whole mouth over the microphone pretty much. Like it was within my mouth, and that's why those sounds sounded so close. I literally ate it out of frustration. Oh my gosh. What a great start to Mega Man 11 though. Okay. Stream waves. This is how I think it's the easiest way to refer to my three distinct streaming eras, which I call the first wave, second wave, and third wave, respectively. My first wave began, of course, June 2nd, 2016, my very first stream, and continued consistently through to the first week of January 2017. After which my activity drastically dwindled, because, I mean, at that point I got pneumonia, which was horrible. That knocked me out of commission for like 3 or 4 weeks, and then by the time I was feeling better, I never really came back to streaming. And then at some point during the summer of 2017, I started streaming sporadically again, like maybe once a month, twice a month, but it was not at the level I used to. And those sporadic once or twice a month streams did continue all the way through to spring 2018. And I defined the first wave as just like my terrible, no mic, terrible stream quality streams, and a variety of games which I mostly don't play anymore that I used to play. My second wave of streaming began officially on July 9th, 2018. And this was when I made a full commitment to step back into streaming. I was like, okay, we're coming back full on now. And I started doing it regularly again. And I mean, the first few months aren't really worth talking about. Because much like the first wave, I wasn't using a microphone. But like I mentioned, Mega Man 11 came out, and I used a microphone for the first time to play it. And then I ended up using a microphone going forward. And that was really when it came into, like, I'd say a soft reboot phase, I guess. That's like the canon era for me. And that's when it truly began. And I mean, by far, this was the most memorable and most nostalgic era of streaming for me. This was when I was largely a variety streamer during normal human hours, aka afternoon, evening hours, but I did eventually start dipping my toes into speedrunning. And at least once or twice a week, I'd do a nighttime speedrun stream. Like around the time I usually go on the alt, like right after midnight is the time I would do my speedrun streams. And yeah, this stream wave lasted consistently all the way from July 9th, 2018 to June 13th, 2020, after which my activity started to dwindle down, and I mean, you know, people were moving on, the world was upside down because it was peak lockdown time. I was trying my darndest to focus at that point too for school finals. There was a lot going on. That was, you know, grade 12, so a lot happening. And eventually I came back on October 20th, 2020, having finally signed the affiliate agreement. And that was sort of like a little brief resurgence that lasted until January 2nd, 2021. After which, I only did one more stream on March 31st, 2021. And then eventually, I think in November that year, I did like literally a 5-minute test stream that went terribly and everything looked and sounded awful, so I don't count that. So yeah, that was when the 2.5 hiatus happened, 2.5 year hiatus happened. And then the third and current wave began on September 10th, 2023, which had been 2.5 years in the making. And finally, that was when I was like, you know what, it's time to revive the channel for good, once and for all. I mean, a lot had changed over the last few years, and the most realistic streaming hours for me became the early morning hours, of course, and sometimes the late nights as well. And this time around, I was like, you know what, I really want to make us push for speedruns this time, and so I ultimately shifted from variety streamer to speedrun streamer, regular, like my main focus. And so I derusted some of the runs that used to be side projects, but this time they weren't going to be taking the backseat to the variety. They were going to be taking the full front and center. And speedrunning and retro gaming became my top priority, and probably will remain so forever. Although I am really liking dabbling into variety stuff again too. And for a fun bonus fact, which isn't really so fun at all, 2022 is the only year since I started streaming in which I did not stream a single time, which officially makes 2022 the worst year of being a streamer ever. Okay. Normal times for me, yes, yeah, that's true. Okay. Prime Minister of Shenanigonia and President of Shenanigonia are two official titles that I came up with in May 2026 that describe two distinct but very annoying frequent mistakes that I randomly started making within the first few screens of Ringman stage on Mega Man 4. So in the third screen, you have to place a balloon against the right wall so that you can jump off of it. And you also do the same thing in the screen before that. But on the third screen, there's a wider margin for error. And if you're too quick with your placement inputs before you have a chance to turn right, then it places a balloon to the left side instead. And then, yeah, it sucks. So I ended up dubbing that being Prime Minister of Shenanigonia one day. I'm like, oh, I guess I'm Prime Minister of Shenanigonia. And then on the fifth screen, you're supposed to switch over to Fairman's weapon. But around that time, for some reason, my muscle memory started screwing me over and making me start menuing on the fourth screen instead. Which is instant time loss, obviously, because then you have to go back into the menu to go back to Balloon. And yeah, it sucks. And I was like, you know what? Well, I have Prime Minister of Shenanigonia, so what if I called this President of Shenanigonia? Like, I guess I'm President of Shenanigonia. And so I say that anytime I make either of those two mistakes. If I make the balloon one, I'm Prime Minister. If I make the menu one, I'm President. And we have clips. We have clips to show. Yeah, I heard that, Jimmy, that eventually they remove it with inactivity. I wonder if Brandon still has affiliate. Okay. This is what Ringman is supposed to look like. So nice, that's first two screens, and then this is, that's not being Prime Minister Shenanigonia. That's how it's supposed to look. That's the room where you would be Prime Minister Shenanigonia. And then, yeah, this is the room where I'd be President if accidentally menued, but instead you menu here, as you're supposed to. Or, if you want to see being President, or Prime Minister and President of Shenanigonia, here you go. So yeah, this balloon here is going to go to the left accidentally instead of the right, which messes things up, and then I get hit by him. That's Prime Minister Shenanigonia, and that right there, switching to Pharaoh in this room instead, and having to menu back, is being President of Shenanigonia, because now I've lost time for having to menu, only to have to menu again up here. We got to the Viet rights? Yeah. That's one of the newest things that got added to this. Truly in the nick of time. Even Taylor has affiliates still. Well, at least in that case, it's only been 2 years. I'm not too surprised, but there's got to be some sort of limit where eventually, like, I'm gonna check Brandon and see if he's still an affiliate. Yeah, he is. That's funny. Last live 5 years ago, still affiliated. The cupboard lives. Okay. We have officially made it into layer 5 of the iceberg, and I'd say we're making pretty good time. So, the Shane rivalry. This refers to my initial rivalry with the character Shane from Stardew Valley. In the years since, Stardew Valley's become one of my absolute favorite go-to cozy games, and now I consider myself very well versed in the game. But back when I first played it, which I played it for the very first time on stream, on March 31st, 2019, and that continued well into April. I was addicted for quite a bit there. There's a character named Shane, this guy, who is initially a prick to you. He tells you to leave him alone, he gets mad when you give him gifts, and he's just super standoffish. And I took this personally, and I made it my life's mission to destroy Shane, ruin his life, and I had a running Stardew goal list at the time. This is that. Usually it'd be Hunter that would update this for me, sometimes I do it myself, as I saw fit with new things I wanted to do. And on that list, as you can see, I have Bully Shane as one of my top priorities. And also related to Shane is the next one, Seduce Marnie. Shane lives with Marnie, so I figured maybe she's his mom, or maybe his wife, or something like that. It turns out she's actually his aunt, but nevertheless, I still thought it would be a good idea to try and seduce her as part of my plan to ruin his life. I also spent the entirety of Spring 20th, which is Shane's birthday, tormenting him. Ruining his birthday, essentially. I actually highlighted that. I have an 18-minute, I think, highlight on my YouTube channel of me tormenting Shane for his entire birthday. But yeah, I gave him trash as a birthday present. I stalked him all around town all day. I wouldn't leave him alone. I just kept bugging him. And I've got a couple clips on that, and then I've got more context to fill in about this. But first, give you guys a taste of the Shane rivalry. The story actually has a really good ending.
Give him trash because we hate him. There you go, Shane. Take that, you dick. There you are.
Poor Shane.
Okay, block his way. Block his way. Oh, oh. How did he get past me? Hey, bud. Oh my god, I'm trapped. He got me. He got me.
Oh man, those were good times. Okay, but of course we need some more context, and I also need to point out everything that I did wrong and assumed poorly. Because Shane is actually a great guy. So yeah, back when I first played Stardew on stream, I knew virtually nothing about the game. I didn't know anything about the characters, I didn't know the core mechanics even. I spent most of my time mining and fishing, and I rarely paid attention to the farming aspect of the game. And other than introducing myself to all the villagers at the start, because the game prompts you to, and then deciding to make Shane's life hell after the poor first impression he made on me, I pretty much didn't interact with anyone within the village. But 2.5 years later, during my stream hiatus gap, in February 2023, I decided to reinstall Stardew, and start a new save file. And this time I was like, okay, now I have to actually play the game properly. So I wanted to try and explore all the mechanics that I ignored the first time. So Stardew has a 10-heart system, basically, with the villagers. Each relationship you have with the villagers is rated by hearts. And after you reach certain heart milestones with these villagers, there's 2 hearts, 4 hearts, 6 hearts, 8 hearts, and 10 hearts, and even 12 and 14 hearts for marriage candidates. You unlock a special cutscene at each of these milestones called a heart event with the villagers. And the cutscenes are sometimes one-offs that have nothing to do with each other, but usually they're part of a storyline, and you sort of get fed pieces of the puzzle as you play, basically. And it turns out I was the dick all along. So yeah, sure, Shane's a bit standoffish at first, absolutely. He's even downright rude. But why did I decide in 2019 to pick on poor Shane without knowing what goes on through his life? I don't know. Because it turns out that Shane is an alcoholic who hates himself, and he wants desperately to turn his life around for his aunt and his niece, but he unfortunately, it has his claws sank pretty deep in Shane, and he just cannot stop. So as you discover his heart events, you learn more about his story, and he starts to open up to you. You learn about his struggles, and you see the way personally that they affect his family. And after you reach the maximum amount of hearts with him, he agrees to get treatment and finally get sober. Which he goes off to get treatment, goes away, leaves the town for a bit, but he successfully is able to get sober, turn his life around. He starts drinking sparkling water instead of alcohol. And all around, he just becomes a super friendly and awesome guy. And there's definitely some genuinely hateable characters in Stardew Valley. We're going to talk about more of that later. But Shane is not one of them, and I would like to personally, publicly apologize for tormenting Shane 7 years ago. Because I knew nothing about his story, what he was going through, and I regret that, because Shane's actually an awesome guy. And also for the record, the whole seducing Marnie thing that I had on my checklist never would have worked anyway, because she's not one of the dateable villagers. Which proves I knew nothing about the game at the time. Okay, Helsinki is of course the capital of Finland, and also a place I unfortunately became a little too familiar with for my liking during Euro Truck Simulator 2 streams. On March 9th, 2019, I was driving into Helsinki and I made a sharp left. And after that sharp left, it was a little too sharp because my truck tipped over onto its side. And that resulted in me having to call a tow truck to bring me 20 minutes back to the previous town. So 20 minutes later, I'm coming back into Helsinki, and you better believe the exact same thing happened. I made that sharp left, my truck tipped over, and once again I had to call for a tow truck. to the exact same crash, identical. 2 times in a row, 20 minutes apart, and you best believe we've got clips to show. Hey, we're in Helsinki. Oh my god. Ah! Well, that's unfortunate. You can see Benno's playing with me, although he didn't talk to me that time. And then here's 20 minutes later. Alright. Hey, this is where I fell last time. Famous last words. Same exact crash. Same exact corner. Same exact sharp left. And that was that. Good old Helsinki, right? So, months later, after that double crash incident, on September 7th, 2019, I was playing Euro Truck Simulator 2 again with Benno. But this time he was speaking to me, so we were having much more interesting experiences that day. And we both realized pretty much around the same time that we were about to drive into Helsinki in that exact corner that I fell in months prior. And so, of course, you got a clip there for that as well.
Nice.
Do you recognize this? This is where I fell.
No, this is where you flip. Let's do it again.
Oh God. Okay. Okay. Let's not do that this time.
Let's do it.
No.
Yes. I said so.
He's also driving super recklessly.
Oh God. Oh God. Oh, that was so close. Thank goodness.
And thankfully it didn't happen. But it would have been funny if it did. But we certainly had the Nom flashbacks in any case. And then, shortly after that moment, because I was able to narrowly escape and not have to go back, I was like, okay, well now I've been here 3 times. See, like what you saw this week was nothing compared to how I used to be. But yes, after this I decided to honor Helsinki with an original song, which of course I will also show the clip for. Here we go. And headphone users be warned because I'm very loud, although I tried to make it quieter.
Somewhere else.
Fly off the ocean? How do I do that?
Helsinki. I'm now in Sweden.
Helsinki, 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 Helsinki. A good place in Finland to go. Unless you wanna crash twice in a row. I can rhyme, because I learned how to fly when I was 2.
I know how to ride because I know how to...
Oh my gosh, what a bunch of nonsensical things. I still can't sing, that's true. I still suck. Okay. So this is another 2-for-1 deal here. We've got Cowboy's Breakfast and we've got Odorono. Wait, hold on a sec. Did I forget? Hold on. Let me look at my clips that I have for a sec. Did I forget those or not? Yeah, I didn't. Or I did. Yeah, I did. That's funny. I completely forgot. And so I had to add these clips, the clips for this one afterwards, because I realized I forgot to put them in my thing. Ain't that bad now. Thank you. Yeah, I've definitely gotten better at trucking. But still not that great. Okay, so this is the 2-for-1 deal. Cowboy's Breakfast and Odorono. These are both direct references to the album cover of The Who's third album, The Who Sell Out from 1967. Which, in my this is the greatest album cover I've ever seen, by the way. This is, like, the just undisputed king of album covers. It's so ridiculous. But the album is a concept album that pokes fun at commercials and selling out, basically. It has fake jingles and commercials and public service announcements at the end of most of the songs before going into the next track, and the cover shows guitarist Pete Townsend holding a stick of Odorono deodorant, which is a fake deodorant brand they made up for this, and singer Roger Daltrey bathing in a tub of freezing cold Heinz baked beans, which he later got pneumonia from. Because, I mean, these photos are just too funny, man, and I love the descriptions underneath them, too. Like, this is just the best album cover ever. There's also a back cover featuring drummer Keith Moon and bassist John Entwistle. But it's the descriptions underneath these products. They really crack me up. And I will read them all out because I have commands I think still tied to these two. Anyway, replacing the stale smell of excess with the sweet smell of success. Peter Townsend, who like 9 out of 10 stars, needs it. Face the music with Odorono, the all-day deodorant that turns perspiration into inspiration. Odorono. This way to a cowboy's breakfast. Daltrey rides again. Thanks to Heinz baked beans, every day is a super day. Those who know how many beans make 5 get Heinz beans inside and outside at every opportunity. Get saucy. And you got Cowboy's Breakfast here. More on both of those in a bit. There used to be a dark side to Keith Moon. Not anymore. If acne is preventing you from reaching your acme, use Medac, the spot remover that makes your pits flit. Put Medac on the spot now. John Entwistle was a 9.5 stone weakling until Charles Atlas made a man out of him at 9 3/4 stone. Now those huggy bear biceps will bring all those beach beauties running. Put muscles among the muscles. Tense yourself skinny. Okay, so from the period of May 2020 through October 2020, I had a series that I started up on Twitter called Daily Vinyl Pictures, where basically I'd post a picture of myself with a random record in my record collection every day, and I'd give it a brief review and rating on a 1 to 5 star scale, and just mention things as much as I could in that, like, very capped character counter. And I started to get more creative as I went on. Like, initially it was just photos, but eventually I'd start either making or showing props for them. And on day 23, when I did the Who Sell Out, I handcrafted an Odorono deodorant stick as a prop for the photo. And as for Cowboy's Breakfast, like I mentioned, that comes from the baked beans segment. It's part of the description underneath that cracks me up. And during streams in March 2020, I became obsessed with reciting that description from memory, talking about Cowboy's Breakfast and Heinz baked beans on stream, which eventually led to commands being created, which I can't remember what they are right now. Unless it's Odorono and Heinz? Yeah, it is. Okay. And there may be also... I don't know if I made the ones for the other ones, but there's those, which I think are hilarious. And of course we have clips to go with this as well from March 2020 that I will show off right now. Okay, here we go. Oops, nope, that's not the right clip. Give me a sec. I forgot these were the clips I forgot to throw in, so I had to go back and get them afterwards.
Eat the food. This way to a cowboy's breakfast. Daltrey rides again, and thanks to Heinz baked beans, every day is a super day. Those who know how many beans make 5 get Heinz beans inside and outside at every opportunity. Get saucy. Man, he's sure enjoying a nice cowboy's breakfast.
You eat like a pig. Try the floor.
I was eating those beans.
Oh my god, they are beans. They are beans. They are beans. I have to do it. Oh my god. This way to a cowboy's breakfast. Frank rides again. Thanks to Heinz baked beans, every day is a super day. Those who know how many beans make 5 get Heinz beans inside and outside at every opportunity. Get saucy.
Oh my gosh, man, what a nerd.
I'm sorry.
Good stuff. That's hilarious. Okay, let's move on. And also, forgot about these. I threw these in here. These were edits that I made of the cover. We're adding my name into these descriptions. Replacing the stale smell of excess with the sweet smell of success. Ashton, who like 10 out of 10 stars, needs it instead of 9 out of 10 stars. Face the music with Odorono, the all-day deodorant that turns perspiration into inspiration. The Ashton sellout. This way to a cowboy's breakfast. Ashton rides again. Thanks to Heinz baked beans, every day is a super day. Those who know how many beans make 5 get Heinz beans inside and outside at every opportunity. Get saucy. There used to be a dark side to Ashton. Not now. Not anymore. If acne is preventing you from reaching your acme, use Medac, the spot remover that makes your pits flit. Put Medac on the spot now. Ashton was a 9.5 stone weakling until Charles Atlas made a man out of him. At 9 3/4 stone. Now those huggy bear biceps will bring those beach beauties running. Put muscles among the muscles. Tense yourself skinny. And that's that. Now we're done. Okay. Ice cream. Ice cream is a play on the saying, revenge is a dish best served cold. During one of our Euro Truck Simulator 2 streams with Benno on October 5th, 2019, Benno, who would frequently crash into me and try and sabotage my truck, was even crazier than he usually was. And after getting fed up with this constant crashing into me, I decided that 2 could play at that game. I was like, you know what, fine, why don't we just give him some right back? And so I asked him, besides ice cream, what is best served cold? And I gave him a few seconds to see if he could answer, and then I crashed into him, and I said that the answer was revenge. And this led to us proceeding to give each other ice cream, as we called it, for the rest of the session, and in our next session after that as well. And both of us would claim throughout that we were lactose intolerant, so we wouldn't give each other ice cream, but we didn't care. We gave each other ice cream anyway. And yeah, we'd start crashing into each other, just saying nothing but ice cream, because we knew what that meant, and then we'd drive away. And here's the very first instance ever of ice cream. We've got a clip to show. And it's a perfect example of the types of shenanigans that it usually resulted in. Oopsie. Okay. Where is the correct clip? It is... Where is it? There it is. Okay.
Besides ice cream.
Oh shoot, why is the video not showing? There we go. Okay.
Besides ice cream, what is best served cold? I'll answer it for you. Revenge.
That wasn't good. I didn't even take that much.
You're bad. Okay. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh my gosh. Oh god. Oh my gosh. Oh.
You want some of that cold ice cream, don't you?
No. Not really. Not really. All of a sudden, I've developed a lactose intolerance, so please no ice cream. Also have...
Oh my gosh, man. The good old ice cream wars, those were fun times. Okay. A lot of shame. So the lot of shame is the name that I gave to an empty lot in The Sims 4. But before we get to why I gave the name Lot of Shame to an empty lot, we have to go through some background story. So I did a Sims 4 playthrough on the channel that ran from June 2019 to August 2019. And I decided during that playthrough to do a challenge that I came up with that I called the Loser to Prestige Challenge. And the goal of said challenge was to get every single skill in the game, so like cooking, fitness, programming, right? There's a lot of different skills in the game. Get every single skill to max level, and additionally to complete every single aspiration of the game. Which there's a lot of as well. There's like 30 aspirations, I think, and about 30 skills, so it's a lot of stuff. And each aspiration that you have to complete has 4 tiers of goals that you need, with a couple requirements that you need to pass each of them. And you'll hear about another one of those aspirations way later. In fact, the very last entry of this entire iceberg, the worst thing on the iceberg, is related to this challenge. But anyway, after completing all 4 tiers of an aspiration, the aspiration itself is officially considered complete. And the aspiration tied to the lot of shame is called serial romantic, which basically involves going on a lot of dates with many different people and leveling up your charisma skill a bunch. But then the latter tiers of the aspiration are a lot more involved, with the last tier, the 4th tier, requiring you to have 8 different girlfriends all at the same time. So by the time I'd made it to the 4th tier, I'd gone on so many dates that I had more than enough people in my phone to get close to them and ask them to be my girlfriend. And so initially I began inviting girls to my house one at a time, and that worked fine at first, but eventually, because I was inviting so many girls over and getting to know them better and asking them to be my girlfriends, the other girls would start showing up at the same time that I had a different girl there. So it was like, oh crap, this isn't gonna work, because they all know where I live. So then I found an empty lot, and I added a king-sized bed to it with nothing else. This is that lot, the lot of shame. And I began inviting girls to the lot of shame instead, so that the other girls wouldn't come there, because they would only come to my house, right? So eventually I was able to do it. I successfully completed the aspiration. I had 8 consecutive girlfriends all at the same time. And so what did I do afterwards when I finished that aspiration? Invite all 8 of them to the lot at the exact same time, of course, so that I could break up with all of them at the same time. Here's a photo of me breaking up with them. You can see they're not all in this picture, but here's 5 of them in the picture as I'm... Look, Aster's breaking up with all of them at the same time. And that's why I called it the lot of shame. But, I've gotta say, if you think this is the worst thing that I did during that Sims playthrough, then just you wait. Because like I said, the very last entry of this entire iceberg is related to this playthrough. Okay, the rubber cheek. That is the name that I gave to an outlandish story that I came up with at 5 years old on December 17th, 2007. My mom was actually the one that wrote it, like put it to paper, but I was the one that was describing her, telling her what to write. And this is now nearly 20 years old, this story. And it's an Ashton relic that I prize very much so, and I hold very dear to me. And I decided to share this story on stream during October 20th, 2019, during Terrible Tingles 2. And I read it for the first time ever for people outside of my family to hear it. And I also have a channel point redeemed for 60,000 points to make me read it. With no context. It literally just says the rubber cheek, and it says if you know, you know. But, fun fact about the rubber cheek. So we're currently, like I said, I've mentioned, we're in the process of moving, so I've had a chance to go through a lot of old boxes and stuff, and I recently came across another story that I wrote in the exact same 24-hour period as the rubber cheek. Which is insane. Because I didn't remember that one, unlike the rubber cheek. And I've decided I'm going to call it the rubber cheek too. And I'm going to be reading that out on stream some point this month, probably within the next 2 streams we do. Along with a recap of the original, of course. So yeah, stay tuned to hear the Rubber Cheek Part 2, and also hear a recap of the Rubber Cheek. Okay, Helga. This is Helga. This is a half-naked cat that Taylor, or Darling as I mentioned earlier, randomly posted in her Discord server one day in November 2018, and when asked why, she said that she decided for no reason whatsoever to look up half-shaved cat on Google, and found this picture. And so Lord Gurno came in, and he said this cat looked like its name was Helga, and instantly we all agreed that this cat was now Helga, and a legend to us. So myself, along with Gurno and Hamish, and everyone else around, convinced her that she should add it as an emote to her server. And many of us, after that, as a result, ended up adding Helga to our own servers as well as emotes. I believe Helga's still an emote in my server to this day. And funny thing about that is Hamish and Lord Gurno also later went on to name a gaming group they had, Team Helga, as well. So Helga's memory has lived on all this time. Okay. Cover coming soon. I mean, maybe I removed that emote. I don't even know for sure if it's still in my server, but it was in my server for a long time. If I removed it, I probably removed it within like the last 2 years. It was there for ages. I'm actually gonna see if it's in here. Yes, it is. It's still in my server. Okay, so cover coming soon. So shortly after we discovered the Giller Prize, myself and Milius began to peruse over the Giller's website. And we stalked their socials, all that fun stuff. And Milius found a page on the website, the Giller website, of books basically that had been nominated for Giller Prizes. And a couple of them didn't have covers listed on the site yet, so in their place was just a template that was all white with the words cover coming soon that was plastered over it. Over top. This is what it looks like. And Milius thought that was really funny, and he instantly started cycling through various random nicknames on Discord for himself, incorporating cover coming soon into those names. And even changed his profile picture to this for a bit. And I played along, of course, and I later made this comment about cover coming soon. Now, my favorite book that has ever won a Giller Prize is hands down Cover Coming Soon by Arthur McAutherson that came out in 2025. The greatest piece of media I've ever feasted my eyes upon. Okay, Gene. Gene is a computer-controlled player that appears in a handful of Jackbox games that's usually added into the game if the player count does not reach a certain amount. The most relevant example of this is from the game Mad vs. City, which is from Jackbox Party Pack 5, which is a robot rap battle game where you take turns roasting each other by creating a rap verse, and then the robot characters that you play as read them out in text-to-speech voices. And Gene will always get added to one of these matches if there's an uneven amount of players, since everyone needs an opponent, of course. My best friend, screw Gene. Gene sucks. He can go screw himself with a side of rice pudding. But yeah, Gene's verses are absolutely terrible and unfunny, and I have a running feud and undying hatred for him and with him, because during some of our 2019 Jackbox streams, I'd be paired against Gene sometimes, and everyone would vote for Gene's answer instead of mine, and that usually gave him the win in our matchups, because people are mean. And this usually resulted in a fake rage quit from me, where I'd leave the room for 30 seconds, acting like I was gone, like disappeared, I don't want to stream anymore, only to come back eventually and be like, you guys suck, I hate you, pretty much. And we have a clip to show for that. Maybe. Why isn't it showing? Hold on. Maybe. You never know. You never know.
Let's keep it moving. All right, now you got to use your devices to find out.
Go, Gene. Wow. Wow. I'm sorry, I was tapped out. I didn't see what Gene said, but you guys are saying he was good. What? What? No! 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 Screw you guys. I'm out.
And now we got our winner. Nice job, kiddo. Good battle.
Ashton has left the room.
Let's go ahead and check the scores.
Gene at the top. What a crime against humanity.
All right, now this is your last chance. Go ahead and get at him. Let him know what the real is.
Hello.
I hate my chats. I hate my chats. Screw you guys.
Stupid Gene. Gene for new president of Shenanigo. You know what? That's even too good of a role for him. We should make Gene the president of Super Shenanigonia, because his shenanigans go beyond just regular shenanigans. He deserves the worst. Okay, Owen Wilson. So on the Memecraft server that we mentioned earlier, that by the way, again, we will be touring. That will be the primary basis of our exploring old worlds and saves stream, which I'm hoping will be next stream. But yes, on the Memecraft server, a whole bunch of us like to troll each other. And it was nothing overboard, obviously, just, you know, basic inconveniences or modifications to each other's houses. And there's a guy named Alex, or Monkey Zeus 1, and his house was the most common recipient, usually, of trolls. Just for some reason, he was our target. We always trolled him more than anyone else. So one day on December 28th, 2019, Hamish decided to cover Alex's house, in pictures of Owen Wilson. And I later stole a couple of those pictures of Owen Wilson to hang up around my house. Funny story. But here's 2 clips from the first time I discovered Owen Wilson. And then just a mention of Owen Wilson afterwards. But yes. Oh my god. Sounds good, Alex. Why are there pictures of Owen Wilson on your house? Someone's been messing with it. That's hilarious. And then next clip is a sentence that had never been uttered in the history of human existence until the day it was uttered.
How am I doing? I'm doing well. Got on the server today and my house was filled with water and covered in pictures of Owen Wilson, so I am enacting my revenge with the help of Ashton.
Oh my gosh, man. What a sentence. My house was filled with water and covered in pictures of Owen Wilson. That's glorious. The old logo, yes sir. Good times with that logo. Okay. Stone, stone, stone. Okay, 7 minutes and 43 seconds into the song Dogs by Pink Floyd, David Gilmour sings the line, "So have a good drown as you go down all alone, dragged down by the stone." And after he says stone, the word stone echoes for like a minute. It's over a minute. You just hear stone, 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 just repeating over and over, getting quieter and quieter each time until you can't hear it anymore. And during a Twitch Sing stream on October 28th, 2020, I decided to sing along to all the repetitions of the word stone. So I was singing along to all the echoes until it faded. Only I didn't stop when it faded. I sang the word stone for about 4 minutes straight. Longer than that, actually, like 4.5 minutes. All the way until the actual lyrics came back at the 12 minutes and 14-second mark of the song. So for 4.5 minutes, I just said stone, stone, stone over and over. And we ended up actually dedicating a command to that. And it had a clip to that. Obviously has now been deleted because Twitch had to get rid of all the Twitch Sings clips when Twitch Sings shut down. But yes, we honored that ridiculousness with a command. Okay, Russian Ashton. This is another occasional voice that I used to do sometimes that came out way less often than Scottish Ashton because it was also a terrible impression. I have since improved my Russian impression, but back then it was not so good. It's still not great, like I have better impressions, but yes, on October 5th, 2019, during our Euro Truck Simulator 2 session, I pulled out the Russian accent with Benno, and I will let the clip speak for itself. No, I don't want more. You want ice cream? Oh, God dang it. I'm gonna make you some Russian ice cream. Made with vodka.
You know, Vladimir Putin's mother makes really good vodka ice cream.
You know what? It should have actually. I'm surprised the Russian gangster thing isn't in our Iceberg. I guess because that mostly happened in Broccoli's server, and we don't even have like reference stuff anymore. And also anything tied to Broccoli is at this point just non-canon. Okay, it's Ashton. This was my ridiculously cringy first Twitch name that came into existence on July 26, 2015, just a week before I made my Twitch account. The name was part of a trend I was starting to notice with people's names on Minecraft, where a lot of people were for some reason changing their usernames to say it's and then something else afterwards, either their name or something like, you could even use broccoli, it's Broccoli. There was probably one that existed at that point. And there were a few people I played with back then that were amongst that trend of people using that name. So I decided to join in, and I changed my name to Ashton, and I had no idea that would be a name that I used everywhere for about 3 years, and eventually would try and cover up altogether because I cringe it. That's like the worst username ever. And I've tried my best to bury it since. That's why like all my other old names are up here, and then this one's all the way down here, and it's cringe. I hate it. But you guys actually saw it last week on Truck Sim, because that's what the name of my account on the Truck Sim is still, and you have to write to them directly to change your name, so I wasn't able to do that in time. But yeah, eventually, July 27th, 2018, a few weeks into my second wave of streams, I changed my name to Ashton_M_02, which, by the way, I said that was like a really rushed, thrown together name, and that's because I wanted to escape the Ashton name, because it sucked. This is the logo that I used throughout that time. That was actually made by one of the other Islas that I mentioned. Okay, 2016. So basically, 2016, you guys already know, that's the year I started streaming. That's the year I garnered my first 100 followers plus, and in that year, honestly, we've talked about this, I consider 2016 pretty much non-canon within my stream canon, because less than 1% of this Iceberg has references from 2016. I haven't seen or interacted with a single 2016 regular for years, and I mean, even though it was a huge important part of my streaming journey, it is ultimately very unimportant and irrelevant towards anything that came afterwards. So yes, 2016 is pretty much non-canon. Okay, Roadrunner. Roadrunner is an expression that was coined by Sonic, and is used pretty much to describe getting beaten to the punch to water our tree in our server. And on July 9th, 2025, Sonic posted this Roadrunner GIF, and saying, that's what I picture every time you guys skunk me in the watering line, saying like that's how he feels when he gets beaten to the punch. So eventually we adapted this into our routine. And every time someone beats us to the punch, or we beat someone else to the punch, we post Roadrunner GIF, and or we'll say like meep meep or something like that. It was mostly me playing along, but a couple people did as well. I thought it was funny. Okay, Hallrud%. So way before Jackbox was making party packs, all the way back in the 90s, back when Jackbox wasn't even called Jackbox, they were called Jellyvision Lab Incorporated. They had pretty decent success way back then with a game series called You Don't Know Jack, which is basically like an episodic trivia game that shows, is like a game show knockoff sort of thing. And you have to pick the correct answer to really, really wacky questions in a multiple choice format. The second most recent entry to that series was called You Don't Know Jack 2015, which is featured in the Jackbox Party Pack 1. It has an episode of You Don't Know Jack that's called the Vegan Cannibal Supply Corporation, otherwise known as Episode 8. And the entire premise of that episode is the host, Cookie Masterson, waiting on Paul Rudd's arrival because he's supposed to help co-host the episode. But of course, Paul Rudd is late, and with each passing question, people begin to pester Cookie about Paul Rudd, trick him into thinking Paul Rudd's arrived when he hasn't. They keep getting his hopes up about Paul Rudd, telling him he's finally there, and then that's not the case, and he keeps losing his marbles with each passing question without Paul Rudd showing up, and eventually he even realizes, yeah, Paul Rudd's not coming here at all. He stood me up. And that pisses him off. So then he gets super angry and he starts like yelling towards the end, like, where the hell is Paul Rudd? That asshole should have been here ages ago. And that's always been like my favorite You Don't Know Jack. I think it's so funny. So last year I found out there's a speedrun board for individual You Don't Know Jack episodes. And so naturally I was like, you know what? I have to speedrun that episode because no one's done it yet. And I think it's hilarious. So I called it Paul Rudd %. And I have a picture to show here of that. The end of that. You can see the Paul Rudd splits. This is my time on SRC. And for those who have not seen it yet, I will post a link if anyone's interested in checking out the Paul Rudd % speedrun. Okay, we're going to jump ahead a bit here for this one again, because it will provide some context for another one afterwards. So this Spirit is Crying is a direct reference to Led Zeppelin's Stairway to Heaven. Particularly an inside joke that myself and Misa Dak, aka Dom or Misa, had that originated sometime in early 2019. Unfortunately, I have no way to know exactly what date because it's tied to now archived Twitch messages, but Dom and I are both big Led Zeppelin fans, and sometime during the early 2019 time period, he quoted the line from Stairway to Heaven, "There's a feeling I get when I look to the west, and my spirit is crying for leaving." But the word leaving was replaced along the lines with something along the lines of Ashton's next stream. So it's like, there's a feeling I get when I look to the west, and my spirit is crying for Ashton's next stream, for an example. And basically that just became a running joke. We would always, like, if we wanted something or wanted to hint at something, we'd always say to each other, my spirit is crying for, insert what our spirit is crying for. We have examples actually here. Some Discord messages. There's a feeling I get when I look to the west, and my spirit is crying for Dom to post more Stairway to Heaven memes. There's a feeling I get when I look to the west, and my spirit is crying for school to be over. There's a feeling I get when I look to the west, and then I finish it, and my spirit is crying for motivation. There's a feeling I get when I look to the west, and my spirit is crying for Ashton streaming. And we also have a command, actually, to be zapped out of existence. There's a feeling I get when I look to the west, and my spirit is crying for Mega Man 8 to be zapped out of existence. So you can do !west and then anything your spirit is crying for. And we have a video for this one as well that I will pull up right now.
Look at that. All 4 of you sent me messages.
So this is from the Jackbox game Monster Seeking Monster, which is pretty much a dating game.
Look at that. All 4 of you sent me messages.
Ashton, or Dommy wants to date Ashton. There's a feeling I get when I look to the west, and my spirit is crying for dating Dom. Wanna go out, bud? Yeah. And we matched. Good old Stairway to Heaven.
Look at that. All 4 of you sent me messages. Room number is MBID. Yay!
Yay.
We're together.
I love it. Okay. Okay, and that leads us to A Man I'll Never Be, which, similar to Spirit is Crying, we also have another running joke related to the song A Man I'll Never Be by Boston, which is one of Brad Delp's very best vocal performances, by the way. There's a line in the song that goes, "You look up at me, and somewhere in your mind you see a man I'll never be. And much like Stairway to Heaven, we replace the a man I'll never be part with whatever we want to fill in the blank. So you look up at me and somewhere in your mind you see Mega Man 8 sucks balls and it should be zapped from existence. And here's a clip showing an iteration of that too that also backs up my hesitancy to affiliate as well. I know, I'm willing, at least today though, Diesel, I can go on as long as it takes. Yesterday I had to go to the gym pretty quick after stream, so I had to end by a certain point, but today it can keep going if I really want to. And need to, which I may need to.
Oh my god, Dom, you're awesome. You look up at me, and somewhere in your mind you see an affiliate I'll never be.
Fantastic then.
Fantastic then.
If only I can find a way. I tell people to stop asking me to become affiliated because I'm getting really sick of it. But in the end, I still appreciate the fact that people want to support me. Okay, I'm sorry. God, I'm so terrible.
Okay, that's fantastic then. Alrighty. Zellers. Zellers was a Canadian retail store that was founded in 1931 that was essentially the Canadian version of Target, but much, much better. And I have so many childhood memories associated with this place. I used to get my hair cut there, I used to eat there because it had a built-in barbershop and a diner in Zellers. And unfortunately, very sad, in 2012 it was announced that Zellers would be ceasing operations. And by March 2013, pretty much every single Zellers store had been shut down, and in its place, we got Target, which barely lasted 2 years. It lasted like 2 years and a couple months before it went out of business. And let me tell you, when Target had to close, I was ecstatic. So, like, I know it wasn't Target's fault that we lost Zellers because they went under, but I always had a grudge against Target for replacing Zellers in its spots. And I also thought it was so annoying how everyone was like blind to the fact that we were losing a beloved Canadian staple because they were so excited to get Target, which is like mostly an American thing. But like, screw Target, I'm so happy it closed. I hate Target. And in early 2020, I began to get particularly nostalgic about Zellers. I talked about it a lot on stream and in Discord, and even eventually I started to build one in Memecraft, although I never finished it. But we will never ever forget you, Zellers, you legendary piece of Canadian history, and Target, good riddance. Never want to see you again. I hope the door hits you hard on the way out. Okay. Benno is perfect. So this is another running joke between Benno and I during our Truck Sim streams. Benno constantly liked to refer to himself as perfect and humble and one of a kind, and even claimed that he smiles more than I do. And I always argued with him about all those subjects. One time I was like, you know what, I'll admit you're beautiful and even certainly one of a kind, absolutely. But I told him that calling himself humble is the very opposite of what humble means. And I suggested that he look it up in a dictionary. And I also argued that you can't gauge your own perfectionism. And above all, that there is no way in the world that he smiles more than me because I am the most happy-go-lucky person I know. But Benno was so certain of his perfection and humbleness that he even added it to his name in Discord. And I've got a couple clips to show of our arguments about Benno being perfect. And eventually I gave him the perfect thing because I was like, well, as long as you can admit I smile more, I'll give you the perfect thing.
Normal.
What do you mean? I'm perfect.
Says who?
Me? Did you just hear me?
You can't judge your own perfectionism.
What do you mean? I am perfect, so I will say I'm perfect.
No, you can't do that. Someone else has to call you perfect.
No, I am. My mom calls me perfect.
Well, she's related to you.
And then we'll skip over a bit to the smile thing.
Not.
Well, I am.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not. You're beautiful,
Well,
but you're not perfect.
I'm beautiful. I'm one of a kind. I smile more.
You smile more. Dude, I have a smile plastered on my face 24/7. Don't even go there. I'll call you perfect, but I get to keep the smile thing. I am never not smiling, you jerk.
So what? You just smile.
And then the next one.
A wiener. But you're a winner too.
Yes. I am humble, I am a winner, and I am...
You're a winner and you're perfect, but you are not humble.
Why not?
Because humble people don't go around calling themselves perfect.
Yes, they do.
That is the complete opposite of humble.
That's the truth. That is exactly the complete opposite of what it means to be humble. I miss those sometimes, those dork overlays. I guess I couldn't come up with anything for, like, why didn't I say trucking dork? Because I usually said strange dork or something like that, but I didn't say trucking dork. I thought I did. Competing to see who's the most addicted smile junkie, precisely. Okay. Vixens 1, also known as Daylight Archaeology, is a mission and pursuit force that was made infamous during my first playthrough on October 2nd, 2025. Despite not even being considered a top 10 hardest mission in the game according to the world record holder himself, Diesel, this was far and away the mission I struggled the most with during my playthrough, to the point that I was getting really frustrated, as I mentioned earlier. And this was the very mission that eventually led to Bruno hopping in a voice chat with me to coach me in real time, which in turn led to Reppy joining in with his legendary Saul Rosenberg voice. And I've got a clip to show of my struggles with this level. Oh no, no. Mash the button. Get on. Get off the phone, you stupid bastard. Get on. Oh my gosh, that took forever. And then I fell off anyway. Okay, absolute cinema. Get on. Oh my gosh. Shenanigans, right? Okay. And on that subject, we're going to jump ahead again since we're talking about Pursuit Force. Velocity. So, Diesel had hinted at me for quite a bit after I finished my Pursuit Force playthrough that he'd really like to see me speedrun Pursuit Force as well. Like Hodor, yes. Hold the door. Hodor. Exactly. Okay. So yeah, eventually, I was like, you know what? I'll take you up on that, Diesel. If you can get a 1-2x time in Donkey Kong Jr. Math, then I will learn and run the Warlords category for Pursuit Force. Warlords is one of the 5 mission sets in Pursuit Force, and the one I found to be the most approachable when I was playing it for the first time. And Diesel held up his end of the bargain, so naturally I held up mine as well. And he made me a tutorial, and I got to learning. And by late March 2026, I was officially doing my Pursuit Force runs. And though I had my fair share of struggles in most stages, the one in particular that kept killing my runs over and over was Velocity, which is the 5th of the 6 stages in the speedrun order. And this level involves driving a bus at full speed to the destination, and there's a bomb strapped to the bus, and if you slow down too much, it starts to tick down from 10. And while driving, you also have to line the bus with a rescue vehicle ever so often that comes by to collect passengers from the bus to jump off to it. According to Diesel, this was actually the easiest mission of the run, and in retrospect I completely agree, but it's the one I kept failing more than anything else. And eventually we figured out that the issue was that I was steering too much rather than just letting the bus go on its own trajectory, which was slowing me down because it'd like sort of take my foot off the gas every once in a while to adjust. And I just had to keep the pedal to the metal basically. And I don't have a particular clip of me failing velocity, but I do have a clip to give a taste of what the level itself is like. In a year I only yell get. It'll be more like Mega Man 8 sucks. 8 sucks. Mega Man 8 sucks. Mega Man 8 sucks. Mega Man 8 sucks. Man 8 sucks. Man 8 sucks. Man 8 sucks. 8 sucks. 8 sucks. 8 sucks. 8 sucks. 8 sucks. And then instead of Hodor, I'm 8 sucks is my name. Okay.
Do something, please. I don't want to die.
I'm trying, Irene. Get off my back.
Regiciel sucks. Yeah, you're right. My name just becomes sucks. Alrighty. Okay. And also, since we're on the subject of Pursuit Forest, we may as well jump over one more time out of order to the Chief's wife. So in Pursuit Forest, you play as the cop, as he's called. And throughout the game, your hot-headed boss, known as the Chief, yells at you and calls you incompetent and calls you names like Sally. And eventually, I began to grow tired of just being mistreated, despite how hilarious his lines are. So I started twisting his words around to involve his wife in it. There's like, that's what I did with your wife last night, or that's what your wife said last night, or I did this when I was with your wife last night. And by the end of my playthrough, I must have made at least 30 different jokes about his wife, and here is one such example.
Can I not jump onto a vehicle, a car from a bike? Yes, I can. Oh man. I protected and served your wife last night. Ooh, got him.
Good old Chief jokes. I'm speechless at your stupidity. I made your wife speechless last night. Okay, Comedy Night. Comedy Night is a virtual comedy bar game where you and other players in your lobby take turns doing stand-up comedy, telling jokes, or just basically trolling people. There's also a singing lobby feature that you will hear more about later. But anyway, I'd watched a couple friends play this game sometime around early 2019, and I thought it was hilarious, so I got the game myself, and I knew I wanted to eventually try it out on stream as well. And on May 3rd, 2019, I did a Comedy Night stream, and it was an absolute riot. Some of my favorite clips ever of this channel actually came from that day. And here's an example of an interaction that I had during this stream. A very unhinged example, I should say.
That sexy beast of a man. Oh my god.
Right?
My eyes just popping out of my head. I threw my panties up on stage. But I think
Are they
had
for
a
sale?
little bit of, yeah, they had skid marks on them, so Ward just kicked them off the stage.
I'll take them.
Alright. Oh god. Alright. Up next we got somebody whose name I don't
Oh my gosh. It's another guy that came up on the stage. He was like, what do you call Scooby-Doo's dead children? Scooby Snacks. Ruh-roh. I almost picked that one as the clip, but these were ridiculous. Like, pretty much the goal is just going up on stage and telling terrible jokes. And you can also boo people or clap for people. Okay, The Great Microphone Incident refers to a moment on March 19th, 2019, what the hell am I saying? 2019, where my microphone randomly gave up and died on me in the middle of stream, just out of nowhere. And I figured maybe it got unplugged or maybe it got disabled, but no, it just stopped working. Just right there, flat out on stream, stopped working. And we have got a clip of that exact incident. It completely broke. It was toast.
So that that's always what I have to do when I want to emphasize or have you guys hear me, especially well, let my mouth. I don't need that. I have a savings account that I can make money from if I really need to.
It already sounded like it was struggling, and then just right there, it cuts out. It's gone. Rest in peace. It is gone. It died right there. And it was never heard from again. And then, funny enough, on September 9th, 2025, years later, I had another similar incident that we called the Great Microphone Incident 2, or the Great Microphone Incident 2025. But thankfully that time, it was only temporary, and I was able to resolve it without too much trouble. Okay. Nathan. So Nathan refers to an autocorrect incident that I had on March 15th, 2020, during a conversation in our Discord server where my autocorrect changed Mayhaps to Nathan for some reason, which led to a pal named Scuba Steve asking who this mysterious Nathan fellow was. And I said I've never known a Nathan in my life because I haven't. But ironically, funny enough about that, is 2 weeks later, after that incident, we started to play through Life is Strange on stream. And that's the game that has a major character named Nathan in it, which led to more Nathan jokes. And eventually we made a command about Nathan. Ooh, who's Nathan? And then here's the original messages of when that happened. Nathan's instead of Mayhaps. Who's Nathan? Who the hell is Nathan? Who is Nathan? And why is my autocorrect on again? I meant to say Mayhaps. Who is Nathan? We must know. I've never known anyone named Nathan. Autocorrect is stupid. Sure it is. I turned it off last week and it turned itself back on somehow. Maybe because I updated my phone like 10 updates ahead. Oh my gosh. Okay, Crisco. I won't specify his full username out of respect, but Crisco refers to a speedrunner within the Mega Man community. In late 2018, I caught wind of a conversation in the Mega Man Leaderboards Discord server about a speedrunner who fell asleep in the middle of his Mega Man 10 speedrun. Who fell asleep in the middle of a speedrun, woke up, and then finished the run and still submitted it to the board. And I thought it was absolutely hilarious, and so I started talking about it in my server, and that pretty much just spawned a meme. It spawned a meme of me being Crisco's biggest fan, and that was a phenomenon that lasted for months. And so one day, a few months after that, I saw he was online, and I ended my stream, and I raided him. And when I raided into his stream, I was like acting all starstruck. Like, he did not know who I was, but I pretended to be starstruck when he acknowledged my raid. Like, oh my gosh, Crisco noticed me! And I have an image about that. And notice me, Crisco, I'm a fan. And he later actually returned the favor and raided me as well, though I highly doubt he has any clue who I am or who I was. And he has no idea how much his legendary sleep run had an effect on this channel's lore. How that happened, I do not know, but it's funny to me that instead of just resetting and doing a new one, that he just woke up and finished it and submitted it. Like, it was actually submitted to Mega Man Leaderboards. Okay, Gandalf. Gandalf is a nickname that I came up with on September 4th, 2025 for the Elec wraparound that we talked about way back in Layer 2. And this is of course a reference to Gandalf's "You shall not pass" line from the Fellowship of the Ring. And it's pretty much my way of saying that the elect wraparound is Gandalf because it very rarely lets me pass without resetting, hence I shall not pass. And my elect split, which is usually called something like Tower of Goofs or Tower of Resets, was renamed to Tower of Sauron shortly after this. Because, I mean, I had to go further with the Gandalf thing, right? And I have a clip of the origin of the Gandalf name. Damn, we're almost at the end of our entries with clips to reference them. I think we're gonna make it through in perfect time. We're making good time, I think, today, actually. Okay.
Okay, finally! Thank you, Gandalf. That's what if I just called the wraparound Gandalf now?
Man. And unfortunately, that was very short-lived because we got our PB, our goal, our dream run right after that. Like, not long after that, so I only got to call it Gandalf for a couple weeks, if that. Okay. Hexitrom Lovodozos that's being terribly butchered, by the way, is the Hungarian translation for the phrase Blue Lemon Shooter, which is a nickname that Diesel came up with for Mega Man on July 8th, 2025. And I'll let the clip I have for that provide the rest of the context. Funny enough, another wraparound thing.
Okay, finally!
Oh wait,
Thank you, Gandalf.
No, that's the Gandalf. I pressed next clip. What are you doing? What? Wait. Why is it titled? Oh my gosh, did I accidentally download the Gandalf clip twice? Do I not? Hold on. Do I have to download the Kexitrom clip? Oh my gosh, somehow I didn't download it. I don't know how, but somehow the Gandalf clip ended up in there twice. So let me get the Kexitrom Lovodozos clip quickly. Okay, there it is. Here we go. This is the actual clip.
Imagine Mega Man was named Blue Lemon Shooter. Somewhere there's got to be a badly like some Hungarian copy or something has got to translate to that, surely. Someone look up Blue Lemon Shooter in Hungarian. I want to know what it is. You know what? I'll look it up myself because the run's over anyway. What is Blue Lemon Shooter in Hungarian? It's not coming up with anything. Okay, I gotta actually go to Google Translate. Blue Lemon Shooter is Kexitrom Lovodozos.
Kék citrom lövöldözős.
Lövöldözős.
That is Mega Man's name in Hungary. Fun fact. Oh man.
So yes, that's how Mega Man got the name Kexitrom Lövöldözős, however it's said. Where is my iceberg? There it is. And yeah. I think I jumped ahead here. No, I didn't. I'm surprised I didn't jump ahead, because there's something similar to that I thought I would have jumped ahead to while I was on the subject of that. But I guess I did not. Okay. So, Richie Blackmore. On October 22nd, 2020, I was talking about the band Deep Purple on stream, and about how they've maintained incredible consistency throughout nearly 60 years of a career, which is super impressive. And at one point, the subject came around to their album from 2003 that's called Bananas. And I mentioned that the fact, I mean, while their music had never taken a dip in quality, they were still putting out great stuff. Their album covers certainly had dipped in quality. And Bananas has one of the worst album covers I've ever seen. It is undeniably terrible. This is the album cover for Bananas. Like, what were they thinking? It doesn't match the music at all. Like, I don't know what they were thinking with this cover. But the funny thing too is this album in particular is one of their strongest ones from the recent years. So I don't know how they thought this cover would be good for it. But anyway, I was talking about it. I was dunking hard on this cover, and right after I started to dunk on the Bananas cover, my stream shut down. And when it came back, I immediately made a joke that Richie Blackmore, who was one of the band's longest-serving guitarists, who played with them for 16 years, across 2 different tenures, I made a joke that he, Richie Blackmore, had heard me talking crap about his former band, and decided to contact Twitch to take me down. And it was all Richie Blackmore's fault that my stream went down, basically. And then I did an impression of Richie Blackmore, saying he was going to shut me down. And also we have a command for Richie Blackmore, but yes, let's watch that clip. No, that is not the right clip. Hold on. Here it is.
Excuse me, my name is Richie Blackmore, and I believe you were talking crap about my ex-band. Well, I happen to find that very rude, and I think Bananas has a great cover. So now, I am going to shut you down.
And yeah, I just thought it was hilarious. Right after I bashed that album cover, my stream went down. And it wasn't an internet thing either. Like, I don't know what it was, but something happened, and it's Richie Blackmore's fault. Okay, Ashtray. This is a nickname that was given to me by Coober80, who we mentioned earlier, aka Brandon, in September 2018. And initially, I was very, very, very displeased with this nickname. Like, I don't know why it bothered me so much, but I was really bothered by it. And I went as far as to say it bothered me. Please don't call me Ashtray. But for some reason, yeah, I couldn't take the joke. I don't know why, but a couple months later, I realized how stupid that was, and I actually thought it was kind of hilarious, and I was like, I apologize. I was like, sorry I gave you such a hard time over that nickname, and since then, I've embraced it. I've even called myself Ashtray on multiple occasions. Okay, I'm accounted for, aka Valentine's Date. This was a single stream catchphrase that I had during our 20th and penultimate stream of our Twilight Princess Retro Achievements playthrough on February 13th, 2026. I began saying I was accounted for whenever enemies would approach me and get in my way, and I let them know that even though I know they're probably looking for a Valentine's date for tomorrow, but I'm accounted for and I'm not interested, basically. And I said it probably about 20 or 30 times that stream, and then never said it again, obviously, because it wouldn't have made sense. But, yes, I said it to all sorts of different enemies, and I've got a couple examples to show off for this one.
Oh crap, you know what? Get out of- everything is in my way. Just leave. Leave me alone. Okay? I'm not interested in being friends. You can go get another Valentine's date. I'm not the one for you. That's not happening. Sorry. That I know it's tomorrow, but it's better to have a date in advance, right? That's what he was thinking. But I'm not interested. My date is riding me right. Is on my back right now. Maybe you shouldn't say riding me right now. Maybe that's not the best wording to use in that scenario. Okay. Like I said, I'm accounted for. Please, you two. I'm not interested in your threesome. Leave me be.
What a happy Valentine's that was. Okay, custom roles. So, on January 31st, 2019, I added custom roles to my Discord server, which was basically my way of saying thanks to pals for the support and offering anyone whose follow age exceeded 9 months or more on my channel to have the ability to request a custom role, and basically they could choose a color they wanted for that role, they could choose emojis to put with it, they could choose the name of it obviously, and I even would display it separately for people who had like I think 12 to 15 plus months of follow age. But eventually it became overwhelming, and I retired them on January 21st, 2020, which was shortly after I made the watch time counter for my for like the new decade, and that would end up being my new system for a while. For adding roles was like I had roles that were tied to certain watch time hours basically, but eventually I brought the custom roles back after 4 years on January 13th, 2024, and I returned all those who had them before their roles, and I lowered the requirement for newer people to unlock them as well. But eventually I retired them again for good this time on June 18th, 2025, after doing a major server overhaul, which included enabling the onboarding that Discord has. And this new and permanent role system in our server is a selection that is offered to users upon joining the server that allows them to pick a role color from 46 options based on Mega Man's weapon arsenal, which is pretty cool. I really like that system. And of course, we're going to plug the Discord again since we're talking about it. Get in there, nerds. Okay, I think this might be the most recent thing on this iceberg. This battery power is from May 24th, 2026. I was on a particularly bad Mega Man 4 run during this, and it had died quite early on, unfortunately, but I was forcing myself to continue it as a no reset run to get some extra practice in. And going into Wily 2, I started to complain about how terrible I was playing, and just like, it'd be nice to at least get 1 or 2 golds out of this, you know? To make it worthwhile, because otherwise why am I doing this no reset? And at that exact moment, the Cherry Point popped in, who is a fellow Metallica enthusiast, and also a Swedish Mega Man 1 speedrunning legend. And he popped in, he quoted a lyric from the song Battery by Metallica, and I immediately chimed in, of course, seeing that, and reading it out loud, and what do you know? I golded Wily 2, right after that, by about 0.3 seconds. The battery power had brought me to a gold, which surely that was just a fluke though, right? But nevertheless, I was like, well thank you, Cherry, I dedicate that gold to you and your battery power. But going into Wily 3, I knew for sure, like, it's the refight stage, I'm about to get completely destroyed by RNG. But then I noticed early on, I was like, wait a second, these fights are actually going really well. Not only was my RNG that I was getting absolutely insane, but I was even playing the best I had ever seen myself playing refights, where like every single fight was going so well. And by the time I had just a couple fights left, I was like, okay, this is not me. This is not how I play. Like, I could tell I was on pace for a huge gold in refights. And if the refights weren't already good enough, then the Wily Machine just confirmed that, because I had, I think, my best Wily Machine fight I've ever had. I did not miss a single drill shot in the second phase. And in the end, that refight's golded by 7 seconds. A massive, massive gold that I probably will never get even close to again. And it took my summon best all the way down into 37, it was 3802, and it took it all the way down to 3755, which is insane. And we've got a clip showing the last minute of my refights, which I think is just mostly the Wily fight, but we've got a clip of that moment. The battery power coming in clutch. This is not me. This is not how I play Mega Man 4. What the hell, dude? Never-ending potency, right? What is this? This is not me. Whoa, every single hit. That is a huge gold, dude. Holy crap. Wow. 431.
And there it
What the
goes.
frick is that gold? Battery freaking power, dude. Battery freaking power indeed. That's actually a song I've always I've underrated it quite a bit. It's not one of my favorites, and it should be, because it can get you 7-second goals. Okay, Australian usurpers. If I had a nickel for every single time that I ran a new Sesame Street Flash game, and within a month or two it was beaten by some random Australian speedrunner who just started speedrunning that same week, who put up such a good run with such unreal RNG that I still haven't beaten it to this day, and they've since disappeared off the face of the earth after speedrunning a crap ton of Flash games for about a month, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. And I know how absurd it sounds, but this really did happen twice. So on June 27th, 2025, I debuted 2 new Sesame Street Flash speedruns on stream, which were Letters to Big Bird and The Nick of Rhyme. 27 days later, on July 24th, I woke up to see that some brand new speedrunner named Psycho from Australia had beaten my records in both of these games. And I was able to claim my record for both of them back, but then I awoke the next day again to find that I'd once again been bopped in Letters to Big Bird, although he wasn't able to take the Nick of Rhyme record back from me, so I still have that one. And I tried for weeks to bop him back in Letters to Big Bird, but I've never gotten even close. Like, the RNG he got was just insane, and I put in so many attempts trying to get it. And so naturally, I kept tabs on him for a while. I wanted to see what he was up to. And he was submitting a whole bunch of Flash games. He was running a lot of stuff. And one of them I actually tried myself, because I wanted to try and see if I could bop him in it. It was called Astro Frog, which I never did bop him in. But yeah, he'd done a lot of, he'd put down some really impressive times actually in just a month for a lot of Flash games, but then out of nowhere, after 1 month, he just completely vanished, and he's never been back since. He completely disappeared off the face of the earth. And now we fast forward to September 27th, 2025, where I debuted another Sesame Street Flash game called Journey to Ernie Clue Hunt. And I wasn't happy with the time I got, so I eventually went back to it on November 15th, 2025, and took another minute and 13 seconds off my time. But less than 2 months later, I woke up to see that another brand new Australian speedrunner, named Exora from Australia, had beaten my record. Does that sound familiar? Well, yeah, it should, because much like Psycho, the RNG he got was so good, was so unbelievable, that though I've tried hard to this day, I've been unable to beat it. And I also kept tabs on Exora for a month. But once again, same as Psycho, he put down a whole bunch of really solid times from many, many Flash games, and then vanished off the face of the earth, and also much like Psycho, has not been seen since. You can't make it up. Like, you know what? I could almost accept everything that happened as having happened twice, if it weren't for the fact that they were both Australian. They were both Australian runners to cap it off, as if it wasn't weird enough already. They both bopped me with insane RNG that I've never seen anything even close to since, and they both, after being new speedrunners who only ran for a month and ran multiple Flash games, disappeared off the face of the earth after that month they speedran and never did more speedruns. Like, that is just the coincidence of all coincidences. And I know for a fact they were not the same person, because I listened to both of their VODs and they both sounded different. You can try some of your Flash games anytime. I promise I will. I've had my eyes on a few over the years. Over the months is what I meant to say. One of which, I still want to do Crush the Castle 2 eventually. And here is proof of these having happened. Well, here's Psycho bopping me from Australia, and then he still has it to this day because it's insane. And same deal, Exora from Australia bopping me on Sesame Street Journey to Ernie Clue Hunt. This Letters to Big Bird. Still haven't beaten him because his RNG was just too good. Okay, Madame Jeanette So on January 13th, 2024, I was talking to stream about my love for hot sauce. I'm a big hot sauce guy. And how I'm able to tolerate really extreme Scoville levels. Like hot sauce, like even the hottest hot sauce is pretty much do nothing to me. And Martin sent this message about a hot sauce called Madame Jeanette sauce. Madame Jeanette, which is also known as the Suriname pepper, is a pepper of Surinamese origin that's heavily used in Caribbean cuisine. The Caribbean, as Kissel would say. And since Martin first informed me of this sauce's existence, he has pestered me on occasion to try and track some down for myself and try it, which I would love to do. I really hope to come across Madame Jeanette someday. And this is what the pepper looks like, and this is what the sauce looks like. Really? A Jeanette, that's interesting. In Belgium particularly? The more you know. Okay, Hot Dog Man's loss. Alright, on April 23rd, 2026, during day 1 of our Placid Plastic Deck playthrough, there's this character named Orazio Clemo Francis, otherwise known as the Hot Dog Vendor or the Hot Dog Man, who challenged us to a game of Descartes, which is the game's main card battle game. And after a number of frustrating losses to the Hot Dog Man, I was really close to giving up, but then I got into a match with him that went into overtime, and all of a sudden out of nowhere, I was starting to clue into the fact that it seemed like whenever I did damage to him, it damaged me, and whenever he did damage to me, it damaged him. And I was like, what the heck is happening? So I started paying attention just to see if I was going crazy or if that was actually happening. And yeah, it was happening. It happened again, and I was like, okay, wait a second. So if I wait this out, if I stop attacking, I just play completely passive, then eventually he'll do more damage to himself, and I will win the fight, finally. And yeah, he eventually fought my battle for me. I won because he damaged himself to death somehow, and I was completely baffled. I don't really know how that worked. Madman actually explained it to me because he's like a big Magic the Gathering guy, so he had a way of explaining it that it made sense, but I don't remember what that way was. And yeah, I still don't, so to me it still baffles me. And we've got a clip to show of my victory by doing nothing but being passive while Hot Dog Man fights my battle for me. Oh my god, that's actually a lot of freaking damage, but he's got 3 different dudes attacking at once. So naturally, it should hopefully eventually. I'm 1 away. I think I just have to do 1 more cycle. And then I should probably, because he keeps doing increasing damage every time. So if I do this... What'd that do? See, that's rough, but it's bearable. And now he's gonna go for a bigger attack, probably. Like so, and it's gonna bring me hopefully to the end now. Yep. I knew it. GG. Well, thank you for attacking yourself to my victory, to my advantage. I am very confused by what just happened, but I'm not complaining. Man, that's so weird. I don't understand it. Instead of fava bean, a Madame Jeanette fava bean. And on the subject of the Hot Dog Man's loss, Diesel made an excellent meme that perfectly sums up what happened. Hot Dog Man trying to figure out how he got beaten by Ashton's duck deck. Meanwhile, Ashton, I have no idea what I'm doing. I really didn't. I didn't understand what I was doing throughout that entire game, honestly. Okay, these two, well, let me get the playlist back. That one ended, so I'm just switching it over. Okay. So these two go hand in hand. Possible Juicy Head and Simon Cowell. These are the names in which I referred to 2 NPCs in River City Ransom as when I was very young, probably within the 5 to 7 years old range. Now, Simon Cowell's easy to explain. This guy just kind of looks like Simon Cowell, right? You can see it. It's like a pixelated Simon Cowell. But possible juicy heads? Yeah, your guess is as good as mine, honestly. I don't know what I was thinking when I came up with the name Possible Juicy Head for this guy, but it's stuck in my memory all these years, and I've referred to both of these guys as Possible Juicy Head and Simon Cowell during my River City Ransom speedruns as well, so it has made its way to the Twitch lore. Yes, Possible Juicy Head is this guy's name, according to me at 5 to 7 years old. Okay, you know what, I take back what I said about battery power. This is actually the most recent entry on this Iceberg. This is the newest word in the German dictionary that was created during a really bad Mega Man 4 gameplay session on May 29th, 2026. The word is Deichenfreude. This is a German-sounding word that I pretty much pulled out of thin air after bad gameplay, just out of nowhere. I was like, there has to be some sort of German word that describes this kind of gameplay. And I was like, how about Deichenfreude? And Google Translate actually determined that there's a word very close to this that's Dachfreude, which means roof joy, but it's not the same thing. But Deichenfreude itself is not an actual word, so I claimed it, and the direct translation of this word means to play badly like Ashton, or playing badly like Ashton. It's like, you know, like tomfoolery is a word. Deichenfreude is a word that means playing badly like Ashton. And we have got a clip to show when I made this word. We have 2 clips, actually. There's like... There's gotta be some German word for this type of gameplay. Like Dachenfreudel or something. Like, what is Dachenfreudel a word? Like, am I just making up words now? Because if it's not an actual word, that's our new word to Dachenfreudel. Okay, yeah, it's not a word. We're claiming it. Should I hold on? Let me throw an umlaut in there as well. Where's the umlaut? Umlaut U. There it is. Okay, yeah. Or no, Dachen. Should I put it on the A or the U? Hold on. Dachenfreudel. Okay. Wait, what? Okay, no. Okay. This is the word for when I'm bad. For my gameplay. Oh, man. Yeah, that refers to my gameplay pretty much. Hold on, actually, hold on. Let me hear how that sound. Is it Dachenfreudel or is it pronounced differently? Let's see how Google Translate says it.
Dachenfreude. Dachenfreude.
Okay, maybe we don't do the umlaut. Maybe we put it on the A. Hold on. How does A umlaut? How does that sound? Dachenfreudel.
Dechenfreude.
Dechenfreudel. And that is the word. Okay. 18 plus in Senegal. I'm making up words. Indeed I am. And I'm damn proud of it. Okay, so during a Mega Man 2 stream on March 18, 2024, we were joking around with how many of Mega Man 2's Robot Masters can be used in a suggestive manner of speaking. Like, for example, Woodman can give you wood, Airman can blow you, Quickman can give you a quickie, etc. And that eventually led to me commenting on the fact it'd be funny if there's like an exclusive version of Mega Man 2 released somewhere in the world, where Robot Master's powers are more literal in that sense, basically like an 18 plus Mega Man. And I pulled out Senegal and Mauritania, for example, as like 2 examples of where that could be based. And we've got another 2 clips to show for this. The Senegal exclusive version of Mega Man 2.
Powers are more literal in their name sense, so Flashman would indeed flash his pee-pee. And maybe Airman would blow you off, I don't know. I'm liking this conversation, it's very entertaining. +18 Mega Man 2.
Might have been... Okay, no, there's more.
We'd love Airman to blow you. Maybe Quickman would give you a quickie. Woodman would give you wood. Maybe this was intentional. Maybe this was all like Keiji Inafune's doing. He wanted everyone to think dirty thoughts when they played Mega Man. It'd be funny if there was like a version of this game somewhere that nobody knew about, that released somewhere like, I don't know, Mauritania or Senegal or some country you wouldn't expect to have their own unique version, and in that version it's just all of the Robot Masters powers are more literal in their name sense, so Flashman would indeed flash his pee-pee.
Holy crap, what is that wiggling happening there? What's happening in the screen?
Maybe Airman would blow you off, I don't know.
You already said
I'm
that
liking
one,
this
Ashton.
conversation. It's very entertaining.
Okay. Well, anyway, that's that. Okay. Neutral Roll. Neutral Roll is one of the worst examples of the terrible animation in the Ruby Spears Mega Man cartoon. During Season 2, Episode 7 of the series, which is called Curse of the Lion Men, there's a scene where it looks like they pretty much forgot to animate Roll's mouth, and instead she has a completely neutral face, like it looks like a neutral emoji. And we'll show a clip for that. It's insane. I don't know how or why. What is this? What is this?
Did I miss something? Why is Roll making that neutral expression? Was I not paying attention? Oh well, I honestly don't care. I don't want to watch it any more than I have to. But I mean, it's literally like, no, not that, but it's like,
where's Roll's mouth? Why is she making a neutral expression? She looks like a robot. She is a robot, but she looks like a robot.
That's the Cutman face. Oh my gosh.
So I guess Roll was like, I don't know what happened with Roll, but Roll was not okay that day. And as a bonus, here's some other ridiculous stills from Ruby Spears. Let's just take a moment to appreciate whatever the hell all these are. And this is just some of many, but like this is just the most ridiculous ones I could go back through and find that we clipped. This like dopey ass Rush face. We got the Quick, I guess, passed out. We got Roll looking like Snoopy, crying. You got Proto Man looking like a balloon. You got the derpy Mega Man face, the meme-worthy one. You got whatever this Wily face is. You've got this abomination. You've got Rush looking dopey again. You got Cutman getting crushed by a rock. This is actually one of my favorite frames in the show. I thought it was actually funny, and not in a bad way. You got this wily, cowering face. You got Dr. Light in the middle of becoming a Lion Man. and Hardman circuits blowing, basically. And that's that. Okay, into layer 6 of the iceberg, the real cream of the crop stuff coming up now. Sonic tweets Ashton's grandma. So again, this is another one, unfortunately, I don't have the exact origin message date for because it's part of now archived Twitch messages. But this is a running joke that originated sometime during the summer of 2019, if I had to guess. And I think I must have done something at some point that Sonic disapproved of during one of my playthroughs, because at some point he randomly said something along the lines of, "I'm going to tweet your grandma and tell her what you did." And I thought that was hilarious, not only because it was a funny thing to say, but because I knew for a fact that just very recently my grandma had actually coincidentally created a Twitter account. So just the whole coincidence behind that was hilarious to me. And I told Sonic exactly that. I was like, that's funny that you'd say that, because she just started a Twitter account. And from there, he started claiming to be in constant contact with my grandma, and he'd always pop into stream saying something random, like, "Grandma said she could have used your help earlier when I was talking to her," and all that. And he'd just randomly chime in at times, and he'd say, like, "Oh, I'm gonna tell your grandma what you just did, or what you just said." And, yeah, it was just a really funny running joke that came out of nowhere. And unfortunately, like I said, there's no way for me to track it down to the original first message and link it to an exact date, but I did find 2 instances, both from March 2020, of the Sonic tweeting my grandma joke. I guess I was talking about like an internet outage just there, something. How the fudge is grandma gonna tweet without interwebs? This is bullshit. Oh, this Ashton's grandma was sad she was excluded from the Baby Pig stream. Real talk. Okay. Now we're gonna skip ahead again because this, you guys actually, I played this clip for you guys recently, but this is gonna provide some extra context for the next couple ones. So we got a bit of a story time here. So yes, if you don't know what Peel the Avocado is, it is an educational / children's song, also sometimes called the Banana Dance, written and performed by Dr. Jean, this lady, whose lyrics basically revolve around the preparation processes of various fruits and vegetables. And in the music video, she dances along to like each one as she sings about it, basically. Anyway, for why this is relevant, this is yeah, a lot of backstory here. So, on January 23rd, 2016, I came across this small streamer named Drunk on Shadows. He goes by Lone Wolf Josh TV nowadays, but we'll just refer to him as Josh because that's always what I've called him. And he was doing, I think, a Minecraft stream that day, and I remember watching him for a bit, and I was like, oh, I like this guy, he's really cool. And I thought he was funny, so I was like, I'm gonna leave a follow. And I may have said a few things in chat, I don't remember, but ultimately I ended up not even going back in there. It's just like sort of ended up being a one-time thing. But randomly, a couple months later, I felt urged to click back into his stream. I was like, well, I remember this guy. I wonder what he's up to. And that was in March, and he was playing Quiplash, that's the day I learned about the Jackbox Party Packs, actually. And I ended up joining in a few Quiplash games and having a blast. I was like, okay, well now there's no way I'm going to forget about this guy again. So I turned on my notifications, I'm like, okay, I need to tune into all these streams now. And so I did. I became a regular. And he was a variety streamer, so he could be doing just about anything, from like Jackbox to Minecraft and just like random games you'd never heard of, everything in between basically. And one such Minecraft day, again, it was like he'd play it with viewers. It was a fun little like play along stream. And on June 20th, 2016, he was doing one of those Minecraft streams. And I joined in to play with him. Obviously, we were playing for a bit, it was fun, and I don't know how it came up, but at some point Peel the Avocado came up with this ridiculous song, and I mentioned that I know the song's lyrics off by heart. And it's from there, a regular chatter made an interesting proposition, and she said she would donate $30 to Josh if I agreed to hop on his stream on the mic and sing the song for everybody. And it should be noted that I'm, again, like, this is back in 2016. I wasn't streaming with a microphone. I never used my microphone. I'm very shy, and even to this day, I still don't really use a microphone a lot, like, outside of stream. Like, if I'm hopping in a voice chat, most of the time I'm just gonna listen in and type through chat, which is just type through text, and that's what I was doing at this time, obviously. So this was an interesting proposition, because not only was there $30 on the line for me to pop on stream and sing Peel the Avocado, but it would also involve me unmuting the microphone and not being shy. So I sort of mulled it over for a bit, but I was like, okay, there's $30 on the line for Josh. I gotta do it. I gotta be a bro, you know? And so I was like, you know what? I'll do it. I will sing it. And I hopped on, and 14-year-old, I mean, barely 14 years old, by the way, like super young, sang the entirety of Peel the Avocado from start to finish. And the rest is history. And I showed this video a couple months ago, but I'm going to show it again for the sake of the Iceberg. So sit back and enjoy the show. And I guarantee someone's going to pop in the stream during this and wonder what the hell I'm doing. What the hell they're hearing. What is gracing their eardrums. And with not so much grace.
Me again.
Can I make him sing my sound effects?
In a world,
I might.
one song, one cover singer. 3, 2, 1.
Ready?
Form the banana. Form the banana. Form the banana. Form the banana. Peel the banana. Peel the banana. Peel the banana. Peel the
What a
banana.
weirdo.
Go bananas. Go bananas. Go bananas.
Screeching my way through this one.
Form the corn. Form the corn. Form the corn.
Keep going. Yeah.
Where's the
Duck the corn. The corn. Pop the corn. Pop the corn.
Keep going.
Form the mango. Form the mango. Form the mango. Peel the mango. Peel the mango. Peel the mango. Peel the mango. Do the tango. Do the tango. Do the tango. Do the tango. The orange. Form the orange. Form the orange. Form the orange. The orange.
Oh,
the orange. Peel the orange. Peel the orange. Please.
Oh my god.
Squeeze the orange. Squeeze.
Gloria.
Tomato. Form that tomato. Form that tomato. Peel that tomato. Peel that tomato. Form the carrot. Peel the carrot.
Peel the carrot.
Peel the carrot. Peel the carrot. Bunny. Need the bunny.
Yes, we gotta sing along.
Peel the avocado. Peel the avocado. Peel the avocado. Peel the avocado.
Holy crap. Oh my gosh.
Lovely.
Can't
I
breathe.
love to hear that.
Oh my god, I can't breathe.
I just made that my ringtone.
So that, fun fact, turns 10 years old tomorrow. That ridiculous clip in Ashton lore is a decade old tomorrow. Oh boy. What an interesting clip. Okay, moving on. I had to do that one particularly because these next two are related to Josh, who is that streamer. So now we're going to tackle Gusperific, which is probably one of my top 5 favorite things in this entire tier list. So not only did Josh's, like, after like, again, like I said, I'd started becoming really immersed within that community. So not only did it become like sort of a second home to me and like a recurring part of my weekly routine, but Josh was also a massive influence on me, and watching his streams was what sort of gave me that like sense of falling in love with community on Twitch. And just like being able to build awesome communities of people to laugh and have fun with. And that was, honestly, that was what inspired me to start streaming myself. So if you've ever had fun or enjoyed your time here, it's all thanks to him, because there would not be a Nerd Cave without him. There also would not be a Nerd Cave without Boomba Boombi, who is another streamer that I met through Josh's circle, and honestly just one of my favorite people ever. So, like I said, Josh had been my main streaming inspiration, and he helped me a lot early on setting stuff up, and he was like promoting me for a bit. He raided me a couple times. He was really awesome. But yeah, there's this guy Boomba who really just went above and beyond, and I've mentioned before, like early on, I was struggling. My streams were terrible. The quality sucked. I was dropping frames left and right. My internet sucked, so it could crash at any time. And I was like even doubting, like, is this even worth it? Can I build an audience without using a microphone? And not only did Boomba spend hours on end, multiple occasions with me, helping me to configure stream settings and troubleshoot my issues, trying to make everything look and run as best as possible. But he also gave me a whole bunch of pep talks saying, like, don't get discouraged, keep going. Like, if you want to stream, you'll regret it if you don't. And again, another huge thanks, it's all thanks to Boomba that this massive streaming journey just, I guess, took off, left the ground, you know? We wouldn't be breaking down this 10-year lore iceberg without Boomba, so really I owe both Boomba and Josh so much for this journey. And now for the story behind Gusperific. So, yes, Josh and Boomba and a handful of other streamers within that circle had sort of an unofficial stream team that they came up with. They created during that summer. And every week they'd do like a co-stream with each other, and most of the time it'd be like a talk show type thing, like they just get together and talk about random stuff. But occasionally they do a Jackbox, like a joint Jackbox stream, and one of those days was on July 9th, 2016. We were playing Quiplash, and one of our matches started, and the room code it generated was GUSP, which if you read GUSP out loud, it sounds like Gusp. And for reasons I still can't explain to this day, my 14-year-old brain thought that it would be a great idea to say what I thought out loud, and what I thought was that Gusp sounded like it could be another word for orgasm. I don't know why I thought that, but like, Gusp, gusping, you know, you can Gusp, you gusped, we are gusping, like so stupid. But I thought it wouldn't get much of a reaction either. Like, I don't know why I even voiced it out loud, but to my surprise, pretty much everybody burst out laughing when they read my message about that, and Gusp was the talk for the rest of the stream. And it was in a number of Quiplash jokes and prompts that we had, and eventually, right away, we pretty much evolved it from Guspy, or from Gusp to Guspy, which is, Guspy is like means sexy pretty much, or awesome, you know? Guspy is just, Gus can be used for anything really. And for as long as that community thrived, Gusp was part of our permanent inside joke circle, and eventually, you know, I started to fizzle away from that community. Like, just I didn't mean to leave or anything. It was just like around the same time that I'd stopped streaming. Myself around that time, like when the first wave of streams died down, everyone from that community had sort of moved over to Beam. I don't even know if you guys remember Beam. Beam eventually became Mixer. It was like a very short-lived streaming service owned by Microsoft that eventually went under. And that sort of was like, I'm not a guy who likes change. I like when things stay the same way. So as everyone was leaving and moving over to Mixer, I kind of didn't follow. I was like, well, I just sort of fizzled out. And I mean, eventually, like, I started to join in like one of those Mixer streams here and there, but I just never really got into Mixer, and so eventually I eventually just had fizzled out entirely by that point. But now we fast forward to when I had picked up streaming again all the way in summer 2018. I began to feel really nostalgic for these old days, and so I was like looking through old clips and highlights from the old Josh and Boomba streams from way back in the days, and I eventually, like, I was looking it up, I saw that they were both still streaming regularly on Mixer as well, so I thought, you know what, I'll pop in, screw it, catch up with some people. And so I popped into Josh's chat, and what I did not expect to see there was Boomba, because I later found out that he was also streaming again, but from what I'd heard, he'd sort of done a hiatus too. So I didn't expect to see him there, but yeah, we caught up, it was terrific, and we both flooded the chat with happy capital letter messages like, oh my gosh, it's so good to see you again. And anyway, so we caught up. He told me he was still streaming, so I went and caught up in there a few days later, and we got to talking about old memories. And pretty much the exact same time, we both brought Gusp back up. We're like, remember Gusp? And I was like, yes, I remember Gusp. And reminiscing about all the jokes about Gusp, and then that sort of became, like, every couple weeks, we'd start creating sort of, whenever we saw each other, we'd start creating like Gusp-related nicknames for each other. Like, I called him Boombaroni Gusparoni at one point. He came in to my stream once and called me Ashtoni Gusponi Montana. And then eventually Gusp and Guspy evolved again into words like Guspalicious and of course Gusperific, which now pretty much just means awesome. Like, it's a way to describe something that's just epic. This run is Gusperific. And that's pretty much what it is, just a synonym for awesome. And yeah, I mean, eventually things sort of fizzled out again. Mixer shut down eventually, and I know that Josh eventually came back to Twitch. I think he still actually streams from time to time. And Boomba I haven't seen in years. It's been like 6 years since the last time I've seen him. He's been on pretty much indefinite hiatus forever. I don't know where he is, but I hope he's still having Gusperific days and enjoying himself, because yeah, again, there's without these two, none of this would be possible. None of this Iceberg, this whole stream journey exists because of these two. Their help and their motivation and just the inspiration too. And it's also worth noting that we have a handful of Boomba and Gusp related commands as well in our channel. And let's make Gusperific happen again, because that was fun. Okay, so another one on the subject of Boomba. Around the time, like the prime days of the Gusp era, he began to tell a handful of people in our circle about an embarrassing personal story that he had happened to him in Amsterdam, which he called the Amsterdam story. There's some people he didn't want to tell it to, and I was amongst that crowd of people. There's other people who did, and I mean, I understood, but I also would always hint, like, I want to hear more, I want the juicy details. And eventually he was like, you know what, I'll give you a little preview. He gave me what he called part 1, which was basically just a preview. And that preview led into the ultimate bigger chunk of the story, which he never wanted to tell me. And he would always say, and eventually I got the hint. I was like, okay, I'll stop asking. So then, out of nowhere, I was completely surprised when, like, probably 6 months later, he messaged me out of absolutely nowhere with a pastebin link containing that full story. And I was like, oh my gosh, he finally shared it with me! And I was flabbergasted that he finally trusted me with the story. And I mean, obviously, I've kept my lips sealed to this day. I would never disclose that story to anybody. He told me in confidence. But of course, I did naturally partake in some friendly teasing with him. And I mean, he was always cool with it. He'd laugh it off. And that teasing eventually led to me starting to say on stream, like, hey, everyone, whenever he'd pop in, I'd be like, hey, everyone, Boomba's here. You should ask him about his Amsterdam story, because he'd love to tell you about it. And I mean, he thought that was hilarious. We even have a command, I think it's Amsterdam. Yeah, we have a command. It's just like, I was ribbing on him, like, he'll definitely tell you that story if you ask. And the funny thing is, he actually did share the part 1 of that story in chat with people, because a couple people did ask him when I prompted them to. It was really funny. But yeah. Okay, sock pop filter. So, okay, we're making not bad time. I think we'll be able to finish. So throughout 2019, I went through a series of different streaming headsets, and they would last me a lot shorter time periods back then. Like, I mean, I'm still pretty reckless, so they still don't really last me as long as they should. But they last me longer than they did in those days. But eventually it came to a point where, like, I was going through headphones so fast it just was not feasible for me to replace them as often as I wanted to, so I had to make the best of what I had. And by the last few months of 2019, the best of what I had consisted of a pair of headphones without a microphone, and a severely damaged headset with a microphone, whose audio was completely gone in both ears, but the microphone was still working. And so basically, I ended up having to plug in both. I had to plug in the headphones for listening, and then I also plug in that broken headset with a working microphone that I wore around my neck. So I had headphones on my head and a headset around my neck with the mic pointed up towards me at the same time. That microphone, though, had lost its pop filter, and I don't know where it went. I couldn't find it anywhere, and that resulted in the stream sounding really windy because of my air machine that I have going beside me always. And so that was really inconvenient, and it didn't sound good, so I was like, I need to think of a solution. And in the end, my solution was I ended up grabbing a sock from my dresser and elastic banding it around my headset so that it stayed in place, because it would fall for a bit. I always had to readjust it. It was super inconvenient and awkward. So eventually I like put an elastic band around it. It was like, okay, now it'll stay. And yeah, I have a picture of what it looks like. This is a picture from December 14th, 2019. Here's me with the headphones, with the completely other headset, with the microphone that was pointed up to me with a sock over the pop filter. What was I going to say on that subject? Oh yeah, and then eventually I got a new headset for like a week and a half after this for Christmas, and that was solved, but this was very unfortunate for a bit. Very ridiculous. Okay, this one I actually made a mistake. This should not say Chill Spike, this should say Chill Gun. Chill Spike is Chill Man's weapon from Mega Man 10, and I accidentally wrote Chill Spike here instead of Chill Gun, which is what the actual thing is. And I think Chill Gun is probably the most obscure thing on this entire Iceberg. It's something that I don't think anyone but me and Lone Star 24, who I've mentioned a couple times, would know about. This was during summer 2018, still before I had been using a microphone. I was doing Mega Man 2 randomizer, I think for the first time, trying a randomizer. And, excuse me. Mega Man 2 randomizer changes pretty much everything. It changes the music, it changes the weapons, it changes the enemy sprites, it changes the color of the enemy sprites, it changes the boss weaknesses, and even changes weapon names. And during the randomizer, I got a weapon. I can't remember which Robot Master gave it to me, but I got a weapon called Chill Gun. And it was essentially Metal Blade, but even more overpowered somehow. Like, I don't know how you can be even more overpowered than Metal Blade, but it was. And we were just joking about the fact that it's just ridiculously overpowered. And in the end, we actually we dedicated a command to it called Legend, because the Chill Gun was just way too overpowered. Okay, second server. So on July 27, 2025, just one day after we discovered the Giller Prize, I remember I was watering our tree in Discord, and I was feeling like our progress towards the upgrades. The tree has 2 upgrades, efficiency and quality. I felt like our progress was too slow going. And that was like, then I came up with the idea, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna make a second server with a Smurf tree, as I called it, that like we could water and harvest from, but then turn around and use the points towards our main tree. It's like sort of a shark mentality, I guess. And so officially I created a second server, and I posted the invite to that server in our tree room. And of course the server needed a theme, so I ended up making a Giller themed server, which we called the Giller, aka Nerd Cave 2.0, which me and Milius actually still use on occasion for Giller related purposes. And then Rep and Deck are also in there, but they're only really there for the tree. Okay, European paint jobs. This is one of the last things I think that has a clip to go with it. There's only a couple more things to do. Okay, during September 7th, 2019, during our Euro Truck Simulator 2 stream, Benno and I were talking about the DLCs that are available for Euro Truck Simulator 2, a lot of which are European paint job packs, which are basically like you buy them and you can paint European flags on your truck, basically. And I was going through saying like, which ones do I have? Because like each one lets you customize your truck with the flags and like paint jobs for various countries. And I was tabbed out looking at which European paint job packs I had. And when I came back into the game, Benno started calling them European hand jobs. And he proceeded to do that a lot of times throughout that session and the session afterwards. And he even insinuated that I was calling them the same thing, which I was not. And here is a clip of when I came back to him saying European hand jobs.
Okay, hello.
Hand jobs.
What?
What?
Did I hear what I thought I heard?
What did you hear?
I'm not going to repeat that.
What do you mean? What did I say?
I am innocent, boy. You said it again!
Holy voice crack.
Benno, you are a child.
You are a child. Okay. Okay. Panamanian stereotypes. Where's the music? Is the music not playing? Okay, there it is. So, Panamanian stereotypes. Another Benno and Truck Sim reference. Oftentimes during our truck sessions, Benno, who by the way is Panamanian, would always say, "You're so Canadian" to me. It'd be like in response to me like accidentally crashing into somebody and then saying sorry out loud to them, as is Canadian tradition. And so during our December 21st, 2019 American Truck Simulator session, after we'd been giving each other ice cream back and forth, I think I probably crashed into someone again and apologized, like an NPC, so not even a real player. And Benno immediately started making fun of me, and he was like, "You're so Canadian," once again. And I was like, that's when I was like, okay, well, I want to start pointing out Panamanian stereotypes towards you, but I don't know any. And then Benno asked if I wanted to see a Panamanian stereotype, and right away, I knew that that meant he was going to crash into me. I knew what his lingo meant. But yeah, I guess at the end of the day, reckless driving is a Panamanian stereotype, so thank you for educating me, Benno. And we've, of course, got a clip of that moment.
I want to start calling you a Panaman, or Panamonian, or what? Panamaniac? Okay. But I don't know any Panamanian stereotypes.
You wanna feel one?
No.
I see one right now.
No.
It's called dangerous
No.
driving.
No.
I'm reckless driving.
No thanks.
Look at your left mirror, Ashton.
No. Not looking. Not looking.
You look.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Good. So, that's a Panamanian stereotype, huh?
Yes, apparently it is. Great representation of Panama. Thank you, Benno. Okay. Okay, hit Morris with a broom. This is another to-do item I put on my Stardew Valley checklist that I showed earlier. See right here, hit Morris with a broom. Morris is another character in Stardew Valley that I didn't like. This is Morris. Although unlike Shane, who we do like now, I still do not like Morris to this day. He is a prick. So Morris is the owner of the Georgia Corporation in Stardew Valley, which is pretty much like a Walmart-type store, whose presence in town is always a constant threat to the local mom-and-pop store and the farmers. And there's a cutscene, I'll show a picture, in which he enters Pierre's, which is like the small grocery store in the center of town, and he offers everyone that's shopping here a 50% off coupon if they leave right now and go shop at Georgia Mart instead. So everyone takes him up on that. And right away I was like, what a prick move. This guy's an asshole. And instantly I said that I wanted to make it a goal to hit Morris with a broom, which of course would require me finding a broom as well. Which unfortunately, brooms do not exist as weapons in Stardew Valley, so it was not possible for me to hit him with a broom as much as I wanted to. And a fun fact, actually, not so fun fact maybe, I'm not going to go into details now, but if anyone's ever curious, they can ask me about it in a later stream and I'll fill them in on all the juicy lore. But Pierre, this guy, the owner of the small grocery shop, is actually the most widely hated Stardew Valley character. And now that I'm more familiar with all the characters, I 100% concur. This guy is an absolute asshat. He is the worst person in the game. And he's so hated, in fact, that there's a subreddit with 17,000 members dedicated to hating Pierre and talking about how much he sucks. And yes, ask me another time if you're curious and I'll gladly give you a list miles long about how awful he is and why everyone hates him. And I do still hate Morris as well, but he is nowhere near as bad as Pierre is, even though I still side with Pierre because he's more the town side and Morris is more the corporate shill side. But yeah, that's a story for another time. Okay. Hidden numbers and splits. This was actually the very event that led to us learning about Giller prizes. Because the puns that were made during this session were what made me look up Canadian Literary Awards. But basically, on July 26, 2025, I renamed my Gutsman split from got RNG to square one, like, you know, back to square one, you know, and eventually I called it back to square one, I think, instead of square one, maybe? Or no, I'm thinking of Guts, Dozer, and Mega Man 2. But anyway, and the funny thing is that it's not anymore, because this is a current screenshot of my splits. But back when I named it Square One, my Cutman split was called Cut Second, which is a reference to the Franker Faces emote of Cutman that's called Cut First, because in all stages, you play Cutman stage first, but in Zipless, you play Gutsman stage first. So when I made my split names, I called Cutman Cut Second as like a nod to say that we do Cut Second in this route. So anyway, I pointed out after that it was funny that technically my first two splits had the numbers 1 and 2 in them respectively. Like Square One and Cut Second. And Dakar chimed in and we were pretty much talking about the fact that it'd be really funny if we found a way to hide splits or hide numbers in every single split. And so that's where the puns that came from that ultimately led to the Giller prizes. That was the origin. But anyway, my Bombman split at the time was called Mr. T, and that was my Bombman split for pretty much my entire Mega Man 1 journey. I called Bombman Mr. T because I always thought he looked like Mr. T. And during this fiasco, I was like, you know what? What if we can toy with ways to make other split numbers work, since we're talking about hiding numbers in splits. So I ended up renaming, eventually I just called it Rocky 6, but originally I called it Rocky 6, The Return of Clubber Lang, who is Mr. T's character from the Rocky movies. And so yeah, eventually I called Bomb Man, which is the 6th stage, Rocky 6 instead of Mr. T. And that's all we ever did. We never took it any further, but it is funny that that we do have 3 out of 10 splits. Like almost a third of the splits are hidden numbers, even though they're not so hidden, but like they're not all supposed to be seen as numbers, so we just kind of ran with that joke as much as we could. Okay, Pocket Timeout. The Pocket Timeout is an incident that occurred on April 16th, 2026. I've been theorizing a possible alphabet percent category for letters to Big Bird for a while, in which you could solve all 26 letters in a row. And I was like, will this work? So I did some research, and I found out that it was actually possible to do an alphabet percent run. And so on April 16th, I decided it was time to do a run of that category that I'd just created. And so I was about a third of the way into the run. It was going moderately well. And all of a sudden, Madman from Space, one of our dear beloved regulars, was timed out from chat out of nowhere. I was very confused. And I didn't exactly have ample opportunities to chime in and rescue him because I was in a speedrun. It's like I tried a couple times to untime him out, which I was able to do successfully a few times. But he got banned again, or timed out rather, not banned, but timed out again and then again. It happened 3 different times in a row. I'm realizing I didn't actually get a picture of this for this slide, so I'm gonna just grab it from Discord quickly. This is what it looked like. 3 in a row. Which is really sad. Poor Madman. And it is by Diesel, out of nowhere. Diesel had timed out Madman 3 different times. I was confused, like, what's happening? Why is Diesel doing that? And so eventually, like, I realized, even though I'd been successfully able to untime him out 3 times, although I lost some time in my run doing that, he wasn't able to talk still, which was very weird. And so there's an issue, because now he was, like, somehow permanently banned just through those timeouts. It was confusing Twitch, I guess. But anyway, the solution to make sure it didn't happen again was to temporarily unmod Diesel. And eventually I realized, yeah, like I said, like, Madman couldn't talk, so that was an issue. Arel figured out what the issue was there eventually, and we got Madman back, but unfortunately by then I'd lost a good chunk of time in my run because I took the time to try and figure out how to get Madman back in. And I figured, like, well, why would Diesel do that? He must have, I guess, had his phone in his pocket while he was lurking in the stream, and that was exactly what was the case, actually. Diesel eventually came in the chat. He was completely oblivious to what had happened, and we had a really good laugh once I explained how his pocket lurk resulted in Madman being timed out 3 different times in a row. And the funny thing is, yeah, like, I submitted that alphabet percent run, like, I finished it, and I accepted the couple minutes of time loss. And just the other day, just 2 days ago, I did another alphabet percent run to redeem that one. But yeah, that stood for a couple months. And since that day, Diesel has threatened a couple times to use his pocket. He's used his pocket as a threat, basically. He's been like, I remember when I was doing my tier list update, he told me if I didn't rank Pursuit Force Warlords high, he'd have his pocket send a nuke to my house, which I thought was funny. Okay. Suvankam Tamavangsa is a Laotian Canadian author who won the 2025 Giller Prize for her debut novel Pick a Color, which Milius actually made a command for. I think it's... He did this, and then he did that, and then there's Pick a Color as well, and picks a color. But anyway, on November 17th, 2025, Milius and I had a Discord watch party of the official 2025 Giller Prize ceremony. And throughout that, we were making predictions about who was going to win. And I remember specifically when Sue Volcom came up to talk about her book, I remember saying there was something about her that struck me as a winner. And sure enough, she was the one that was chosen as the winner of the 32nd annual Giller Award ceremony. And after the ceremony was over, we added, Milius mostly, added a few emotes of Suvankam Tamavongsa to our Giller server. And we even created a text chat that we called the Suvankam Tamavongsa Fan Club. Is it gonna go? Okay, it's frozen. Okay, there we go, it's good. Okay, the Kirby Wall Incident. On February 1st, 2026, during my 17th weekly playthrough for the Retro Gaming League, which also happened to be the final matchup of the regular season before we headed into our playoffs, our game for that week was Kirby Superstar for the SNES. And about 35 minutes into my run, I got stuck in a wall of blocks, completely stuck, and no matter what inputs I tried, or what combination or sequence of inputs I tried, I could not get unstuck. He would not do what he needed to do to get out of the wall. And at one point, I sent this message to the Retro Gaming League server. I was like, help me! SOS, I'm stuck in my official run! And Pluvius actually came in really quick. Smiling Pluvius came in to try and help. And unfortunately, all of us putting our heads together, we could not figure out what was happening. And eventually, after 20 minutes of being stuck, Madman had a suggestion. He mentioned like what might be causing the issue, and of course I fixed it and it worked like a charm. So Madman saved the day after 20 minutes of being stuck. And the actual problem was that I had, because it's on an emulator, I had my button bound to two things at the same time, the button that was supposed to do that move that I needed to get out of there, and because of that, as a result, because I had it bound in two places, it cancelled out the button entirely, so it was like I wasn't pressing it, basically. But I lost 20 minutes to something so dumb, and of course, to no surprise whatsoever, when the results show happened later, I was the worst. I had the worst run of anyone in the league for Kirby Superstar because I got stuck. Talk about a way to end too. Like that was the last of the final, or that was the final week of the regular season. That was my last chance to earn points to advance to the playoffs, the actual playoffs that weren't the consolation ones, and I wasn't able to. I don't think I would have anyway, even if I hadn't gotten stuck. But it was funny that it literally killed that run. And now I've got a clip to show of when I finally escaped from that wall. Now it's just pulling from keyboard. And if I double check keyboard controls... Oh my gosh. Hold on. Yep. Madman, you are a lifesaver. What a session, man. 20 minutes stuck for a 5-second fix. GG Madman indeed. Madman was my hero that day. That was really funny though. Ridiculous. It would only happen to me. Okay, kicked for a duet. So on my comedy night stream, I mentioned comedy night earlier. At one point during that comedy night stream on May 3rd, 2020, I almost said 2019 again. What am I doing? May 3rd, 2019. I decided to check out the karaoke lobby instead. So I left the comedy lobby. I was like, what is this karaoke lobby about? And I was only in the karaoke lobby for a few minutes before I recognized the song that the one guy that was on stage was singing, which was Turn the Page by Bob Seger. Of course, I love me some Bob Seger, but the Metallica blood that always has flowed through my veins will always make me assume Metallica before anything else, and so I assumed he was singing the Metallica cover version, when in fact he was singing the slower, more mellow Bob Seger version, and truthfully, I don't think it really would have mattered regardless. But I started joining in. I joined in his singing from the audience, but I was singing the Metallica version. Again, I think it wouldn't have mattered anyway, but I didn't realize at the time that that was technically being disruptive of his performance. And after about 40 seconds, I got kicked from the lobby for singing along because I guess it looked to them like I was singing over him. And of course, we've got a clip of that as well. When I got kicked for having a duet. Prefer SMA, save my ass, I love it.
On a long and lonesome highway.
Oh my god, turn the page. Yes!
You can listen to the engines moaning out his one old song. You can think about the woman or the girl you knew the night before. Oh,
I know this song.
but your thoughts will soon be wandering the way they always do when you're riding 16 hours and there's nothing much to do. And you don't feel much like riding. Just
wish the day was through. Oh, I got kicked. No! I got kicked for having a duet with a stream. That was pretty nice.
Oh my gosh. Classic. Okay. The way station incident. So on July 15th, 2018, still during the very first week of my second wave of streams, I was not using a microphone. I was playing American Truck Simulator, and I had to pull up into a way station between Gallup, New Mexico, and Holbrook, Arizona. And as I pulled in, somehow I didn't align myself properly with the way station, and so I had to do a U-turn to reposition myself back in. And as I was making my U-turn, I nearly hit another player in the way station before he noticed me, and thankfully he slammed on his brakes, he honked, and I slammed on my brakes. This is a picture of me almost crashing into him. And the next 5 minutes was filled with hilarity and pure struggle as I tried with all my might to align myself perfectly with the way station, while that guy and his friend who was also at the way station both gave me advice and tried to help me out of my very unfortunate situation, all through stifled laughter, of course. And I mean, I would say outside of all the shenanigans with Benno, I think this is probably the most hilarious moment I've ever had in Truck Sim. And I'm really grateful they were friendly to me. Like, they didn't give me grief over it. They were very kind, but, like, obviously, again, they were laughing hysterically. But, yeah, they were very helpful. They helped me get myself through the way station and back on track. But this was... Unfortunately, I can't play this on stream because it has copyrighted audio in it. But I will link it... I will link it if anyone's interested in checking it out. It was ridiculous. Alright. Britney Spears Heatman episode. Yes, indeed. Okay, so 7 episodes into our Mega May Ruby Spears watch parties during May 2024, Saturn97 sent this message, which, funny enough, was sent exactly during the Dive Man's Voice part of the watch party. But he's talking about how Heatman only has one line throughout the entire Ruby Spears show. And Heatman made his only appearance in Season 2, Episode 11, which was called Brobots. And after seeing Saturn's message, I started to keep my eyes peeled. We all did. We were keeping our eyes and ears peeled for Heatman, so that whenever he showed up in the show, we could try and catch the one line he said. Though it didn't exist, seemingly, because neither me nor anyone else in chat ever heard Heatman speak during the episode he appeared in. Which was confusing. It's like, did Saturn lie to us? And Saturn wasn't there when we watched the Heatman episode, so he wasn't able to, like, tell us when to look out for it or anything. And so we've since labeled him an excellent fibber because Heatman never spoke. And even when we recapped the episode for our tier list, we never heard Heatman say any line as we skimmed through the episode. So this mysterious line of this mysterious utterance of I'll get him is still at large. We should rewatch it at some point. Maybe, yeah, like you said, for the next Iceberg update, we could rewatch it. Okay, we are officially in Layer 7 of the Iceberg, the deepest of the depths of the Iceberg. With Ashton Kissed Hunter. So, at the start of my Sims 4 playthrough, I offered everyone in chat who wanted the opportunity to send me a picture of themselves so I could make them as roommates for myself during my playthrough. Jimmy sent in a photo, Benno sent in a photo, Hunter sent in a photo, and another past regular named Mike also sent in a photo. And I made I made them into roommates, and I had 4 awesome roommates to enjoy my playthrough with. And in a completely outlandish claim that is completely unprecedented and has no evidence whatsoever, Sonic insists to this day that when I invited those 8 girlfriends to the Lot of Shame to break up with them all at the same time, that Hunter also somehow came over there and that he saw me kiss Hunter, which never happened. That did not happen. And yeah, I never saw it when he claimed it, and I never saw it. We also had reruns. I ran my entire playthrough, like back when Twitch had a rerun feature. A year later, I ran reruns on my channel of the playthrough, and I never saw it happen then either. There's no proof that I ever kissed Hunter, but Sonic insists that it happened, and it did not. And he insists it happened on the Lot of Shame, which I think is even more ridiculous. Okay, 3rd and 4th server. On November 23rd, 2025, that's the 3rd time I've done that, 2025, I was once again thinking, like, it felt like our tree upgrades in Discord were going too slow. And so I decided to make another server, yet another server, with a Smurf tree that we could use to boost the stats of our Nerd Cave tree. And I decided to look up more Canadian literary prizes, because much like the Giller server before it, I thought this should be named by a literary prize. So, I named it after the Hillary Weston Writers' Trust Prize for Nonfiction. And the server, the Nerd Cave 3.0, aka the Hillary Weston Writers' Trust Prize for Nonfiction server, was born. And I put an invite to it in the Giller server. And very recently, on May 1st, 2026, holy crap, why do I keep doing that? I decided, this time just for fun, but also for boosting purposes, to make a 4th server, whose invite was posted in the Hillary Weston server. And this time I was like, you know what, we're gonna do something different, so I ditched the literary award name theme, and I called it Waldo's Dungeon. And I claimed that Waldo had hijacked the server that used to belong to another literary prize. So yes, we have 4 servers. Okay, hard drive failure. On July 30th, 2025, a realistic opportunity for an all-nighter stream presented itself, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to take it. So I decided to jump at that opportunity, and I told everyone to prepare themselves for a night full of Jackbox, marbles, and other fun community stuff. It was perfect timing because I'd recently hit 600 followers at that time. And so I started the stream 11:32 p.m. on July 29th, and I was planning on going through the night at least 8 or 9 hours, but unfortunately my computer had other plans, and it completely froze up, and eventually crashed at 2:37 a.m. on July 30th, which was 3 hours and 5 minutes into the stream. And at the time my computer was really slow, it was painfully slow actually, when it came to like rebooting or connecting to the internet, all that stuff. So I knew we were in for a wait for a while before I could get the stream back up. And I tried for over an hour, but every time my computer came back up, I would boot it up, I'd start to get everything coming up, and then it froze again and again and again. And at 3:45 a.m., like an hour afterwards, I gave up. I was like, you know what, I guess it's just not meant to be, and I broke the news to everyone. Here is the sequence of messages related to that. And I was like, okay, so the next morning I woke up and I was like, I'm going to run a diagnostic scan because I need to figure out what's going on. And at first it all seemed fine because it was going from piece of hardware to piece of hardware. It was identifying everything. It was giving me a nice green check mark next to everything to show it was all in working order. But interestingly, it skipped over the hard drive, and that did slightly concern me. It's like, why did it skip over the hard drive? Is it like so big it's going to do it last or something? It just skipped over it. But everything else, clean bill of health after clean bill of health, everything had a green check mark. But then it cycled back to the hard drive, and at the end, it had a big red X next to it. And afterwards, it came up with a diagnostic message, which is this. And I pinged Jimmy and Milius, and I asked them, like, should I be concerned? Yes, you should. That's Jimmy. And immediately I freaked out because it was like, yeah, everyone told me, like, yes, this means your hard drive's failing. You have to back everything up immediately. And I was panicking because I couldn't even get in, it froze, and it didn't make sense to me because I didn't understand how, if I could see all my stuff that is stored on my hard drive, then how is my hard drive what's failing? But anyway, I did some research, and pretty much everything I saw said, like, pretty much wave goodbye to your files and everything on your computer if you try and do it yourself. Give it to a professional. Let it be handled by a professional. And thankfully, we have a family friend who knows somebody who was able to, a family friend who was able to get us in contact with a former coworker of my grandma's, actually. Who specializes in this type of thing exactly, and so he came by the next day to pick up my computer, and he did a magnificent job of restoring it, and completely restoring it, not only saving all my stuff that was on my hard drive, but completely restoring my computer with a new one, and he even threw in a complimentary replacement disk drive because mine was broken, which was awesome. He was really kind about it, but I was without my PC for over 3 weeks. And yeah, I eventually got it back, but like that was the worst possible timing for that to happen. Oh man, new meme in the cave, heck yeah, I can't wait to see it. Done multiple of those recoveries. Jimmy problem solver, man. Even one in a clean room for once, wow. A PC in a clean room? I can't imagine that. Okay, is it going? Okay. Muted on retro achievements. To this very day, the retro achievement set for the GameCube version of Twilight Princess remains one of the biggest disappointments I've ever had. Ever. Next to Mega Man 8 and Toy Story 4. But anyway, during 2025, I finally made an account on retro achievements because like I'd wanted to do it for ages. I thought it looked really cool, and I was like, let's start playing some of my favorite games for 100%, grind them out. And so I debuted this idea on my 23rd birthday, on May 14th, 2025, with Earthbound, which is one of my favorite games. And that playthrough ran for about a month and a half, and it was a lot of fun. That was such a fun playthrough. An absolute blast, and I mean, the achievement set was amazing. Like, yeah, there was some grindy stuff, but like, nothing I couldn't handle, and there was manips for most of it. But like, I thought I knew everything there was to know about Earthbound, all the secrets, but that achievement set proved otherwise. And it was like, nope, you thought you knew everything? Check it out. That was so much fun. Tech, welcome in. Loaches, oh yeah. Unfortunately. So, I enjoyed the Earthbound playthrough, that naturally I knew I wanted to follow it up with another favorite game soon, and I thought there was nothing better to do than Twilight Princess, which is my absolute #1 favorite video game of all time. And on October 9th, 2025, I officially started that Twilight Princess playthrough, and at first it was fine. It was like, there was some stuff, there was some really dumb achievements, like damageless achievements that I didn't like, but it was like, whatever. Normally those things would be in subsets, but it is what it is. I guess we have to do all these damageless things. But, I don't know why they put them in the main achievement set, not in a subset, but it was what it was, I guess. But it wouldn't have been that bad, the damageless ones, if I could use save states like I did during the Earthbound grind, but at that time I had no idea about the hardcore and softcore modes on retro achievements that are like, so my Earthbound was softcore because I used save states, and that permanently locked my save file to softcore. But I decided after seeing it, I was like, okay, well for Twilight Princess I'm going to make myself stay in hardcore the entire time, so I can't use save states. And that resulted in countless annoying backtracks to boss fights. After taking, like, I'd make it 90% through a boss fight, and I'd take a single hit of damage. There were so many garbage achievements in that set, but nothing from any of those damageless achievements can compare to the absolute pain of these fishing achievements. Look how many of these things there are. These monstrosities. Just horrible, horrible achievements. So, The fishing hole in Twilight Princess provides a variety of different types of fish that you can catch, and other things like trash, like different pieces of trash you can fish up. And I was thinking, like, okay, you know what, maybe there's too many fishing achievements, but I mean, the smart thing would have been they could make it so if you catch one piece of trash, you get an achievement, no matter what piece of trash it is. But instead, these absolute geniuses, sarcasm by the way, decided in a main set that was already littered with terrible damageless achievements to make an individual achievement for every single unique piece of trash. So that meant I had to catch a bag, a wheel, a twig, a can, and a boot. 5 different unique objects that some of them are really rare to find too. Wait, what's that? You have to catch the boot twice for some reason? And if you leave the session after catching just one boot, then you have to start from 0 again? Who thought that was a good idea? But even that garbage, even the terrible trash achievements for catching trash, do not compare to the single worst video game achievement I have ever seen in my life before, which is called the Loachless Monster. Of the different fish types that you can catch, most of them are pretty simple. Like, there's not too much to them. But, there's mostly just like you have to come in at the right season, or you have to go to the right area of the pond to catch these certain fish. But none of them are quite as difficult as the legendary Hylian Loach, which also is from Ocarina of Time, and it's somehow even harder to catch in that game. But still, the Twilight Princess Loach is still just as difficult. Like, it's not quite as hard, but it's still ridiculously difficult. But do you want to know what the worst part of the Loach was? They made 2 different achievements related to catching the Loach, and you had to catch it differently both times. There's the Bowfin's Cousin achievement, which is awarded when you catch and keep a Hylian Loach, and there's the Loachless Monster achievement, which is awarded when you catch and release a Hylian Loach. Who thought that was a good idea to make you have to catch this ridiculously hard and rare fish not once, but twice? So as if all the trash pieces weren't already bad enough and all the individual fish types weren't already bad enough, these buffoons thought it would be an amazing idea to make you have to catch the ridiculously hard and impossible Hylian Loach not once but twice. And I wish I was exaggerating when I said this, but the combined amount of time it took me to catch every single unique piece of trash, every single unique fish, 2 boots, and 2 Hylian Loaches, combining both time that I spent doing it on stream and time I spent doing it off stream local recorded, so I could splice it when I finally caught all these things, was over 24 hours. I'm not even joking. It took me over 24 hours of gameplay to get everything related to the fish and the fishing. And towards the end of my Loach struggle, I got fed up to a point where I did something completely out of character. As soon as it goes to the next slide, I can continue with my story, but it's frozen right now. Okay, there we go. So I'd been venting about the Loach in the Discord for the better part of a day when I was trying to catch it, but eventually that venting could no longer satisfy my need, and I got fed up to a point where I went completely out of character, and I left a comment on this achievement, calling it the worst achievement in the history of gaming, which I absolutely still stand by, but I did eventually apologize for expressing that out loud, because justified as it may have been, it was rude, but so was making that achievement, to be fair. So this was the comment that I left: "Congratulations on creating the worst achievement in the history of gaming. This is miserable." And then the guy responded sarcastically with a snarky comment saying, "Thank you so much. I'd like to thank God, my parents, my girlfriend, my neighbor Bob, my cat Houdini, and all the retro achievement players who hated this achievement." So I logged in to see that the next day, and also to see this: that I had been muted on retro achievements for a week for that comment, because it turned out the lead developer for the Twilight Princess achievement set, the guy that came back with that sarcastic comment, is also a moderator for retro achievements, and so he was butthurt about that and he muted me for an entire week. Yeah, like I said, eventually I reached out and I apologized for my comment, and he was actually quite cool about it too. He was like, he understands sometimes gamer moments get the better of us, and that's what I said. So yeah, I let that serve as a valuable lesson not to go out of character like that again. Nice timeout, Milius. Okay. Oyen. Toyin with Oyen, as I called it. Oyen is the moderator for the Plaque Attack leaderboard. Plaque Attack is an Atari game that I had very fond memories of playing as a kid, and on May 5th, 2026, I decided to officially break into Atari speedrunning. And I thought there'd be no better game to break the ice with than Plaque Attack. So barely over 24 hours. Diesel Band Oyen, that's fantastic. Barely 24 hours after I started, after 55 attempts, I snagged a 144 time for the 5,000 points category, which beat Oyen's world record by 145. And I don't know why I did, but as I was submitting my run, I just looked at this dude's, I don't know why, something about this guy's name and his profile picture, the Bobby Hill profile picture. It just rubbed me the wrong way. I just had a feeling this guy was going to give me a hard time. I could just tell he looked like a pain in the ass. And lo and behold, the next day, I logged in to speedrun.com and I saw that my run had been rejected. My run, which could not have been more obviously legitimate. It could not have looked more legitimate. It is a legit run. It showed the full game window as the game rules requested. It had a clear reset shown before the game, as is always customary with speedruns. And the video quality was clear, it was crisp, there was no dropped frames, there was no reason this should have been rejected. And so clearly, Mr. Mr. Reddit mod super moderator, a braggart, by the way, who calls himself a world record speedrunner in his bio. Clearly he was salty that a newcomer came in and out of nowhere demolished his record in just 24 hours. And he felt the need to reject it so he could protect his record and not have it be beaten. And make up excuses when I reached out to him asking why the hell it was rejected. Because he told me it was rejected because it didn't show the full game window, which it absolutely did. And I reached out to him with a video proving that it was showing the full game window. And when he responded, the reason he gave for why he rejected it, which is different than the reason he initially gave, was because it didn't have the tiny little white taskbar above it, which, by the way, does not show any additional information whatsoever. It's just flat out stupid. But fine, I was like, you know what? He was intimidated and discouraged that someone had come in and demolished his record in just one day. And he probably thought he scared me off. He was probably like, okay, yes, I made up a perfect excuse and now this guy's not going to come back. I can keep my record. But you know what? I took a week and a half. I was doing other runs at the time, so I didn't go back to it right away. But a week and a half later, on May 17th, I adjusted my recording to show his precious little white taskbar. And it took me just 3 more attempts to beat my 144 record by another second, coming in at an amazing 143. I had now beaten his record twice, and by 2 seconds. I submitted this, and now I put in a very passive-aggressive submission message about how I included it as requested, his precious little bar, and to my complete and utter surprise, he actually accepted it. He actually accepted the run. I 100% thought he was going to try and come up with another ridiculous excuse. But you know what? He actually accepted it. I guess he realized there was no other dumb excuses he could make. Poor guy. He lost his record. And I would like to say, damn it, Bobby. Because the Bobby profile picture. And I would have said damn it, Bobby, again, a second time, if he had rejected it the second time, but thankfully he didn't. So, and you know what? At the end of the day, his stupid little rejection rules resulted in me coming back and taking another second off of that run. So at the end of the day, thank you, Oyen, for another second off of your ridiculously easily boppable run. 4 hours and David hasn't shared the link to Discord. Fire him. David hasn't shared the link to my stream today. That's crazy, actually. Mr. Self-Promo Legend himself. Oh, believe me, I will, Jimmy. I actually did play some more Plaque Attack after this and try and bop him even further, but I had a lot that actually bopped his 145. Like, it's so free. But nothing that actually beat my 143. Like, it was a really good run, that 143. But I will definitely come back and try and get it down even further. And lastly, the very last entry the very worst thing on this iceberg. Johnny Zest's demise. August 5th, 2019 is a day in AshtonRTA lore that will live forever in infamy. Because if you thought that me dating 8 women all at once and breaking up with all of them in an empty CD lot was the worst thing I ever did on Sims, you would be gravely mistaken. As part of, like I said, my series to master every skill and complete every aspiration on Sims, I of course had to complete the public enemy aspiration. And that starts off simple enough. It's like, perform 10 mean or mischievous interactions, be disliked by 2 Sims, and then the bar raises a little bit, be disliked by 4 Sims, join the criminal career. Okay, fair enough, all is swell. Then we get a little deeper. Declare someone as your enemy, reach level 4 of the criminal career, and then fight someone 5 times, but it can't get worse than that, right? Well, how about declaring 3 people as your enemies, reaching level 8 of the criminal career? How about that? Well, at least it's all over, right? But my sweet summer child, you forgot about the icing on the cake. You have to witness the death of a Sim to complete the public enemy aspiration, and only then will it truly be finished, and will you get the rewards for it. And this meant that I had to lure someone unsuspecting to my home under the guise of friendship, kidnap them, and keep them hostage until they died in front of me. And the poor victim I chose for this was Johnny Zest. Okay, so I had to be a monster, but how much of a monster did I have to be, really? I tried it the simple way, you know, lock him in a room with a cheap oven and make him cook food over and over until he starts a kitchen fire and dies. But that didn't work. The oven never broke. So then I tried another simple manner of death. I locked him in an empty boxed room with a window so I could watch him. Eventually he'd starve, right? Well, that didn't work either. He sat in there for days with no food, and somehow, despite his hunger bar being right at the fatal point, he never died. And I was starting to get frustrated by this point. So much for that plan, I guess. So I lured him into a swimming pool, and then I got out and I put a wall around it, with a window, so I could watch as he was stuck in the pool and couldn't get out. Surely eventually he'd fall asleep and drown, right? But he never slept. His energy bar made it right down to the bottom, but he never fell asleep. At this point, I started to get really frustrated. At this point, I even started trying to use cheats to kill him, which is very simple to do and should have worked without any issue, but for some reason, even the cheats refused to take down Johnny Zest. This entire stream ended up being about 4.5 hours long, and I spent 95% of it trying to kill Johnny Zest. And I was beyond frustrated at this point. I kept talking about how I'd be reveling in the moment when it finally happened. When I finally found a way to outsmart this immortal man. It was driving me absolutely insane. So then I went back to the oven plan I had at first. I had level 10 Mischief at this point because I'd completed the Chief of Mischief aspiration, which also unlocked me a trait called Tormentor, which allows me to sabotage items of any item I want so that the next person that uses it breaks it. And I don't know why I didn't think of it sooner. But eventually I figured it out, and so I brought Johnny Zest back into that room with the oven, locked himself in there, and made him cook stuff over and over until finally a kitchen fire started, and he died. And by this point I was so completely encompassed by this goal that he was annoying me so much that I was actually being like, yes, die, die, die. Like, I was pure evil at this point. I watched him catch fire and he died. The Grim Reaper came and took him away, and I knew I had taken it way too far later on, but at the point I was just so angry with this guy for giving me 4.5 hours of trouble that I was just filled to the brim with excitement. So during the constant trial and error of killing Johnny Zest, I had at least 4 people in the stream tell me that they were going to leave the stream and that they'd be back next time when I wasn't torturing this poor guy anymore. And after Johnny died, I eventually put his tombstone on the Lot of Shame. And the Lot of Shame, like, talking about dignity, right? What an evil thing. And look, I know, Sims may just be a game, but I definitely took this too far. And people left the stream. I couldn't take the hint that people were getting uncomfortable. And because I was too intent on getting the aspiration done. And a couple people even told me later on that this is the worst stream I ever did. And it's pretty hard to argue with that. I mean, after everything had all been done, rather than feel sorry for Johnny, I considered it an accomplishment for all the hell he put me through, and I celebrated it, which I should not have done. So Johnny, I'd like to celebrate you first of all, but also apologize 7 years later for everything that I did to you, all for the sake of an achievement that ultimately was pointless, because it's just a game. And now, a moment of acknowledgement. Firstly for Johnny, and for Shane as well, but also a moment of acknowledgement for the Twin Ducks and for Bastard the Blimp that somehow I forgot to add to our Iceberg. And also a moment of acknowledgement for Out of Gas, Grover Changed His Mind, and Honk Jokes, which all came about after I made the Iceberg update, and I did not have time to throw them on here in time, so I hope to touch on those again in a future Iceberg update. And there you have it. That is our 10 years of Streamlore Iceberg. I think 173 entries, all broken down bit by bit, and I spent days working on this presentation. It is so good to be done. It is so good to have finally finished working on it, and it is so good to finally be done presenting it. It is done. We have broken down the entire Iceberg. What a grind. Holy crap. This is a long stream, too. This is one of the longest streams I've done in a while. Thank you guys for those GGs. Honk. Man, that feels good to have that done. So, itinerary. Usually we would stream Saturday, but I'm going to, because I've had less sleep than usual the last couple nights. I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow, but we're going to be back on Sunday, and we're going to do our touring Old World stream that I mentioned. So I have a Stardew Valley save from 2019, our main Stardew save where the stuff on this iceberg happened. That will show off our stream 1 from way back when. I have our Sims 4 save that I'll show off a bit, and then biggest of all, I have the Memecraft SMP world that I'm going to go through and explore. And we're just going to walk through memory lane pretty much and look at all these old 2019, 2020 era save relics and have a darn good time with it. Velius, thank you so much for the posture check. Wow, well, how long was yesterday? This was like, how long did this take me to break down? Holy crap. Yesterday was 4 hours and 10 minutes. Today was 4 hours and 30 minutes. So altogether, like 8.5 hours it took me to break down this iceberg. That is insane. That's going to be quite the YouTube video when I splice it together. And Milius, thank you for the posture check. Okay, well, you know, if I were a normal person, I would probably, I'd probably nap, because I've had no sleep the last few days, but I hate naps. Naps are terrible. And so, I am up for the day, as per usual. And so, rather than go back and get more sleep, we are going to raid over to the alt, and I'm going to do some Sesame Street 1, 2, 3 runs. I got another new PB yesterday I'm super stoked about, so I want to see if I can get it even better. Take a nap? I will not. I hate naps. Naps are terrible. Yes, thank you guys so much for hanging out through this massive iceberg breakdown. Eventually we'll tackle an update and I'll throw in some stuff into the iceberg for like future stuff, and the stuff I mentioned that didn't make it in time for the next one. We'll go through, we'll break down all those individual things, but man, this was a big project. I'm so glad to have it done. I hope you guys enjoyed all the context and the lore. And yeah, we're gonna jump over to the alt, do some Sesame Street 1, 2, 3 for bits, and yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Have an amazing day.